They will just. I would say whenever. I would say keep there. I will unmute them and they should be good to go. So
Okay.
for right now, I'm gonna keep.
Huh? We'll be good. Okay. Sound? Oh, we're good. We're on. All right. Can everybody hear me? All right, 2 claps if you can hear me. Walker, Reese, I didn't see you clap. All right. Well, welcome to Charleston. Is this your first time in Charleston? Raise your hand. All right. Who's like gone around King Street, has gone down to the Battery? Who's done some fun stuff? All right. For those that haven't, Charleston is an amazing city. Take time. It's honestly, October is the best month here in Charleston. So if you just walk out here, take a right, it'll take you right down to the Battery and the water, which is great, great sightseeing. But anyways, thank you all for taking time. I just want to say thank you. I'm very grateful for you all to take time out of your day. It's October, we're in e-commerce, it's Q4, and I realize that time is precious. So thank you all for making time and obviously investing in Elevar coming here. We have an amazing lineup of speakers today. We have a first couple over here to the left. We spent a lot of time taking a little bit of a different approach to how we are going to conduct our summit. If you know Elevar, we are very data-driven, so we like to turn our sessions into frameworks that you can walk away from. So the first thing that you will see on your table is going to be your booklets. So I think 6 out of 8 sessions, we have frameworks that we'll be guiding through, using to guide through the conversation. So these are yours, you can take them home, do whatever you want with them, but they'll help guide the session just to make it a little bit more tactical and actionable, so when you walk away from the summit tomorrow morning, that you can take this and hopefully have 2 or 3 different insights that you can put into play in your business. I've been told this as a death trap. That's why I'm not moving around, so I don't just completely embarrass myself falling off the stage in the first 2 minutes. All right. Second thing, where's Adrian from Fave Solution? All right. Adrian, how much did you like the Magician last night? We had a dinner last night hosted by Ash and Ron for the Chew On This, and I was at Union Station up on King Street. And I don't know, this guy was pulling dollar bills out of lemons, and he had a bet with Adrian. You lost like 5-0, I think. Yeah, but it was hopefully anyone who attended last night had fun. Also, want to take a minute just to thank all of our generous sponsors. We would not have this. We wouldn't have the amazing speakers, the sessions, people flying in from across the country, Canada, different parts of the world, if it wasn't for our sponsors. So please take a minute. They are experts, just like you are experts in your business. So there's tables downstairs. We set up today to have different networking breaks. We have the lunch break, and then we have the boat cruise tonight, which will be awesome because it's amazing weather. So again, let's give a round of applause for all of our sponsors and make sure we take time. So I know a couple people were just as excited as I was today. Walker and Reese are my 2 boys right up front here. I was excited, but they were excited. They were up at 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30. No joke. They usually sleep through the night, but last night they were excited coming into our bed. So Walker and Reese, hopefully you get a nap in today, because I might take one with you. All right, so expectations for today, just to get through before we get into the agenda. So Wi-Fi is on a table. So there's a little card in the middle of the table, so anyone that hasn't connected to Wi-Fi, you just grab that. The schedule, so we'll go until 3:15, then there's a happy hour that'll be downstairs, 3:15 to 4:15. Again, network, hang out, do what you want to do. And then buses will leave from here to take us to the boat, 4:30 and 4:50. Rochelle, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm getting any of these times incorrect, but so there'll be a bus. The boat leaves from it's just a couple blocks that way, and the sunset boat cruise will be 5:30 to 7:30. So we'll be back on shore at 7:30. It's not we initially were going to do an open catamaran. It is not the catamaran, so it is enclosed. So whether you like hot, cold, whatever, it's a big boat. It fits 200 people, so it'll be a good time tonight. All right. So as I mentioned in the booklet, we are doing a bunch of frameworks today. So the first session that we'll be going through is going to dive deep into our analytics foundation. So this model that you have here, which is page 3 or 4 at the beginning of the book, the way that we've structured today is, this is called a genius model. At least that's what I'm calling it. But so we have three different rings here. We have our data collection, our analysis, and CRO. For those that don't know, Elevar, when we started 6 years ago, we actually started we would ingest data and automate insights. And then we were told, hey, we don't trust our data, therefore we don't trust your insights. So that set us down the path to doing what we do today. But having that foundation, most all of us in our team, we have deep experience in e-commerce. I have many old colleagues here that I used to work with prior to Elevar. But we realized that collecting data is just one part of the puzzle, one part of the job. We need to extract insights from that data, put those insights into use. So what I mean by that is you collect data, you analyze data, and then you put it in either through conversion optimization, landing page frameworks, testing. Hope's going to be doing some. He picked out a couple, 3 brands that were attending that he's going to do some let's optimize. So someone's going to get a couple free optimization experiment ideas. But we know we've seen it firsthand, the brands that are doing all 3 of these together and doing them well, they win. You can see it just looking at conversion rate, revenue per visitor, just business growth over the years. Again, we have many, many customers here that we've worked with for a long time. Very grateful for that. And thank you again for those that have come so you can share some of your wins. So with that, we are going to start this morning. We will be going through data collection. So we'll be going through our just data integrity, enriching data, our zero and first party data, and then we'll get into some analysis. So the first 2 sessions this morning before our break are going to be deep in the weeds on data. So with that, I want to welcome our first 2 presenters, Stockton and Aaron. You are next up on The Price is Right. Come on up. All right, so while they are coming up here, the way that this is going to work, go and grab a seat. This will be the framework we'll be going through, your data readiness levels. I want to take a minute for you all to quickly scan through this, and just take a mental note of where do you think you stand. Let me pull this up on the screen as well. Where do you think you stand? So you can either circle things that you feel good at, maybe X out things that you think you need help with. Just take a minute, let you go through that. All right, so we may not go through every single box here, but we are going to touch on each one of these levels, and we will leave time for Q&A. So AJ, probably if you are an Elevar customer, you've likely spoken to AJ, the amazing AJ as we call him. So he will be doing a Q&A, so he'll be going around with a microphone towards the end. All right, so Stockton, Aaron, can you guys just give a quick intro, and then we'll jump right into it.
Sure, yeah. Hi, my name is Erin McWee. I'm the Director of Digital Product at Big Blanket Co., and I have been working in analytics and conversion rate optimization for about 10 years now, or just over 10 years, with a focus on e-commerce.
Nice to meet everyone. I'm Stockton. I'm the Director of Strategy at Vision Labs. So, fun little side fact, we rebranded like last week. So
we had to change the deck this morning. Thanks.
Okay,
Stockton.
did it get changed? Nice. So yeah, Vision Labs, we're a data agency. So what we do is bolt on to existing companies and just kind of become their internal data team. So helping them activate their data by aligning their strategies all the way from data collection through to the visualization, and then working with them to iterate on that and help them know what's working, what's not, based on what they're actually trying to do. So that's me.
I've known both for quite a long time. Two experts here. I think I introed Erin to Stockton last night. Erin's full stack. She's now learned SQL. She's gotten into BigQuery. So you have two experts up here. All right, so let's start at the bottom here with getting the basics right, level 1. Oh, man, I forgot my joke I thought of this morning. It was going to be like, hey, did you guys hear the news? Universal Analytics is back. That didn't happen, and neither did the joke. But here, who's not collecting GA4 data? You may not be using it, but who's not even collecting it? All right, no hands. All right, good. So assuming you are collecting GA4 data, we are building this foundation. So level 1, we really can't, the structure behind this is you can't jump into business intelligence and leveraging automation and that level 7, 8, 9, 10 unless you get these base levels down in place. So let's start with defining key metrics and conversions to track. Erin, could you just talk a little bit about that and how you do that in your business?
Sure, yeah. So I think to start it off is really trying to understand what your business questions are that you're trying to answer. I think there's a lot of things out of, quote unquote, out of the box that you can set up specific to your industry. But in order to really start gleaning some actionable insights, you have to understand or at least have a good grasp of what types of business questions you want to answer. And that can help formulate a plan on what you want to track and the infrastructure you want to build.
Stockton, anything to add to that one?
Yeah, I think like maybe just starting from the ground up, right? If you just install the GA4 Pixel, you're going to be collecting some of the basic stuff out of the box, right? Obviously page view, but then they have their enhanced measurement, which is going to be kind of fun to automatically start tracking like some of the outbound clicks and the form submissions and the video views and those types of things. But then just understanding that like everything is now an event. That was like the big thing of GA4 is everything's an event. So just identifying like, okay, on my website, I need to start tracking these events for the key moments that I want to be able to measure. And so what is it that I need to do in order to track that event? And if you're using Elevar or GTM to do any sort of custom events, then it's just kind of defining what that trigger is, what that moment is, what the behavior is on the website to be able to say like, hey, this is something I want to measure, make it a KPI, turn it into a conversion, you're off to the races. So I think that's kind of what I would say is the start of the data foundation is understanding like, okay, GA4 is there. What else do I need to do with enhanced measurement or all of those pieces to come to your KPIs?
So to use the comparison to Universal Analytics, we'd have goals. So many of you likely had goals set up where you track a product view and add to cart goal, initiate checkout goal, and then you can look at conversion rates for those goals across different channels or campaigns. Now with GA4, if you are using Elevar, you have all those events being sent to GA4, and then it's a matter of defining which ones you want to mark as a conversion. So you can look at that same or similar report as UA, your campaign or source medium level, and looking at percentage of add to cart conversions or percentage of initiate checkout conversions. One more thing on level 1 here with Erin. You and I were chatting last week about this. Like you shared insight on the big thing with UA versus GA4 knowledge.
Yes.
You thought that was a big thing. That was at the bottom. That was like, before you do anything else, you need to make sure what?
You get trained because even if you spend 10 years in UA, jumping into GA4 is not as easy and as seamless as you would hope. So even if you have been around the block with Google Analytics, it's still very important to, get trained, get your certification, dive in and just use the platform because there's a lot of things that you will find that don't work the way that you think they're going to work right off the bat, or things that should align across reports that don't, and it's not necessarily broken. It's just the nuances of GA4 that you have to get used to. So you can't just jump into GA4. You definitely need to get trained. Yeah.
Who here feels like you need training on GA4? Alex, I think your hand went up first. We'll get you taken care of. All right, so putting GA4 to use, we'll get up to level 2. Again, polling the audience here. Who has a solid understanding of the scopes? So in GA4, you have user scope, session scope, event scope. Who has a solid understanding of how those work? All right, we got a couple. So let's start there. So who wants to break down scopes? And I'll leave it there. Take it over.
Stockton?
Sure. Yeah, so I think like in universal analytics, we're somewhat used to what a user scope is and what a session scope is, and then they didn't really have this concept of event level scope. Everything in GA4 is an event, so that's kind of the baseline scope, right? An event meaning like that exact behavior that happened on the website, like clicking a button, scrolling 25%, 50%, all of those different things, page views, those are all events. So inside of those events, they have different identifiers, right? They have like a session ID and a user ID, and those are what are used to create these different scopes. So that kind of like, it was really interesting. My vibe was when they came out with GA4, they were like solving the scope issues, but then by having everything be an event level, they almost introduced their own scope issues that they've had to now since kind of resolve. But yeah, there's different scopes in GA4, which gets a little bit confusing depending on which reports you're viewing. And if you're looking at user scope stuff, trying to answer the questions of, okay, is this the first time the user was seen, or are they just active during this time period? When we're looking at sources and mediums, is this the session source the user came from during this session, or is it from 6 months ago, even though I'm looking at this time frame? So there is quite a bit of nuance into understanding some of the default reports, but if you're getting training, definitely get some training on scope because depending on which report you're looking in, you understand what the scope is.
I think that's such a good point, and probably one of the biggest pain points of when you go into the Explorer reports and you start adding dimensions and metrics and you're like, why isn't my data here? And then you end up chatting with the support team in Elevar, and it's just because you've added the wrong metrics to the wrong dimensions.
Yeah, GA4, that is the one gotcha. You could combine different metrics and dimensions, and you'll see some data. You might think, oh, it's working, but the data is inaccurate, versus just being 0 if you mix and match the wrong scopes. So hopefully they'll add some tips inside GA4, the UI at least. So for those that are working in there, have some, I don't know, that immediate like slapping in the face, like, hey, these scopes or these metrics and dimensions don't work together. How about a quick tip? So session-based dimensions, if you are creating a report, they always begin with session, correct? User always begins with user.
Got it.
Event always begins with nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
So if you just remember that, user scopes start with user dimensions start with user, session starts with session, and if you just see source medium, which universal analytics, we all looked at that. Source medium, just that dimension in GA4 is an event scope. So to add a little bit of color, one of you in here, I remember looking at your specific user session event data. I won't name names, but we were looking at, okay, how does that attribution percentage adjust down? So if you look at level or percentage of orders that have attribution in your user scope dimension, it was like 10%. Then you go to session scope dimension, and it was like 50%. And then you go event scope dimension, and it got to 80%. So you will see that spread of your percentage of not set, direct none will vary quite a bit between user, session, and event scopes. All right, I think in level 2 here, maybe talk through the executive dashboard. Aaron, I thought the way that you and your team handle that at Big Blanket is pretty amazing. I know many here could put that to use themselves. So what's your Monday look like?
Yeah, our Monday mornings are full of reports. So we go and look back the past week. We also do monthly reporting, but every Monday we have weekly reporting. So we're taking a look at week over week data of our big 4 metrics, conversion rate, revenue, AOV, and UPT, and seeing how our promotions or any changes we made on the site might be impacting those. And there's always something that we need to look into a little bit more, but we deep dive into that, and then that helps us learn what our cause and effect is. So when we have, when we're making changes or planning for changes on the website or in our marketing, we are starting to learn by doing this every week what we can expect to see. And of course, it's not perfect, but the more you become familiar with it, the more you can kind of anticipate what's going to happen. So our Mondays are a lot about looking back and trying to understand what happened as a result of what we did the prior week.
We're going to skip up a level just to tie this topic together. Can you share how many experiments are you running at any given time?
A lot, and not as many as we'd like. So we're running about 10 a month right now, and I think right now we have about 7 running, with a couple of variations on a few of those. So we test as much as we can, and want to increase the velocity of our testing as well. Everything from new navigation. So if you go to our navigation right now, a third of you will see something else because we have an ABC test, to shipping rates and free shipping, to all new filters on collection pages. So we try to test as much as we can, and tie all that back to our data in Google Analytics and then BigQuery as well.
All right, so another raise of hands here. Who else is testing on a regular basis? Who's testing your site on a regular basis? Okay, who is taking your test results and then implementing those features into the site full time? So taking your winners. Okay, now I'm not going to do like keep your hands raised, but now when you roll those features into the site full time, who is looking at, okay, that new feature has now been live to 100% of traffic for a week, 2 weeks. Who's looking at their data overlaid on top of those feature rollouts? So do you think that is something that is an easy fix or adjustment for anyone to make, where it's almost like an annotation where if you had a bundle builder that you were A/B testing and that ended up being a big winner, you rolled that out, then what would be the metrics that you'd look at if it was a significant change on a product page? How would you do that? Hey, now it's full time. Is it really lifting conversion rate or RPV, or is it actually was the A/B test, the results were inaccurate? So maybe talk a little about that and how people can take away and put into their business.
Yeah, so I think in order to feel confident in your A/B test results, you should be running everything to stat-sig. That's step one. But in order to monitor that after the fact, you can always do the pre-post analysis, which is not super scientific because you have 100 different variables that can cause changes pre and post a deployment. We also like to look at the cohorts of users that were in the test and how they pan out once that change is deployed. So we kind of keep track of those users for a longer period of time to make sure we're not seeing any like downstream negative impact from perhaps a like short-term gain on the test. But we use a couple of different ways to just make sure that after it's deployed, we don't see a steep decline or a big shift from what we expect, and then we keep an eye on the users that were in the initial cohort. And then we also, let's see, I guess those are the main ones, yeah.
It's not obvious now. Grab Erin when she's during the breaks and pick her brain. She's got a lot to share. I love what they're doing and how I just picture a 3D where they have all their site changes and their experiments overlaid on top of their data and being able to see what's changing. All right, so let's move up a level as we start getting into more of the like BigQuery world and automation. Before we get into BigQuery world, which we're going to get into a lot of reporting in our next session, what needs to happen first? So I think every question I was asking you last week when we were prepping for this, you're asking me questions back. I think there's something you wanted to share about questions when it comes to data analysis, Stockton.
Oh yeah, so I guess like to lead in with the BigQuery piece, like first of all, if you haven't linked to BigQuery, go ahead and do that. It's not retro, right? So as soon as you link it, it starts moving the data. But then the question is around like, you have all of this data, right? So it comes down to asking like the right questions from your data, right? If you really want to activate your data, if you really want to get the insights, it's about the question you go in with to ask, right? And usually some of the best questions, you'll find is questions related to what you're actually trying to do. It's like, wow, crowd goes well, crazy insight. But if you're asking all these questions like that maybe not be related to something you're actively working on, not move the needle. So some of the best questions are going to be around like your campaign performance, and then we call these the buy questions, right? So if you want to know like revenue, right, then by what, right? By channel, by campaign, by source medium, by device, right? And so that's where you start coming down into like a little bit more of a deeper analysis where you're like, okay, we had this feature, right? We're doing a new homepage split test. What was the performance of that by these different dimensions? And so just going in with like knowing kind of what questions you want to ask related to a specific thing will help you get more insight out of it instead of trying to figure out what the cohort of people that's on their third thing that, I don't know, it can get pretty crazy.
Yeah. I can share something that we've learned, I've seen just in a lot of communication with our own customers is some hesitation on connecting BigQuery just because the word BigQuery can sound scary. It can sound really technical. It's a configuration in your property settings. You just toggle it on. It's essentially free. It just writes to your BigQuery instance. Again, that sounds scary, but it really is simple. Anyone non-technical can do it. There are some hidden benefits to it. So if you really enjoy your data and you want to keep it more than 14 months, that is also another benefit because GA4 does have that 14-month expiration. So it's essentially acts as a backup. So for many that might have been scrambling through the UA GA4 transition and trying to back up some of your UA data, look at it this way. We're just going to back it up. And then the buy questions, just to put a bow on that, I think that's another hesitation that I see in some of, hey, we don't need BigQuery yet because we don't really know how to use GA4. And I try to reframe the question a little bit of, don't think about the technical aspect of setting up BigQuery. And don't put a ceiling, like don't limit your own ceiling of questions that you think you can get out of your data based on what you know about universal analytics, because the potential is so much stronger with whether you're just using BigQuery and GA4 or you're blending data, which we'll be talking with Faye and John here in a couple of minutes. But they come up with any questions you want, more than likely you can answer them today.
And the BigQuery piece helps solve the problems where GA4 falls short. So if you're on headless, some of the problems around including host name or like having an accurate landing page that doesn't have the query parameters. And like there's all these nuances that BigQuery solves. And so Google's kind of forcing everyone into the Google Cloud Platform suite, is exciting and pretty cool. But yeah, don't hesitate in thinking that you have to do this reverse ETL data pipeline. It's just BigQuery. It's a spreadsheet.
Don't scare everyone away. It's
a spreadsheet. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
All right, let's get into item level analysis. Aaron, I'm going to tee this one up for you. So for brands that have, I don't know, what would be, actually, it doesn't even matter. Item level analysis, take it over because I thought what you are doing is something that I don't see many brands doing yet with GA4, not because they're not smart enough, it's just because of the transition from GA4 is complex and many are just trying to get their footing underneath them.
Sure. So we look at our conversion rate through our entire funnel as a whole, right? So add to cart rate, checkout completion, overall conversion rate, pretty standard, but we also break it down by product, which is very telling. So we do it based off of the item itself, but then also users exposed to that item. So we can look at it two different ways to see how, when we push more people to be exposed to a certain product, does that impact that product's conversion rate alone, or do we see a change in our other products as well? And how does that impact things like AOV, if it's a cheaper product or more expensive product, all those things. So we break down our funnel on the item level, in addition to looking at it as a whole.
And to do that, you aren't doing anything crazy complex. You are ensuring you have your enhanced ecom data with GA4, and then you are blending with Shopify, correct?
Yes, so we also, all the data from GA4, we do push into BigQuery, and then we blend with our Shopify data off of our order ID. There's a couple other IDs that we could have chosen to use, but we chose order ID because that was also consistent with all of our marketing platforms. So we aren't quite there, but that is on the roadmap to tie all that data in as well. So then we have this cohesive suite of purchasers and then we can see their customer behavior.
I didn't pay her to set that up, but did you see how she was describing the levels? So she was going through the levels, they're at their item level analysis, and you mentioned you want to start layering in some of your marketing platform data, which you're not doing now, but she has the foundation level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then getting into more of that, 8, 9, 10, which you really get into that deep data blending. Anything else with edge cases, with item levels, anything else that either of you have seen when it comes to product analysis?
I think the only thing is when you're setting it up, if you have products with a lot of variants, you just kind of have to plan for that a little bit ahead of time, because that can get a little bit messy depending on like when you trigger views and add to carts and those types of events. So a little bit of forethought is definitely needed in order to make your life a little bit easier on the back end.
Last little nugget on that, I'd say, is also item is like another scope. So you kind of, sometimes you can't blend item metrics on other dimensions that you want to see inside of GA4 exploration reports and things like that. So there's some creative workarounds, but it's another kind of scope issue.
All right, I already asked who's doing A/B testing, but I didn't ask who is analyzing their experiments in GA4 or blended with GA4 data. So if you're using any of the tools out there today, which we have a session that will go through those later this afternoon, who is pulling that data in the GA4 and doing the analysis inside of GA4? No judging, no judges here. All right, Adrian, couple, okay. Dylan, the CRO, of course you are. You'll share some insights there. So how about analyzing experimentation data inside of GA4? What's changed when you look at UA, which there are various ways to do it through dimensions and events. How has that changed in GA4?
Yeah, so I guess it really depends. There's some, it depends on the platform, but the platform we use to test all of our data is pushed into audiences. So we're able to look at the users and create audiences based off of what tests they were exposed to and then what variation they were exposed to as well. This gives us a much broader range of metrics that we can analyze in an A/B test. So, where you're setting up your A/B test, you might set up maybe 5 or 6 metrics, maybe less, but then you always have a question after the fact of how did this impact this or that, and you're like, well, I didn't really account for that. But with Google Analytics, you have access to a lot of those things retroactively. So if you can build the audience based off the test, then you can answer a lot more of those questions that you didn't see coming when you initially set it up.
You're just building an audience inside of GA4?
Yes, yep.
Any tips or tricks or gotchas to share?
I think the first one would be definitely do an AA test at the beginning and then make sure that you have these audiences set up. There's been a couple of times where, after the fact, we've looked and said, why are users bucketed into all of the variations in our test? And then it's like, well, now we have to go figure out what the problem is there. So don't skip the maybe boring initial steps of conversion rate optimization.
Yeah, data integrity. All right, so as we transition here into blending business data, customer retention data, can you two just talk a little about what are some of the easier reports to set up? So let's assume that we're blending some of our Google Analytics data with Shopify data, maybe a few other data sources, but how does that get into some of, I would say, more of the marketing or retention reports?
Sure. Yeah, so I think Google is now forcing everyone to use BigQuery, right? So BigQuery is kind of this, we use it as a data warehouse of choice, and so our kind of goal is get everything into BigQuery, whatever that means, right? So if you're pulling in your Shopify data, get it into BigQuery. Facebook, Google Ads, all of your different channel data, get it into BigQuery, because once it's there, you're doing your VLOOKUPs and blending the data that way. So there's some probably some really cool reports that you can do with even just your front-end marketing data and then like your Shopify data, right? Skipping kind of the steps in between to give you more of that executive summary type style. There's the MER report, which is pretty popular, where you're taking all of your spend across all of your channels. You can build a nice page around that, so the executives or whoever it is can go to one central place to see all of the different channels, but then blend that with your Shopify data to come up with different calculations, metrics, ratios based off of just what happened and from a spend perspective and from the actual results in your bank account type perspective, and blending that. From there, obviously the sky's the limit. So it's in BigQuery. You can do backflips if you want and see conversion rates breaking down by ad ID and how that actually flows into Shopify.
Aaron, oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think that one of the unexpected things that we encountered was by pushing all that data into BigQuery, we're actually able to look at some of the apps that we were using to do these analysis of customer retention and found that they were redundant because we could basically recreate them ourselves. So it had that, kind of, nice other part to the equation there that we weren't anticipating, that we could get rid of some of the apps that we were using as well.
Maybe just share a couple of the retention reports that you were able to pull.
Yeah, so because our data is blended with Shopify data and we can look back at customer data because of that, we're able to see, this customer purchased 3 times and our, kind of like the product that everyone buys, their first purchase is this, and the second purchase usually is gonna be this product, so you're able to really understand like how the customer journey progresses through each order they make.
As we wrap up, and the next session we'll be getting a little bit deeper into levels 9 and 10, which is more than business intelligence. I'm going to save about a minute for Q&A, but there is a timer down there. I got my eyes on it over the death trap. Any last tips on just general data readiness? Anything that you would advise people that they can walk away with today?
Don't skip the training. It's the boring part, but it's so necessary. It's so necessary for GA4.
What did you use to train? To teach yourself?
I don't think there was like one specific tool. I think I just used all of the internet, tell you the truth. It feels like, I could probably come up with some good resources, but I have to think about it.
Nice. Anything?
I would agree. As you're learning about this new tool and the different data model and everything, you have to learn, like we talked a little bit about scope, right? That's a huge one, and just understanding what's happening in J4, and then just make sure that you have everything set up so you're not having a 2-month retention span and just those type of things.
Who's dreading the real-time reporting in GA4? Nobody? No one's dreading the lack of only AJ? Well, you have a GA4realtime.com. You bought the domain for, $1 million from Google. So I think you have a free Data Studio template that people can plug in and recreate a real-time report with your BigQuery data. So it is literally GA4realtime.com. All right, does anybody have any questions while we wrap up and move on to our next session? Alex, AJ, do you got the mic? Yeah.
Thank you guys very much for this. It was super helpful. This is more of a request. I think Brad just asked if you had any sources that you did training on. If you guys think of any of those, if you could share them out.
Yeah.
Last night I was trying to use GA4 for the simplest thing. And I got so frustrated. I spent like 2 hours in there, and it was really apparent that I have no idea how to use it. So
Definitely.
What were you looking for?
I don't even want to say. It was so simple.
It was like sessions. Yeah.
All right, training. We gotta make a note. Anybody else? Adrian. I promise I don't know everyone by first name. I'll try by the end of the day.
I'm wondering, if you're running so many experiments at the same time, how are you making sure they're not influencing each other? And one is.
So you definitely have to be cognizant of which swim lanes and parts of the site that you are experimenting on at one time. So we do not run experiments, like we would not run 2 homepage tests at the same time. But what we do is we do have like a navigation test. We might have a shipping test in lower funnel, a landing page test that's being driven to by ads, So we make sure that we do stagger our tests within swim lanes. And then we do have the understanding that there will be some overlap, and that might decrease like the power of your test a little bit, but we take that, as a little bit of a risk in order to gain velocity, and we find that that is more valuable.
I will do one more, Dylan. Wait, AJ, can you, just so everyone's gonna hear the question.
What do you find is the balance between sacrificing data integrity, like getting data distortion, and velocity of tests?
Yeah, so To tell you the truth, it's not super scientific right now. We do not have like a hard number or anything like that. We do primarily go off of the splitting of the swim lanes. We are refining our process internally, so I hope to get to a point, put some more structure around that. But right now, we are still trying to build that velocity, build the culture of experimentation, and I think with some guardrails like the swim lanes, it really helps us, gain the value quickly without getting too complicated right off the bat.
By swim lanes, you mean like excluding from other tests?
No, so we do not do, we almost never do mutual exclusion. Sorry, we have used some of them in the past. But what swim lanes, I mean like homepage, category pages, PDPs, cart. So just page types. That's how we would block our swim lane, so to speak.
Awesome. For any additional data questions, if you are interested in just understanding the possibilities, Audacity, sponsor here, grab Matt, Ryan, grab them, talk with them. Obviously, Aaron Stockton will be here all day, so if you want to go deeper on this topic. And with that, we are going to go deeper into the BI side of things with John and Faye. Will be coming up here in a second. But Aaron Stockton, thanks. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Good job. Hopefully no one, I tried to give her a fist bump and I missed. All right, so the continuation. So how does everyone feel about your readiness after going through that? Let's say, who feels like they're less than 5? So you're in that 1 to 5 territory of your data readiness. All right, who feels like they're greater than 5? So you're level 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. So this session, we are going to take this a little bit deeper into the world of zero-party data, first-party data, data blending, building dashboarding. We are actually going to share some pretty cool reporting that we were able to build with Elevar data. So you can see the potential that you'll have coming up here. So they are all getting mic'd up. So we'll have Faye from Source Medium, John, who listens to our podcast, by the way, the Conversion Tracking Playbook podcast. All right, you are the only 2 listeners still. Thank you, Adrian, for continuing to support. I think we're on, no one's giving me crap yet because I missed the last week or 2 prepping for this, but we're on episode 87. So the Conversion Tracking Playbook, John he's a co-host, he's on there half the time. And we just talk about, for those that do listen to it, we just talk about what's going on today. So naturally, the next couple of episodes we'll be getting into what we're seeing with iOS 17, that's out. But anyways, I'm just buying time here, waiting for them to get mic'd up, to be honest with you. I won't dance. All right, so anyways, John will be up here, and then Matt. Where's Matt? Matt's getting mic'd up as well. Okay. Who's doing post-purchase surveys? All right, what is the most interesting question that isn't the how did you hear about us? What's the most interesting question that you've asked and provided an insight that you were not anticipating? All right, Dylan, I'm glad I paid you that $20 to always ask a question. All right. Question, so his post-purchase question, what made you inspired to buy? And what were the results that were unexpected?
Like
Yeah.
on that.
I'm glad we got those last 2 words. So just open-ended questions. I think that, so even with Elevar, we've had the how did you hear about us and our sign-up flow for 3 years. So it's similar, but it's interesting just hearing how people do hear about us. So I think that's what Dylan is getting to. I'll share a story. I think I've shared this a couple times. So when Matt was on an early episode of the podcast, he shared an example of, I'm probably going to butcher, I'm definitely not going to try to name the brand, so I really don't butcher it since we are live streaming. But it was looking at what are you using this product for? And all of their ad creative was dirt bikes. Matt, shake your head if I'm going to get into the story right. So all their ad creative was dirt bikes, and then they're asking the post-purchase question was, what are you using this product for? And I don't know, 80, 90% of the answers were their ATVs or four-wheelers. They had like, holy cow, we're advertising dirt bikes, but they're using it for these other, for ATVs. They just switched their ad creative, and then you can guess the results that happen there. So there's a lot of different ways to use questions outside of just how did you hear about us? Yeah, you can come on up. I'm running out of stories here to buy time. All right, so
we need that chair.
yeah, I'll move it. That can be mine. You guys can just get it. All right, so we are going to. I'm going to give you the clicker when I'm done. Do a quick intro. The analytics stack ladder, we're going to go through again as a framework just to set the stage, and then Faye will be going through a presentation. So before we do that, let's do just a quick intro. Faye, we'll start with you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Faye. I'm the founder of Source Medium. So what we do is we provide out-of-the-box data infrastructure for ambitious brands. I actually have a whole slide about that. I'm not going to go.
All right, we'll skip it. I'm already behind.
Yeah, but I used to sell mattresses back in the days. So so a lot of learnings from growing a mattress brand. So if anybody want to talk about that, I'll be around.
Matt?
I'm Matt. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Fairing. As Brad mentioned, we're a post-purchase survey solution. We help brands solve attribution, personalization, customer research, CRO with direct from consumer data.
And I'm John Cairo, the solutions engineer at Elevar.
And the podcast co-host.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to start analytics stack ladder here. So the way we structured this is just going through examples of, okay, what are all the different types of data that we can collect? Obviously, everyone is different in what you need, but building up can get us to, okay, what's your data warehouse look like? Where are the different data sources coming from? So I'll do the first one. So just looking at just your basic plugins. So this isn't an Elevar or any company pitch up here, but just obviously make sure you're collecting the basics. So your Google Analytics data, your Facebook data, your Google Ads data. For context, we'll get questions, hey, should we, if we're not using GA4, should we still even have GA4 running and collecting GA4 data? My view on this is yes, it's a pipeline to Google Ads, so it'd almost be like we're going to turn off the Facebook pixel, but what if you want to turn advertising back on in 6 months for Facebook? If you disabled it, then you're starting at an audience of 0. So that's what we mean by just the basic plugin. So you can fill this out on the right. You can write down what you're using. The second level is obviously when we get into Elevar, and this is continuing at least what we see in our world, and we have different ways of just again analyzing anonymous data. So who's coming back to your site that appears to be anonymous to trackers, but we should be able to recognize them. And that's where the session enrichment product that we released earlier in Q1 this year, where our job is to ensure that we are doing everything that we can to recognize that user so we can enrich that data and send it to whether it's GA, Facebook, Google Ads, Attentive, SendLane, Klaviyo, whoever it might be, anyone. So that's a big part of what we look at as enriching your first-party data. The second part of that onion is once you have that, it doesn't necessarily, it's not owned by Elevar per se. That's where the conversation we just had with BigQuery and if you just toggle that on in GA4 and you just start piping all of that data into your own data warehouse, then it's there to do whatever you want to do. We have a pub sub integration that we have been testing out, which again is just basically a stream that you can get everything that we have running, and then you can do all of that data blending analysis and hand it off to your data team. So that's the enriched first-party data. I think we have someone here that can talk about zero-party data.
Yeah, so zero-party data is, hopefully most people here know now, it's just survey data. So it was rebranded a bit by Forrester about 2-3 years ago. Kind of how we view the world with Fairing is we're trying to take survey data that's always been put into the research corner, quarterly reports, maybe you're paying an outside firm to do survey research, into more of the operational kind of marketing tech stack corner. So zero-party data helps refine that and is a better definition, I think, for the industry than just like survey data. But it's pretty much how do you loop in what we call direct from consumer data, structured data into your existing MarTech stack to help you make better decisions and kind of understand the landscape a bit better. So The example that Brad alluded to and tried to avoid was the attribution. How did you hear about us? We're powering about 1 million of those questions a day at this point, and that's going into tools like Source Medium, TikTok now, Meta soon, and like all of these other platforms to provide better signal directly from customers. So the one point to get across with zero-party data is just like, how do you use it to enrich and make better decisions across your whole business? And don't think of it as something that kind of is done quarterly by an insights team.
Next up, so Dylan will be up here in a bit from Heat Map, but for this layer, it's getting into that behavior tracking, qualitative data. That is something that's near and dear to my heart. That was when we, going back to the Elevar story, when we used to ingest data, that was our secret sauce 4 or 5 years ago, was we didn't just rely on page view data. It was doing that intimate tracking of what are people doing on site, tying that to conversion rate, so we can actually tie clicks to conversion rate. That's still, to me, if you are not doing that, whether it's through heat mapping tools, event tracking for sure, but that way you can get more of the granular conversion rate data. So we're just not looking at 100 people clicking, this item on main navigation, that might be a 0% conversion rate. But if you know it's a 5% conversion rate versus a category item on the right side is 2%, you can make different decisions there. So that's as we are starting to ladder up here into the analytics stack. And that data, again, as Faye will go into here in a minute, the more that you're just tracking this, it allows more of the automation that is becoming just readily available for everybody, where it's not going to rely on a human to go through and look at and do those comparisons and pick out cohorts based on event tracking. Just track it and let the machines do their work and surface those insights for you, because that's not an if, it's a when. That's an everyday thing for us. Next up on the ladder, marketing and ops data. Anyone want to take that? Faye, maybe I'll let you touch on maybe that, and then the omni-channel data as well.
Yeah, I mean, marketing and ops data has been a big focus, because if you don't have inventory, that actually hinders your marketing efforts, right? If you're out of stock, you can't put budgets towards certain landing pages, right? And, inventory has become especially important, especially with Amazon. If you run out of stock, that's actually quite punitive from their side in terms of rankings. So being able to connect those two data sources together and, have a holistic way of understanding inventory forecasting on top of your actual growth goals, definitely being one of the big topics for us.
Now let's talk about Amazon, Walmart, retail.
Yeah.
What is that? That's outside of my world. I know Ron from Obvi. We were at dinner last week. You were sharing some learning lessons, as you guys are in every Walmart now. How many thousands? 4,200. Yeah, clap it up. So yeah, grab Ron and Ash if you want some learning lessons, as they've been, how many months now? 6. How many months have you been in Walmart? 3 months? Okay. Is Will from Biome here? We were chatting last night. I think he's about to go into Target. Anyways, sorry. Just trying to make sure we're lively here. People aren't falling asleep.
Yeah, we do quite a bit of Amazon data. I mean, it's tricky. One of the reasons people come to us for is because we kind of normalize that to, essentially the same taxonomy that you are able to understand your Shopify data. We're beginning to see a lot of Walmart.com, but we're also seeing, quite a bit of ad spend going into driving traffic towards Walmart.com, Target.com, and Walmart physical and Target physical. So that's where a lot of the zero-party data has been coming in is, and then I think on the Amazon advertising side, that's actually been the fastest growing spend source that we've seen. And we're beginning to see people hearing about the brand from Amazon, which has been really interesting. So
you're getting that through the zero-party, through the post-purchase survey?
Yeah. So, you might see Google CPC, but they actually heard about the brand from Amazon, So Amazon brand advertising as a category, as a subcategory, Amazon advertising has been growing very fast as well within that. So really interesting to see that.
And maybe just share the Walmart or Target, other examples, and maybe Matt, you've seen this as well, but because you can do the geofencing, targeting, but it seems like you can extract insights just from the post-purchase data, even if your marketing geofencing tests are inconclusive. So maybe just unpack that a little bit for everybody.
Yeah, seeing the crossover to the kind of owned e-commerce site is like the easiest way is obviously just to ask your customers. I think the thing we've been surprised about looking at our more aggregate data is we work with a few brands who have 10, 20, 30 storefronts that they've opened in the last few years, and that has become their highest source of how did you hear about us for new customers. So they're able to
Through the site. So they
through
hear about them through the store, but they're
yeah,
seeing
it's
the
like
store.
I'm walking down King Street here, I see Faherty, like what's Faherty? I've never heard of this. I go online and I buy. So it's always been somewhat of a billboard, but it's a little bit easier to measure as far as that goes just by looping in customers. So goes into your customer acquisition cost, everything, if you're thinking about how to amortize retail.
Yeah. All right, so the next one, I'm not gonna let you answer this one as we get into the business intelligence. And so John, for those that, again, John on the podcast, we get more compliments about John being on there because he just simplifies everything. I tend to go in the weeds really quickly. So John, I think you do a great job of just simplifying into frameworks. Like cookies, it was a barcode, like you're getting stamped with a barcode. So when you hear the word business intelligence, and John has owned a couple stores, sold a couple brands himself, so he's lived in many of your seats and lived in your world. What does business intelligence mean to you based on the first 40 minutes of today and all of your experience?
I think it's asking questions outside the context of what you can get from something like GA4. So like beyond the confines of that and understanding that, like you've said, something like GA4 is necessary. So there's things in GA4 you'll never be able to do without, I'd say. Something like signals. You can't do what signals gives you. You're not going to be able to build a browser like Chrome and get all that data. But there's a world outside of GA4 that probably is a place you should be asking questions that you just can't answer in GA4. And also, GA4 gives you a certain context to think in that you really don't have to. And I think everyone's sort of, or many people are sort of stuck in that context. So to me, when I think business intelligence, I'm thinking answering questions outside of that context. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hand the clicker over to you. So in the world of automation, we won't turn this into an AI conference, but it's coming. So you can see a couple of examples there. Got the power of the clicker.
Thank you, Brad. Really appreciate it.
Do you want to stand up?
Sure.
All right,
yeah,
I'll
stand up. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to walk through the integration work that we've been exploring together. So excited to share that with everybody here today. So essentially what we do is we provide state-of-the-art data infrastructure for brands. We enable their teams to make quick and confident decisions by providing them with advanced reporting and data activation solutions. Work with some brands, and many of them, we actually share with Elevar, which is how we actually initially started to chat. So I'm glad we already did the primer, but I think I didn't even put third-party data on there. I think that was going to be a little bit too much, but second-party, that's kind of where you could purchase certain data like demographics or creditworthiness data to enrich your profile. But the problem with all of these different parties of data, right, is that they don't inherently talk to each other. So the state of the art as we stand right now is really about piping them all into a data warehouse environment and essentially having a choice in terms of how you want to join them together to get to this kind of holy grail of unified customer profile, right, where you can do things like personalization, advanced segmentation, and eventually syncing that back to your ESPs and advertising platforms in the forms of audiences. So the thing about the first party data is that every brand is continuously generating that basically constantly, right? Just by virtue of anybody visiting your website, you're generating first party data, right? So, I think the thing that I've been trying to tell everybody is, right, that's a strategic asset that you have, which has a lot of value to it. So when we first started chatting with Elevar, we were having a lot of issues with GA4, right? Because we do have this garbage in, garbage out problem. And I just kind of was mind blown by just kind of taking a step back and realizing, well, Elevar is sending the data to GA4, right? So if we can essentially get a hold of this data and figure out what we can do with it that can be really, really interesting for our mutual customers, right? So just quickly walking through the architecture here, which I'm sure most people are already familiar with, right? There's website activities, conversion events that can go obviously beyond the purchase, right? Add to cart, start checkout, et cetera. Very rich attribution information like UTMs, landing page, referrer domains, and also line item information like product and SKUs. And what Elevar does is that it sort of collects, aggregates, reconciles, and enriches that right into a standardized format and sends it off to its various integrations. So, when we got a hold of the data, we were pretty excited to dive in. So what are the different aspects of the Elevar data, right? So it's sort of centered around this concept of events, right? So, and it's related metadata. So things like viewing a key page, adding to cart, remove from cart, et cetera. And then the middle part here is the attribution information, right? Your UTMs, click IDs, ad IDs, and also the various other IDs, right? I mean, I'm counting 4 IDs here that allows us to actually create a full user journey thanks to the work that Elevar does in terms of session enrichment. And then on the right-hand side, anytime Elevar gets exposed to PII and it's able to send that along with the event, right? So that's where you get contact info, addresses, but also IP and user agent, which we can use to deduce device type and browser type. So, I kind of try to create the most simple example here in terms of how these IDs can all sort of work together. Again, this is a happy path, right? They're not converting on Tor browser here. So, if we look at, so let's say this hypothetical customer converted over 3 visits, right? In the first visit, they just looked at a PDP. Second visit, they added to cart. Third visit, they purchased, right? So as you can see, each one of those visits will have a different session ID. But if Elevar is able to essentially figure out that it's the same person, right, it'll assign it the same user ID over time. But then as you can see, the order ID and the customer ID doesn't get generated till the purchase actually happens. But because we have that user ID as the consistent join key, we can actually tie all of the pre-purchase events to the purchase itself, and essentially walk back into all the funnel events that have led to the eventual purchase. So that's as into the weeds as I'm gonna get. But as a brand, like what can I do with that, right? So I'm gonna present just 3 super simple examples that we've prototyped with our, with actually 2 of our shared customers. So one is kind of this notion of a near real-time analysis on key events, right? Near real-time meaning it's not like fresh to the minute or to the second or whatever, but it's probably lagging back like a few hours or a couple hours depending on your setup there. Right, so very commonly, like, oh, our add to cart was down today starting after lunchtime, essentially, compared to a previous period, right? That could be the previous day or same day last week. So, one of the simplest ways to really kind of figure out why certain things are down is just to break it down into different dimensions, right? So in this example, we broke it down by the source medium. So just real quick, the lighter line is actually the comparison period. And that's where you can very quickly visually deduce like, okay, yeah, Google CPC is one of our problem areas. And then of course you can then hone in on that and break it down by things like landing page or products. The second use case here is the funnel conversion rate monitoring, which we've already kind of touched on. So being able to see your various conversion rate from PDP to add to cart, et cetera. But again, the thing here is there's no sampling, right? This is the full data set that is being sent to not only GA4, but also Meta, Klaviyo, Sendling, Attentive, whatever, right? So that is essentially what the brand would be using as the source of truth for all of the data that's being sent. So being able to essentially get value out of that data directly is what we're super excited about. And in this case, we're actually breaking that down by, for example, landing page. which from our preliminary testing, we've been able to essentially increase our landing page coverage to orders by 2x plus by just plugging the Elevar data into our data layer, which is super exciting. The third example here is zero-party attribution enrichment. That's been super, super popular for us. You know, this actually work with Fairing out of the box. So this is where you can begin to actually unpack your source medium, right? So the first thing that Elevar helps us solve is, you know, we were able to have significantly higher UTM coverage. We're looking at about 10 to 15% just out of the box. But then after we kind of reduce some of those direct nuns, the next thing always is, well, how can I sort of go deeper with this, right? So especially Google CPC, which is, you know, something that we're all familiar with. And as you can see here, it unpacks into YouTube here. And that's actually been one of the primary ways that some of our customers have been able to scale YouTube, because you can actually use that as a proxy for how YouTube is performing. So this is actually a older version. So I'm actually not going to look at the left-hand side because that gets a little bit too in the weeds, but it's essentially how we stack the data together. So, you know, previously we had essentially the settled order data from Shopify, right? So that's where we're able to give you like order revenue and discounts and refunds and different sorts of attributes like discount code, zero-party attribution, subscription one time, right? That's going to match with what you see in Shopify. Combine that with your customer profile, but now also adding the Elevar events data on top. And it's really for us about what are the analytical questions you can actually ask as a result of having this data, and really kind of go backwards from there to build your reports, right? So, you know, things like how many days are elapsing between, let's say, the add to cart event and the purchase, right? How many sessions does it take for a purchase to happen, right? You know, how do we, you know, what landing pages are actually important as assisting touch points, right, before that final landing page, the conversion. So all of these are actually now like able to be answered by adding the Elevar data on top of our product. You know, zero-party enrichment, right? So then that's basically about all of the stuff that I just talked about. Now add the zero-party data on top of that, right? So beyond just how did you hear about us, obviously, like, you know, consumer preferences, volunteer demographics data, psychographics data, right? So, you know, some of the questions here that we've been able to answer, for example, right? Do we have different behaviors for customers that heard about us from Amazon or let's say Walmart or retail compared to other segments of our customers, right? You know, if a customer has said that they prefer strawberry flavor, right? Are we able to consistently land those folks on our strawberry landing page, for example, right? So that's where you can actually begin to detect some of the more interesting and nuanced optimization opportunities within your funnel. So, you know, all of this obviously is possible if, you know, again, you start having a data warehouse and manage that yourself. But, you know, if you are on Elevar and Source Medium, I'm sure other partners will be building integrations as well, then that becomes pretty easy. So, you know, starting today, we have beta available for select customers. So on the left here, just a quick, again, architectural overview of kind of how it works with our product. But mostly it's being consumed by either our hosted dashboard or folks are consuming that data directly in their warehouse of choice because we can actually move that data over as well. But in upcoming releases, we're excited about, you know, essentially being able to create the full customer journey from page view to conversion by essentially stitching a lot of those IDs together that I talked about. Even higher UTM match rates by being able to fall back to the add to cart and start checkout UTMs, right? And then adding higher data refresh frequencies because we actually get these Elevar events data in real time. And eventually joining that with performance marketing data for campaign and ad level visibility because you actually also get, for example, Facebook ad ID and Google Click ID and Facebook Click ID. And all of those are joinable with the data that you already have and own.
Hey, do you mind if I just jump in real quick?
Yeah.
Does everyone understand what he means about joining data? So I thought it might be good just to give a general overview for those that may not be as technical as you are. Maybe just give a context, like what does that mean, joining data together?
Yeah, so it's really about finding, an ID, right, in the data that you can sort of make sense of and agree upon, right? That's something that we can join, right? So if there is an ID that's that we know is working a specific way, so in this case, the user ID being the consistent thread, right? We can use that to essentially say, well, this add to cart event doesn't have, let's say, an order ID or a customer ID because an order hasn't happened yet. But we have that user ID, and then we also have the eventual purchase, which also has that same user ID, but now we have the order ID and the customer ID, right? So as a result of that, you can pretty confidently say, yeah, that add to cart led to that purchase. But once you kind of get into, for example, second-party data and things like that, but also with Amazon data and even TikTok shop data, which works similarly to Amazon data, you can only use certain things like maybe address, right, or certain parts of an address to be able to do that. But there's other kind of innovative ways, but that's kind of, you always have to essentially join data together in order to create a richer data set that enables more analytical questions to be answered.
Kind of like a VLOOKUP.
Correct.
In Google Sheets or Excel. Two different order ID in Shopify, order ID in Google Analytics. You want to look at that data together and use that order ID.
Yeah, exactly.
Is anyone doing that with any omni-channel data? Anyone doing address blending across their D2C? Maybe share just a few insights on what some of your customers are doing as they're maybe some of the more advanced blending and keying off of unique data sources.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much an unsolved problem, and this is especially tricky for folks that have a big presence on Amazon, because I think one of the challenges when it comes to brand awareness, right, is let's say I hear about a brand on YouTube. I may start off on Amazon.com or the website or Google.com, right? So then all of a sudden you got, just an Amazon sale that you don't know where it came from. Then you have Google CPC and you have direct none, right? Those becomes kind of your options, right? So really kind of being able to look at what are the, and one of the things with Amazon data is that they're very, very strict about PII. So it's hard to kind of get to a certainty around like, okay, this person looks on 123, Bond Street, right, in New York or whatever. So, we're looking at a combination of things, right, but address, certain parts of the address being one of those things. But there's a lot of interesting solutions coming out, right, with QR codes and things of that nature that you can put into your product or your retail location that allows you to volunteer your PI information to the brand. And then from there, obviously, you can then join them together. But, I'm not seeing that as much in the wild, but that could be one of the things that ends up happening more for sure.
Just one quick example on joining data. One not so obvious thing is if you have, let's say you have a customer who's made a purchase on 2 different devices. If you have their email address, which you will, you can actually see those 2 sessions connected. Whereas in something like GA4, unless you're doing something really special, you would never be able to connect those 2 sessions from that user on 2 different devices. So just to kind of ground this conversation and make like something give some concreteness to it, it's those kinds of things that you just can't accomplish in GA4 unless you're doing a lot of thinking about exactly how you would do that.
Yeah. And then, of course, with GA4, there's challenge around data settlement time and sampling and things of that nature as well, alongside the different scopes that, we discussed as well previously.
I've never heard anyone complain about sampling. I've never seen it. AJ, have you seen anybody writing and asking why there's a delay? He's answering a question right now.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, that was my horrible joke, so I broke up the presentation. So keep.
Oh, okay, no worries. Yeah, happy to take any other questions, you know, from the audience.
Is that it? You're done?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I just have like a, you know, come to sourcemedium.com/Elevar. You know, that's. But you know, I'm excited to essentially offer, you know, for everybody tuning in. You know, all Elevar customers are eligible to receive a free data audit, extended trial, and $100 in gift card if you start the trial with us. So,
John, any?
that's all I got.
Yeah, you got one cheer. So before we open up for Q&A, we give everyone a couple minutes just to think about questions you have for any of these guys, any of the topics we just went through. John, I'm gonna tee you up for the what we were talking about last week. Maybe just talk through some of the questions that you had asked before, just a mad rush up to Faye, like, hey, or the Dacity guys of, hey, look, we need this. What would you advise people before they jump into like, hey, we need this? What are some questions that you might just ask, like, hey, I'm just gonna tee it there because I got nothing. Go.
Well, maybe an indirect way to answer your question is I would suggest that and you're going to hear this over and over today, I think, that you get your hands dirty with the data in BigQuery. It's not more difficult than what many of you are probably doing in spreadsheets. It's actually probably more straightforward, to be honest, but it is a new way of thinking. It's unusual. It's a kind of code, but it's not really. But there's a great tool called Hex, and it allows you to bring this data in really easily from your BigQuery export. So I know this is sounding complicated, but it's actually not. It's pressing a button in GA4.
Will you demo later? Will you demo over lunch? Show people how to do it?
No.
Live demo.
And then what you really need to do is just do some queries and see what's available to you that's not available in GA4, because that's where I think a lot of new questions can start coming up. For example, I was looking at stores data last week, and I was looking at events and how they're related to purchases, and I noticed that remove from carts, oddly enough, are very strongly related to purchases. So something like in this particular data set, 70% of people who would remove from cart made a purchase, which is sort of counterintuitive, right?
Yeah.
But it's not something you would ever know without sorting through some of this data and seeing it outside the context of GA4. So I think the biggest thing to do is you need to see the whole spectrum. And the way to do that is to get your hands dirty. Yeah.
Yeah. Another way is go look at your Slacks, emails, text messages to your team, your agencies, your contractors. Yeah. What questions are you asking them? Why is this product not selling? Why are we down last week? Why? Find those questions. And I think that's what we were chatting through last week of before just diving into the deep end of wiring everything up, and then you find yourself, you have analysis paralysis of, I don't know what questions to ask. Can you just build me a dashboard? Let's find those questions, because those questions will naturally lead into building reporting that is valuable to you that you can use. So with Q4 here, you might be able to anticipate some of those questions that you may be asking of, why is Friday down compared to last year? Is it because sales were pulled back? Or what to anticipate Monday? Forecasting, I think you can start getting into forecasting. So those are the questions as we keep even the second session and just talking about questions, just find the right questions and you'll get the right answers. All right, we have about 5 minutes for Q&A. Who has questions on anything that we just talked through?
I'm gonna say one thing about BigQuery too. With ChatGPT and like the resources, if you just dump the data into BigQuery and you're trying to explore it, querying it, like there's some pretty intense like SQL to query it. It's all fairly readable, but if you're having trouble, like just use ChatGPT and it can write the whole query for you. Like
what's an example? Like what's the prompt that you'd give ChatGPT?
You can literally grab a query from all these like blogs and whatnot about querying GA4, and if you're trying to augment it, you could just put the actual query into ChatGPT, tell it how you want to augment it, and it'll spit it out. It's kind of like it's a little sad as far as the art of writing beautiful code in SQL is going away. But at least we're a B2B SaaS. So we don't use GA4, we use GA4 to BigQuery that dumps into Metabase, which is kind of our source of truth. So we track like channels and everything's categorized, especially for the Shopify App Store. And we've done all of that. It took me like an hour and a half to set up. It probably would have taken like 8 hours of writing everything from scratch just by using ChatGPT and being lazy. So
Guilty.
really
Guilty.
good. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it'll also help you. We spoke about joining, and we think a lot about joining at Fairing. Like we actually have an order ID dependency right now across our platform. So we can't ask one of your customers or even an email address a question unless we have an order ID, because we want to be able to join that to customer data. So thinking about joining data, jumping into BigQuery will help you understand, okay, I have Klaviyo here, I have Source Medium, Elevar, et cetera. How do I think about all of my tools in a more aggregate level? And to John's point, exploring BigQuery is like one of the easiest ways to get started. I learned SQL like 5 years ago after being a merchant for like 8 years, and I am one of the biggest fanboys after exporting to Excel and then pivoting and VLOOKUPing. So definitely advise everyone to get started.
I do have one prompt that I've done that seems to work is you export a portion of the data, but all the columns, load it into advanced analysis. I think it's called code interpreter. And essentially just say, hey, given this CSV, I have this analytical question. Can you give me the SQL? And then it becomes a process of refining your analytical question, which actually turns out to be pretty useful skill to work with, data people in general. And it's a great way to kind of like explore and essentially learn from the AI and working with the AI. So
We were gonna, Vishal on our team, some of you may know Vishal, he was sharing a tool that was automated. I actually don't know the name off the top of my head, but we were gonna try to live stream him in and him showing how to, again, use AI to start answering some of these questions, but we didn't make it work. So Vishal, if you're listening, we'll do a webinar or something. All right, questions? Who has any? AJ right here. What's your name? Jackie. All right.
This might be less of a question and more of a cry for help, but you talked a bit about inventory. Inventory forecasting at our company right now is a pretty manual process. Any recommendations or softwares or any sort of thing that could help speed up the process and save a little bit of time for the team?
Yeah, I think one of the things when we kind of get into that problem with our customers is really first of all, like we don't have all the inventory data, so I think if that's sort of already solved, let's say you have your inventory synced to Shopify pretty well, and you're happy with that. And ChatGPT is actually a great starting point, to be honest, right? Really kind of exporting that out and say, hey, given our 12 months of inventory data, can you give me a forecasting model? That'll help me forecast what, on a SKU basis where I'm going to be, next 30 days or 90 days and what have you. But I think one of the things that is important to make sure to add in there from a correlational analysis perspective is, the traffic that you're driving to these PDPs and the marketing spend that's actually happening and impressions that's actually happening, because those are very much linked together, right? If you stop driving traffic there, sales for that SKU will go down and you won't have an inventory problem all of a sudden, right? So making sure you're kind of connecting the demand side with the supply side, and making sure that that's all sort of fully contextualized. Then the actual analysis part becomes easier just because we have these tools available to us now, and we didn't before, and most people honestly just did it with like very simple Excel models in the past.
Sounds like Jackie might be beelining to after.
Yeah.
I think someone else had a question. Yeah, go for it.
Hey, this is a question for Matt. So I'd love to get your take on.
Yeah, I don't think that mic is.
Good? All right.
Yeah.
This is a question for Matt. So wanted to get your take on where a post-purchase survey can kind of fit into, especially a larger merchant's kind of existing post-purchase efforts where they might already have email, SMS campaigns set up. We've gotten pushback from large merchants that somehow think it might undermine like their existing efforts. So would love your perspective on that.
Sorry, can you repeat the question a little bit? That I can't hear you as well.
Oh, sorry. So where do you see a post-purchase survey tool like Faring sitting for a larger merchant in their existing tech stack, where they oftentimes already have existing post-purchase email and SMS flows set up, and they sometimes might feel like a post-purchase survey tool that is immediately after that purchase on, say, like the checkout page is going to undermine their existing efforts. We've heard that. Don't know if it's based in any reality, but would love your perspective on that.
Yeah, as far as how to prioritize those things, I think the one thing to note on that order confirmation page, like our average completion rate on our survey is like high 40s, like 48% right now. So what we urge everyone to think about survey data is more so like think of it like GA data, like GA4 data, for example, something that you would never turn off. You're never going to turn off GA4 for a week or turn off your meta pixel for a week, because that data is already kind of helping inform decisions across your whole marketing stack. So as far as getting over, like with sending emails and SMS, if someone's trying to send surveys via email and SMS, you're going to get a 5 to 8% opt-in through there. So you're not going to capture enough data to really extrapolate with a high confidence interval. So as far as how we like do selling with our product, it's usually finding a specific problem, and whether it's around attribution with, hey, YouTube podcasts maybe is a really easy layup, where something might not seem like it's working, and then you start asking customers and it's very clear it is. So as far as getting over that conversation with merchants, I would probably not push like our whole suite of solutions and focus on something very particular that zero-party data can then help solve, and then start checking boxes. It's like, okay, you mentioned email and SMS. It's like pipe that zero-party data into Klaviyo. And the example Brad gave before, there's hundreds of those examples.
Or SendLane.
Or SendLane, sorry. Pipe that data into SendLane, and now you have this beautiful data point to start segmentation. So segmentation in email is always a pain. It's what people purchased, maybe what pages they visited. And now if you're asking a simple question like, how would you describe yourself? You have this beautiful persona data point to then go send more targeted emails and increase ROI on that channel. So that's how I would structure as far as approaching that problem with those merchants.
Alrighty, so that wraps up the first two sessions for this morning. Just to give a little, give these guys a round of applause. Thank you. So we're going to go on about a 15-20 minute break. I have our model up here. So we went through data collection this morning. After the break, there's going to be some energy on the stage. We are going to get into the world of CRO. So go take a break, grab whatever you need, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Good, good. How are you?
Good. I was wondering, so that it's not as scary for everybody, we could do a live demo, like what a BigQuery.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
ChatGPT.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to? Yeah. Do you want to do the ChatGPT demo? No. No. Okay. Yeah. 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 Okay. We'll do that. Yeah. Hey, Adrian. Get up, myself. I use every bone in my body. Keep on holding on to your trust. I know you don't want nothing to do with me, but just one more time, let's make love. One more time, it ain't much. Fuck on all, let's be us. Summer soft sweetness. Call late drunk, you hang up. What a mess I made of. Sense I make none. It's complicated, keeping me up late. Can't concentrate, you're always on my brain. If you love me, why the fuck you come with pain? I just think that's some bullshit. Okay, it seemed inviting. Trust me, she's a titan. This week she like them. Next week they fighting. Need protection, all your dress is bulletproof. You safe with me, girl. I can't keep on losing you. Where the hell you going? Where you taking this trip to? Wait. Don't think to. I can't keep on losing you. Where the hell you going? Wait. Where the hell you going? I can't keep on losing you. Over complications. Gone too soon. Wait, we was just hanging. I can't seem to hold on to. Dang, the people that know me best, the key that I won't forget. Too soon, I can't keep on losing. Can't keep losing you. 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 Can't
losing you. Can't keep 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 losing you. dumbass kids running around. So you forgot to pay off. Some of you slide. Some of you realize. Somebody put out a business. You're so successful. Look at you. Success. You got enemies. I'm blue, and it's true. It's true.
clap your hands if you can hear me. 2 claps if you can hear me. All right, that was not enough claps. We'll do it one more time. Shane, come on, you got those guns. 2 claps. No, 2, just 2 claps. All right. Promise there'll be more time to network here. I'm already behind. Sorry, Rochelle. All right. As I mentioned, we are transitioning into CRO. So we're going to have 2 sessions, and then we'll get into lunch. Just a quick check. Lunch is downstairs. So there's a bunch of tables, food, drinks, everything. Meet with the sponsors that we talked through this morning and others that we haven't spoken about yet, but that'll all be downstairs. We're not going to talk about first-party data again. We're going to get into CRO. So as I mentioned, I had to bring the hype man up here to make sure we have some energy going into lunch. So with that, I'm going to let Dylan and Drew take over. So we are going to get into CRO. So you guys I'm going to step over here. So spotlight's not on me. Yeah, Dylan, do a quick intro. Drew, and then, yeah, Dylan, get into your presentation.
Awesome. What's up, guys? Can you hear me? Nice. We're going to make this exciting. I love deep data, but we're going to make this a lot more relatable and super actionable, like immediately. Everything that I'm going to give in the presentation is going to be 100% free for you guys. It's going to take 0 budget, 0 complications, 0 everything. So my goal is to literally double your business in a week from now, which is doable. I know it's bold, but we're going to do it. I'm the founder of splittesting.com, one of the largest CRO agencies in the world, and then heatmap.com. We're the first revenue-based heat map that shows revenue on every single element on your website, which that data has never been accessible before.
I'm Drew Marconi. I'm a CEO and one of the founders at Intelligems. We do all sorts of A/B testing for Shopify brands. We started with price testing. Previously, I was in dynamic pricing and ride sharing. Before that, pricing consulting. So I'm going to take a seat and just listen to Dylan because this is where I'm going to get value. And then I think we'll do some questions. So excited for the discussion.
Awesome.
Hard.
Sweet. Awesome, guys. So this is the framework. If you guys want to actually open this up, I really tried to make this directly applicable to this framework here. So everyone wants to do a doom, doom, doom.
You're going to explain the ice matrix?
Absolutely. But that will be later. Awesome. So what we've learned after 3,000 split tests. The first thing that I want to make sure everyone knows is that CRO is not split testing. There's many facets to CRO that you can do that are not split testing. Most brands don't even have enough traffic to run like true data integrous split tests. So there's so much to do before, and that's literally what this entire presentation is about. I'm actually probably not even going to mention split testing this entire thing because it's kind of like, garbage in, garbage out. Same thing with your understanding of your customers. And that's really what this all revolves around. So a little background on me. I'm the founder of splittesting.com, founder of heatmap.com as well. I exited splittesting.com earlier this year, which was life-changing, super exciting, super grateful. Optimized over $3 billion in client revenue, so decent horse to bet on. I've done this a couple times. 2 exits of e-commerce brands as well. I own a portfolio of supplement brands as well on the side. Got a CEO who's crushing it over there. I played tennis in college. I think I'm playing with Sharma. I don't know if he's here or not, but playing tennis. I rock climb for fun, and one time someone called me handsome, and I don't mean to brag, but it was pretty cool. So the $3 billion strategy. I do love the incorporation of memes, so more money, more problems. We love you, Ron. Awesome. So I don't care if you guys are media buyers. I don't care if you're email marketers. I don't care if you do SEO, whatever you do. This is going to be tremendous value for you guys. This is not just about doing CRO. This is so fundamental. It's actually like, I'm not telling you like the sexy UX tests we're running and the new things that we're finding. This is like, because what works on one brand, like we have True Classic Tees as a client. And if you work with them, it's literally, even if you have an identical t-shirt, anything like that, it's not going to be the same of what wins for them versus you guys. So you have to go deep and integrous on yours. So there's going to be a bunch of QR codes. Grab those phones. Steal my secret sauce right here.
404ing.
404ing? Crap. Dylan at heatmap.com if you guys.
I'm kidding.
We're not
kidding.
Dude, don't do me like that. That was rough. You guys getting it? Awesome, sweet. Okay, cool. Send that to your laptop. That's literally 7 years of testing. That's taken a while. So the CRO philosophy is pretty underwhelming. Whoever understands their customers the best wins. Literally it. Everyone asks how CRO gets so complicated. That is the entire answer. That's it. So my favorite way I always say is ask your customers what they want, give your customers what they want, and they'll give you what you want, which is money. So again, just understanding the customers, usually one of those two slice in for people. So in the spreadsheet, you guys will see that there's the actual framework. I usually use it in a funnel, but they did a cool circle for it. So there's customer feedback surveys, which is also interviews, like actually picking up the phone and calling customers. Heat maps and screen recordings, mission critical. Review mining, mission critical. Competitor analysis. I'm actually going to teach you guys how to not just funnel hack and copy your competitors, but actually how to do it for yourself and see what your competitors are doing and how to leverage it to, again, hopefully double your company. Data analytics, we went into GA4 and a lot of that type of stuff, but I'm just going to give you guys like the down and dirty, what I use, takes 10 minutes. I'll probably give you guys all your old universal analytics stuff that you missed. I'll show you on one slide how to get all of those back. It's very easy. And then ultimately the ICE method of the testing roadmap, that's what's mission critical. Eventually that's the goal of CRO, right? So if you do all these things before, company's going to grow and you'll be able to actually run split testing. So it's kind of what it looks like. So looks like a little small for me here, but when I ask people about their business, like I still do sales for splittesting.com, and I say, hey, tell me about your business. Would love to hear more. Like, what are you doing on marketing, customers, all that type of stuff. And most people tell me, I'm coming to you because like our CPA is way too high. We run all our ads on Facebook. Our AOV is this number, and our product is like for weight loss, for example. But that's not how you should be looking at it, right? So based on here, who needs the product? What are the benefits you have, and how do you communicate with them? So instead of saying, I have Facebook, and think about it, like really like fundamentally try and change your thinking. I run Facebook ads to a weight loss supplement to middle-aged women. That is not it. You need to know what these women eat for eat for breakfast on Tuesday morning. Like you need to understand them so deeply. So if you really think about it, there's a bunch of middle-aged women who have joint pain, so they don't get to do the activities they used to do. And we actually found a solution for it. It's this, joint relief supplement that we have. And we find that most of these women actually spend time on Meta and Facebook. So we run ads there. And thinking about it completely differently, it's like a full 180 flip of, where can I get the lowest CPA, and there's all this data you can look at, but whatever's best for your customers is what's best for you, and it'll make you 1,000 times more money than all the data that you're running at. Because data only shows you what problems are there, or data just shows you where problems are, it doesn't show what the problems are. So this is showing you what the problems ultimately get to. So super fun concept called the gator and the judge. The way that I love presenting this is the gator is your primitive instinct. And this is breaking down consumer psychology into literally 2 images and a really simple fact. So the gator is your instinct, right? Gators don't have prefrontal cortexes. They're not very advanced. They're not super forward thinkers. They act 100% on instinct. If they're in the wild, they clamp down. Fun fact, they can eat once every 3 years. I found that out from a book. That's crazy. So the gator is all your natural instinct. Most people think that we're pretty logical beings, right? That's something that a lot of us would like to think. We're really logical, use our brains a lot. But something that's pretty mind-blowing is what percent of your brain do you guys think, random guess, what percent of the gator and your instincts actually handle your day-to-day life? 60? 80? 95%. So literally human beings are driven by instinct. It's influence. That's exactly what it is. So going back to the judge is kind of banging the gavel, and it's when there's friction, when there's a problem, you start to summon the judge. If you think about it, if you're in a dark alleyway and you're really scared, you're not going to just think, oh, I'm scared. Hold on, what can I do right now? That's the judge. Your gator, your primitive instincts, you're just gonna run away because you're scared. So same thing happens in micro ways on a website, which most people don't think about again. So we want the gator to be as happy as possible because gators like to purchase. There's something called confirmation bias, meaning that you want to be right. So when someone clicks on an ad, they literally want to buy. It's yours to lose. So hopefully for media buyers, that even changes your brain as well. which is people have confirmation bias, meaning that subconsciously they already want to buy from you when they get to your website. It's kind of like, cuz?
Sure.
Don't fuck it up. It's literally, you know, your guys just, like, the whole goal of CRO is just don't fuck it up. Like, that's literally how it goes. That's the whole way that you should be looking at it, from media buying to everything. So how do we actually do this? By understanding the customers and you guys hitting another QR code. So effectively, the way that we're able to keep the gator active is just by understanding who our customers are, right? Because the gator for every single brand is different because different people are visiting it. Even if you have two identical websites that sell the identical product, identical everything, but the domain is different, and you know, the algorithm, different audiences will respond to it, you'll have completely different demographics. They might have overlap, but they're completely different. So did you guys get that one? Another 404 or not?
You're good.
Dylan at heatmap.com. Email it, it'll get sent over. So cool. Who's brave? Brad, can you grab a timer?
I got it.
Who's feeling brave? Someone get on a mic, please. I beg of you. Don't make me look awkward. I'm not going to ask you about your knowledge. Someone.
Stopwatch or timer?
Oh, a stopwatch.
Got it.
Or like, yeah, cool, perfect, awesome. Can you grab a mic? Can someone grab this fine gentleman a mic? By the way, you guys should meet Hove. Incredible CRO. Awesome.
Hello.
Cool. Are you guys ready to feel the gator versus the judge? Cool. You guys may have heard of the Stroop test before. This is what it is. So what I want you to do, and we're going to time it, right? So when we start, and I flip the slide, that's when you start it.
Okay.
Cool. So I want you to read the names.
The names.
Right? There's going to be words
Okay.
and colors of the words. I want you to read the words out loud. We're going to see how long it takes you. Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Blue, orange, green, red, purple, blue, orange, green, green, red, purple, blue, orange, red, blue, green, orange, purple.
Boom. How long was that?
9.41
First off, that was awesome.
That's very good. That was impressive.
So that was 9 seconds, right? So let's actually take a look. So we've been trained to read since we're like 2 or 3 years old. So that's actually the gator. Even though you think that you're analytical and reading everything and like making analysis, that's actually just your instinct working. So what actually needs to happen now is this. So now you're going to say the color.
Switch the colors? Okay.
Yeah, you're going to say the color. Ignore the word that's there. I want the color because this is the judge, because our brain has not like, you know, it's like, oh my God, something's going wrong. So start that timer again. Bang, say the colors.
Okay. Blue, orange, green, red, purple, red, green.
Oh.
Red, purple, orange, purple, orange, red, blue, green, red, blue, green, orange, purple. I messed up once or twice?
How long was that?
A long time.
Cool.
2-second penalty.
That was
as well.
20 seconds. The first time was less than 9 seconds. So which would you guys prefer to have when you're hanging out on a website? Would you prefer for it to be that difficult, or would you prefer to just read some text? So that's where we are. Cool. Time check. We're awesome. Awesome. So this is now finally part that I had here. There's 6 parts to actually being able to understand the gator of your customer. My glasses are pretty bad, but I think by memory.
Customer feedback.
Customer feedback, heat maps and screen recordings, raw data analysis, competitor analysis,
exit intent survey.
Exit intents and user intent surveys. Cool. Or user surveys. Awesome. Customer feedback surveys. I think that was the one I gave you guys that I totally blubbed it up, but luckily I have some. So raise the hands who's read Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. Hell of a book. He's an FBI hostage negotiator, and he treats all of life as micro negotiations. Cannot recommend enough. Actually, no, that's an Amazon link to go get the book. Not an affiliate. You guys can get full price on it. So go and read Never Split the Difference. It absolutely changed my life, even outside of just marketing. So might be a little hard to see here. I'm super blind, so we're gonna hang out over here. What's most important to you when buying sneakers, right? It's a very simple question. If like someone's a sneaker store that you're sending, also you're sending this to your last 90-day purchasers. So you're getting actual customers. Seems really simple, but a lot of people ask, why did you buy from us? But if I ask you like, why does your hair look like that today? You immediately get a little defensive, right? I'm like, what made you decide to make your hair that way? It's more comforting, you're gonna give an answer. So starting questions with is or does, people can give a yes or no answer. And also when you start a question with why, people get defensive. But if you start a question with how or what, they must give a follow-up answer. And this is a micro negotiation. If you think about it, you're trying to get the most detail and understanding out of your customers. So what made you buy from us? So on the next ones I have here, I'm super blind still, so I'm gonna look over here. How interested are you in sneakers, right? I get them because I need them. And care about picking the right ones. I look forward to buying, casually shop a lot. What made you buy from, Raba's not here, but I use this old one. What made you buy from Raba's lame sneakers? What don't you like about, certain sneakers, right? There's a lot of questions you're able to ask to actually be able to get down to it. And again, this is not a post-purchase survey. This is after someone, typically 45 days I recommend if you're gonna do it ever present, is to actually get and understand your customers, like, if it's right after they purchase, they haven't seen your product yet. It's just about the website. This is about the business as a whole. And they're gonna have a different answer 45 days after when they're actually using your sneakers versus right after they buy from your website. So feedback intel, let's say, we send out a customer feedback. This is gonna go back to the gator and the judge, big surprise. Number one was that preventing injuries is most important to these sneaker buyers. Number two is that running is how the sneakers are most commonly used. So, our customer base is, runners, and they care about preventing injuries. Which of these do you think would be better on your website? Left, absolutely, because they're runners, they're not tennis players, and you're super smart. So Gator loves this, right? Because those people are runners, because you actually did the research. Although these two images that I have right here look pretty darn similar, like it's very subtle, but you can have wild swings in the business by just having images like this. Because humans are trained, 80% of like what happens on a website is copywriting and images. It's not UX, it's not all the fancy dev stuff. It's literally that, it's nailing the message. So one more, preventing the injuries. Which headline do you think would be better? The number one doctor-approved mesh-based sneaker used by thousands of runners, or the number one sneaker for preventing injuries for runners? Also smart, good job, yeah. So that's the whole point. Again, it's just, this is a Gator-friendly headline. It's the people who are on your website that actually want to go, that actually want to buy from you. It's confirmation bias. That's what matters. And also, by the way, the first headline is not bad. Like, there's a lot of people that have success with those types of headlines. They could just be making a lot more money. So landing pages, these I think on my time check, I'm running a little low, so I'm just gonna skip through those guys.
You're good.
Cool. How else to use the Gator? Images and email marketing, right? So if you run a split test on your website or you get a customer feedback survey, if you find that like that image I showed you before converts higher, why the F wouldn't you guys put that in your email flows? That's like free money on the table. In your ad copy, if you find that preventing injuries is super important, why wouldn't you put that in your ad copy? On your ad creatives, why wouldn't you have Gator-friendly ad creatives? And then lastly, landing pages and images, but that kind of puts it together. And that's what I said before, about 80% are about the copywriting and the images you have.
Can I add a number 5 there, Dylan?
Please do.
Like offers. People love creating very complex offers, and you're trying to find, how do I give people a discount but limit it for myself? And we do a lot of offer testing and shipping threshold testing and price testing. The harder someone needs to think about how to earn the offer, the worse conversion rate is going to be. So like, we've had brands, everyone pays for shipping. They come to us, they're like, we want to try a free shipping threshold. We install that and conversion rate goes down because now the Gator hates math. Like, they don't want to be doing the addition. I have these sneakers, but now can I add socks to hit the shipping threshold? And that's when people bounce. So, there's a balance. You want to have offers that are profitable, but don't make them too complicated. Make them easy for the Gator to understand.
And one more as well, which is whatever is best for your customers is best for you. So if you really sit down and think about it after you've done a lot of this research, what can I sell to my customers together that will help them even more? Not how can I maximize AOV and what's our conversion rate on this landing page and all that bullshit. I just go and take a look at what will actually help them the most. Do they need additional content? Do I need to send them ebooks at the same time that they purchase? Is it better that if they buy 12 of these, objectively, like if it's a stress care product, like they need 12 days of this, at least at a minimum, to go and get the real effects, then sell them more for that purpose. So again, whatever is best for them is what's best for you. Don't try and maximize and tweak all the numbers on your website. That's bullshit. I've optimized 3 billion and I literally have never looked at conversion rate of a total website once. Tells you nothing. So heatmap.com, shameless plug for us. We're the first heat map in the world with revenue attribution on every element on your website. So imagine Google Analytics, but on your website. It took 18 months to build. We have 22 full-time developers for the past year and a half. It was the hardest thing we've done. We've got a couple patents that's really separating this from the difference. Probably going to do a pretty sweet integration with Elevar, so you guys will be able to have that level of attribution even on your website now. So certain elements maybe bring in one button, like on that image there, there's 2 buttons there. If one button's bringing in $8,000 and one's bringing in $12,000, clearly you should prioritize something, and maybe that goes into your ads of men versus women and a lot of stuff like that. So you'd be mind blown. Media buyers, email marketers, obviously CROs, devs, anyone, designers who does that. Guarantee heatmap.com will blow your mind. If it doesn't, I will send you a personal check for $100. So the cheat code is that we are just looking for revenue per clicks and revenue per session, because every other heat map that you guys are using right now, if you're not on heatmap.com, just shows clicks. And I don't know about you guys, but my landlord does not accept clicks for rent. So we care about money. So what point is there in just seeing where people are clicking on your website? You don't know which clicks actually lead to purchases. So that's the whole reason I built this. I've been in the weeds on CRO for 5 to 7 years now, and I just always wished I had this tool. So I spent way more than I'm proud to say, way over budget, but we got here. So super excited to have you guys there. Deep CRO training, grab those phones. Running that.
What's the, is it share access, or is this one?
This one's just a blog, so hopefully I didn't fuck up this one. 404? Nice, love it. Cool. So this right here, if you guys go through this in literally less than 30 days, this will also help you double your business. Be really simple. Cool. Review mining. Positive reviews, negative reviews. Going through. Cool. Time check's still good. Value propositions to double down on, and then areas for additional clarity. Review mining can happen in 3 areas, which is directly on the website, through Amazon reviews if you do sell on Amazon, and then also just Googling your name if your company is big enough and just like what people have to say, right? So those are the 3 areas for it. That's on the super awesome spreadsheet that you guys have before. We have a couple different tabs for each of these 6 that are in here, so you can actually like implement this on a spreadsheet after, other than just the worksheets that you guys have here. Competitor analysis. There's actually a framework that I've used. I've tweaked it a bajillion times, and it comes down to 4 pillars that you actually need to know. Number 1, and this is of your competitors. What value propositions are your competitors selling on? Whether your products are slightly different, they're identical, it doesn't matter. What is the angles that they are taking, right? Like what's the value propositions they're saying they're better at? And then second comes the messaging and angle. Like what angle are they talking to? Who are they talking to? Like how is the copywriting working? And like, what angle are they taking in presenting what they're offering? Number 3 is imagery and visuals. Again, like I told you, the message, which is the first 2, and then imagery, which is third, those make up 80%. Look at what images they're using on the website. That'll kind of understand if they're doing CRO or if they're growing, what's gator friendly for their website. Can kind of help you do that on your own instead of just copying their funnel and hoping for the best. This is how you actually do the competitor analysis. Lastly comes UX designs. UX is very important, but not as important as the others. And I'm sure a lot of people will hate me for saying that, but sorry. Cool. That's competitor analysis. User testing. I don't know if, raise a hands who's used user testing before. Usertesting.com is the most popular. Conversion Crimes is one that I use. Cool, barely anyone. It's just people running through your website, right? You get to watch them. It's like screen recordings, but you get to ask them specific questions. So not only do you get to see what people are doing like in the wild on your website, but you actually get to see where there are pain points, where there are specific issues that they're running into. It's actually even more powerful than screen recordings by far. So the way that we bucketed this is that there's unmet needs, there's pain points, and there's friction. So first off, all 3 of these summon the judge. So you don't want any of these. But the ways that you're able to capture these is unmet needs is typically we find when people are scrolling up and down, like really far, like searching for something, meaning there's a need that they had when they got to the website of something they wanted to know about it. Kind of like imagine you're missing an FAQ. You'll see people open up all the FAQs, scroll back up and down. You'll be able to identify it as an unmet need. That's something that happens. Then there's a pain point where there's something that's literally preventing them from buying. That could be missing information. That could be a bug on your website. That can be nearly anything. But a pain point is the worst possible thing you could have on your website. And then friction is anything that, like, again, the judge, if anything feels a little off or in danger, even if it's micro danger and not something your pure instincts that as an animal can handle, That's friction. That's how the judge gets summoned. So that's user testing. Exit intent pop-ups. Raise of hands, who's used exit intent pop-ups? Feels super sad, but that's okay. This was a CRO conference.
Everyone's doing it. They don't want to admit it.
You guys nervous? Do I scare you? Damn. All right, whatever. We'll take it.
The only hands that raised were the SaaS guys, the SaaS exit intent pop-ups.
Heck yeah. Awesome. Well, ecom folks and literally everyone here, you're leaving money on the table. So you know how email pop-ups would typically come up? What exit intent pop-ups are is asking a question instead. So should you leave exit intent pop-ups on forever? No, because you'll be missing out on some money. But there's certain pages you could run it on. There's like some really advanced softwares that allow you the full capability to do it. But for exit intent pop-ups, there's one golden question that I've asked. I am blind, so I will return over here. Quick question. Did you find the information you needed on the page? I've split tested like at least 30 variations of this. From there, again, this actually, funny enough, is not a what or how question, but done by design, because they can give a yes or no answer. The answer is either yes, I found what I needed, or no, I did not find what I needed. The first option is there anything we could do to improve the page even more? Because they said yes, they found it. Then you get incredible insights on how to make it even further and how to further harness the gator. If they answered no, sorry to hear, can you tell us what was missing? Do it on your website and don't fuck it up. Again, I'll say it every time. Data analysis. This is raw data. This is where GA4, I'm not going to go super far into it. It's going to be pretty simple. You know how there's like engagement, monetization, like all those ones on the left, right? So data tells you where problems are, but they don't tell you what those problems are. So that's why I always say, like, when you're sitting in there all day, all this qualitative stuff is, like, in my opinion, 10 times more powerful than actually identifying the problem. Like, the data gets you to a certain point, because if there's drop off on a certain page, what's creating the drop off? Well, I have no fucking clue. There's just drop off on that page. Then you got to go send a CRO to do it, right? So the CROs that just look at data and don't look at the qualitative are really not going to get great results. So my 4 that I use is, if you go to engagement, pages and screens, engagement, landing pages, monetization, checkout journey, and custom, you can put in a path analysis, which is people visited this page, went to this one, this one, this one, each of those. So there's the 4 that I find like the most useful. I'm leaving out many, but if I had 2 minutes to analyze your Google Analytics, those are the 4 I would look at. So if you see here, it might be hard to look in. Here I have my conversion rate, I have my AOV, I have my revenue per session, I have my conversion rate, I have new users, returning users, I have all the metrics that was on Universal Analytics. Raise of hands, whose report looks like this? Very few. Well, guess what? You're in for a treat. It's going to take you 2 minutes. So when you're looking at a report, you see, this is on the image on the left. On the top right, there's just going to be a little magic wand of just edit. It's that simple. Then you go over to metrics right there, and you just click what you want to add in, and you drag and drop. Congrats, you got your Universal Analytics reports back. It's that simple. So take a picture of that if you want. Like, it's super simple. So like, everyone's frustrated. I forgot who said they were on for 2 hours the other day or yesterday, but this would have avoided.
We won't
that.
name names.
Yeah, we won't say names. So sorry, dude. Cool. I'm going to zip through this. This is a proprietary study I ran, and I trademarked it. It was super fun. Of like nearly 5,000 brands we have at this point. So between 5,000 per month and 15 million per month is what we have in here. So this is 2 different groups of users, technically 4. You have mobile users and desktop users. You also have new users and returning users. So that's why I call it the quadrants of traffic, that you first time mobile, first time desktop, or returning, new desktop and returning desktop. Cool, I did that right. So you have these 4 groups of people, right? So these are pretty much the sources of where those people are going to come from. Like, again, your returning users are mostly going to come from retargeting, paid traffic, or, email, SMS, yada, yada. I feel like I don't need to really tell you guys much about that. But this is what's super cool, man. 68% of your customers are going to be mobile new users. And this is on average across like 5,000 stores. 14% are new desktop, 14% are returning mobile, and 3% are returning desktop. Kind of makes sense when you sit and think about it. Most people say mobile is 80%. It's a little over 80%. Next, this is the conversion rate of each of those quadrants. So you have a 0.5% conversion rate of each of your new mobile users. Your desktop users are going to be 1.45. Everyone knows desktop converts higher than mobile, but mobile is 80+% of your website. So this is the actual conversion rates of each. So if you're doing some ads, media buyers don't yell at me. I've actually found some success of running to mobile or to desktop in very specific ways in different campaigns. I'm sure everyone's got an opinion and hates me and says, shut up, you're the CRO guy, not media buying, but to their own. So yeah, these are two out ones that don't really matter too much. Should have cleaned those up. But that is it. Make Gator-friendly websites. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you want to follow my newsletter, follow that QR code. Second QR code, that's to follow me on Twitter or X, whatever the hell you call it. Thank you so much, and I hope you found value from this.
Awesome job. All right, so you might be wondering, I thought the title of this was how to transition from Google Optimize. Well, we lied. We played a trick. Well, let's do some hands. Who has used Google Optimize to test anything? Pretty much the entire room. So Google Optimize was a great, my view on it, it was a great way for people who maybe back in the day, I'm aging myself, but Monetate and Optimizely and some of those other tools, it was too complex, too expensive, et cetera. But now Google Optimize opened up the door for anyone to experiment, to start dabbling. Now with the sunsetting of Google Optimize, who thinks that they still have Google Optimize experiments running today? Who's still running Google Optimize experiments? Please, nobody raise your hand, because Google Optimize was sunset at the end of September. But the reason why we want to dive deep into, again, questions and data analysis is instead of just, hey, Optimize is done, what's the next tool, and just keep that same process you've been going through of just picking out things to test because you think it's going to perform better, is use this as a reset in your philosophy of experimentation. So everything that Dylan, I'm not going to go through the Gator and Judge and everything, but it's an amazing framework to follow, and just talking to your customers and just meeting them where they are. Start with that before you start just jumping into a new tool. So that's the transition from Google Optimize. So Drew, I'm going to ask you a few questions. You already gave the intro, so people know a little bit about you. After your 30-second intro, they know a lot. Can you just provide a landscape of the different, let's call them A/B testing tools just to keep it simple, but what's the landscape of different tools out there? What does that look like?
Yeah, I'm actually curious. Have people gotten locked out of Optimize? I got back yesterday from a 2-week honeymoon, so I kind of missed, and I haven't checked our instance.
Yeah, they're paused.
Congrats. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got married a year ago. I wasn't fishing for applause, but I'll take it. Are we fully locked out? Yeah, damn. Well, so a little bit depends on, like, there's lots of different use cases for testing. You may want to do it across different channels. Like, you may have an agency who's running it. You may be doing it in-house. You may have more development resources, less. So there's a whole bunch of different criteria by which you're going to approach it. I would break down the market, and I heard Dylan answer this question 2 weeks ago, so I'm stealing the answer in part. You have, like, your enterprise solutions. So Optimizely, dynamic yield, which would be, they have, like, more personalization features. I'd throw Monetate in there. We're talking, like, minimum probably $50K spend and up. I see very few brands under $50 million a year doing it. You get, like, if you have a ton of different domains or lots of stuff coming from the server side and an app, you want to run all sorts of crazy test setups and have, like, you know, compliance levels. That's where you're going to look. I think most of the features that you get up there can be found then at, like, the next level down. So that's A/B Tasty is a popular option. I'd put Chameleon in that. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. In that bucket. Convert.com. So there, you know, you're spending based off traffic levels. Maybe you can start around, VWO would be a big name in here too. $99 up to, still going up to probably $50K a month. Yeah. Dylan runs a lot of traffic. Yeah, they take advantage of the big customers. So they're, like, you have developer tools. You typically have some no-code tools as well. So if you have, like, marketers who want to drag and drop, you have those tools there. I would put, like, IntelliGems, we're kind of at that level, but then there's e-commerce specific tools. So, like, we exclusively work with Shopify, and we get all your data server side, so there's no scraping, and the data is reliable. Shoplift is another option in there in the App Store. Convert.com has like some pretty good Shopify integrations as well. So like, I think it's worth going e-com specific unless there's a reason you need a generic tool. And then there's like a lot of spot solutions. So if you just want to test upsells, well, Rebuy has like in-app upsell testing. If you just want to test emails, you can go do it within Klaviyo. So there's a lot to be said for like, hey, if I'm not trying to run huge tests across experiences, can I use what tools I already have? Like there's probably an experimentation feature in there. And then there's a lot of like $9 to $50 apps in the App Store that I would just like say your mileage may vary, be a little careful about what you install, understand what's being thrown into the site. Like there is going to be a performance cost from testing tools to the site. People who like build good software are going to minimize that. We've seen some huge slowdowns just from like random apps people have installed. So it can be really helpful for spot solutions, but just go measure your speed after they install.
Across that spectrum of tools, what questions would you have people ask themselves to determine where do they fall in that bucket? Just like a simple question.
I would figure out like, who do you want to be involved in testing and how big an effort is going to be?
Like in-house versus agency or in-house versus individual?
In-house versus agency is one top level. Like, do I want to test purely content? Like I want to test landing pages and imagery and copy. That's one set of things I would call like content testing. Do I want to run more advanced like experiences on the site? So change my recommendation algorithm, test different cart modules. I'm going to need like some more API and code access there. Do I want to test offers, prices, shipping rates? Okay, that's now a totally different set of tools because we're changing the front end of the site. And we're also touching checkout. That's kind of what like makes IntelliGems unique. Or do I just want to test emails? And how much filtering am I going to do? So that's question one. Like, what's my use case? Use cases, do I want to do it in-house? Question two is like, how much dev resources do I want to dedicate to this? If you have a dev in-house, you're going to get way better performance if you can set up tests like using APIs, using CSS and JavaScript injection. That's great. Go find a tool like that has like good tools for your developers. If you're just going to be the marketer or the site manager, director of e-commerce who's going to be moving things around, pointing and clicking, you're going to focus on like what has intuitive no-code test setups, what has data I can read. So that's like a second question. Do I have dev resources? How technical can I get? And then the third question is what data is going to matter to me and how much do I care about owning the data? So we talked a bunch about BigQuery. Like I think everyone should be, and this is going against our interests, should be pushing like our test data into their own warehouses. That way, like if you want to install or move on, you own that data. You know which customers were in which tests. You can link that with all your other analyses. So I would understand like, is the data exportable? If you're not going to be setting up a BigQuery warehouse anytime soon, okay, let's look at the dashboard. What metric do I care about? Do I want to be able to filter by channel? Do I just care about revenue per session? So there's some variations on dashboards like and data access. I think it's super important and probably I like wish our buyers asked about that more.
Yeah. All right, now I'm gonna ask a question. You have to raise your hand. It's a binary question. Who's testing in Q4? Raise your hand. Who's going to be experimenting testing on your website in Q4? All right, now who's not going to test in Q4? Who's going on a code freeze? Got to be everyone else. So speak to those that are testing in Q4. What are some examples? By the way, I'm not judging one way or another, just teeing it up for you. What are some examples of good tests, this maybe for both of you, to start experimenting now to maximize November and December? Because I've seen it done for 15 years, and I've seen those that continue to test do really well, but obviously there's risk there depending on the test and complexity of it.
Run the AA tests and run your validation tests first. That came up earlier, but like you want to de-risk testing during that period. You're having a lot of traffic. I think right now you can be experimenting with some different offers, like go take some different segments of your email, carve off some like ad traffic. You're probably debating internally, like what should our offer be? Go spin up a test on some traffic, see what offer resonates, what's generating the right combination of conversion, AOV, profit, and giving you the best like margin per site visitor. I would experiment with a bit of personalization. Like, are you going to just blast the same thing to everyone, or do you want to have different, headlines on the page, different value props depending on who you think your audience is?
So personalized based on UTM codes. So where are they coming from? What campaign are they a part of? So you can even do like down to creative.
Exactly. And you could go into Klaviyo, find your different segments, who bought what, go see, hey, does this landing page resonate more with this group of folks or that group of folks? You need a lot of traffic to, I think, do that in the next month. But I think gives you a good basis for then eventually having like a bit of a layered approach to where you're driving traffic during the holidays.
One thing I'd add on that is offer testing, which you first mentioned. Like, do you have certain bundles? Are there groupings of products? Is there like a certain quantity that people like the most? So like you need those fundamental offering questions because you're trying to scale the heck out of it during Q4, during that season. So why would you guys stop and waste all this time that you have right now up until the go button has to get hit for that Black or Cyber Monday? So test your offers fundamentally, right? Like UX tests right now, brand new messaging, maybe not, but the actual offer itself, that's what you're selling. So just focus on the offer, nothing but the offer, and maybe some landing page tweaks. Other thing I always recommend, for my clients, I actually have like sale templates. And that's something you guys can also work on now. It might be a little late, maybe this is for in the future, but like your July 4th sale, your Labor Day sale, your Valentine's Day sale, like you can have a template for each of those that you can start testing now. So that's something that I always recommend people have going into Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Those people absolutely crush it, others don't. So really just getting that offer testing right now, mission critical.
Yeah. And what can you take out? Like go run heat map, see what buttons. I see such complicated buy boxes on the PDP. Figure out what's not driving revenue. Okay, subscriptions, maybe they're not working. Put it as a project for next year. Just take that button out, take the option away. Like you want to drive people to simplicity, have them buy what they want to buy, what you want them to buy. Like start cutting rather than adding things right now.
Are you guys going to be at lunch?
Yeah.
Who wants to talk CRO at lunch? Go sit at their table.
This guy.
All right, no Q&A this round, but grab them at lunch, ask them any questions that you want. Give a round of applause for Dylan and Drew.
Thank you.
Well done. Awesome job. All right, now I have to click through 60 of Dylan's slides here. All right, one more session here before we get into lunch. I'm literally clicking through 60 slides. We have an exciting dynamic duo coming up right now. They're getting mic'd up. Who's ready for some more CRO? Who's doing landing page testing? All right, some landing page testing. Who's heard of Nik? Does anyone know Nik? All right. Who's heard of Ian? If you don't know Ian, oh, nice. All right, so we got two rock stars coming up here, Ian and Nik, and what we're going to go through today. Ian is going to kick things off, and we're going to go through your CRO readiness. So before you just start diving into testing, we just talked about a little bit of customer research that you should be doing, but Ian's going to help go through some of the technical questions that you should be thinking about. So depending if you're a Shopify storefront, a headless site, you guys can come up. Ian's going to get you right. So welcome, Ian and Nik. All right. We're on the opposite. Yeah. So you go there. I'll go over here. All right. How does it feel to be on the other side now, Nik? Since last week you were interviewing me, gave me all the. Yeah. You didn't give me any softballs. What did you describe? You described Elevar as what what was it?
Like your Skims, but for your e-commerce store.
That's our new tagline. All right, so we're gonna, Ian, you're gonna go first, but before kick things off, quick intros for both of you.
I'm Ian Rich, founder of Sparky. You may know us from the signs at the Elevar Summit, and probably nothing else. We're a pretty underground, small but mighty Shopify Plus partner. We design, build, and do a lot of managed CRO and experimentation. We sneaky punch above our weight class. I think the sites that we have built and actively managed process about $750 million in GMV on Shopify. Nobody really knows who we are, but they know our brands.
Ian gave me a bunch of shit when we were talking about his presentation a couple of weeks ago. He's like, yeah, Erica, you might have been there too, maybe. I was like, yeah, I was at Alex and Ani when you guys like slept in our office for 2 weeks getting ready for a new site launch.
It was about the 2 weeks that I worked there because they hired me and then I was like, no, this is not it. But, by the way, Brett, I just really wanted to thank you for hosting us here at my childhood home. I'm glad we were able to make that work.
Thank you. You grew up here?
This building, yeah, of course.
Nice. I thought I saw you on the wall. All right, Nick.
Yeah, what's up, guys? My name is Nik Sharma. I'm the CEO of Hooks as well as Sharma Brands. We make a lot of brands, a lot of money, and that's pretty much what we do.
All right, so I don't know what page this is on. It's in the booklet, maybe 8, 10. So again, we're going to do the little CRO readiness, and then Nick is going to go through his 6-part framework in landing page optimization stuff.
All right.
And Nick, get him some good questions. Dig in there.
I got you. Yeah, so I was calling the CRO for all, although Dylan, I think I'm part of the problem. As he pointed out earlier, a lot of people, I think, overgeneralize and just call everything CRO. Really, I'm talking about split testing. So if you guys can all find and replace with your eyes where you see CRO, I'm mostly talking about split testing here. But CRO for all, LLJK, I think it's wildly inaccessible for a lot of Shopify brands, unfortunately. I think there's this big problem, which is that there's this growing divide between the service options that are available to fast-growing direct-to-consumer brands as it relates to CRO and A/B testing, and like the needs that a lot of brands have. So my background, this is a self-portrait, by the way, same hairline still. I've been in the CRO and A/B testing space for about 15 years. I know what you're thinking, but Ian, you're merely a child of no older than 15 or 16 now. How is that possible?
I didn't know we had a comedian up here. This is good. Keep it going.
Brad, you didn't do your research. But despite my, oh, he's not going to like the remaining jokes. My slight figure and boyish charm, I am in fact a grown adult. But I did start young. I actually dropped out of high school when I was 16, and through kind of being in the right place at the right time in a bunch of different scenarios, started interning for Reebok on their e-commerce team before they had an e-commerce team. And after that internship, they kind of hired me, and I was basically running UX while my friends were starting to go to college. Thought I was really hot stuff, still kind of do, but the hairline is really humbling me in my age. So we scaled that business really fast over a few years. Reebok was owned by Adidas at the time. We took over operations of the Adidas site, learned a whole bunch. I later left because I was kind of bored with CRO, so I started a CRO agency. But during that time, I had a lot of things that were available to me at Reebok that I've learned since kind of getting embedded in the Shopify world are not really the case. So I think when I left, we were maybe a $50 million business at that point. And we worked with an agency called Clearhead that later got acquired by Accenture. They were great. They were a really good A/B testing firm and analytics firm. We were probably spending like $250,000 with them every 6 months, which is insane when you say it out loud, right? But being part of this giant organization, kind of what made my last role there, I led front-end design development and optimization. And sort of what that meant, we had a few internal resources, but a whole bunch of agencies and a whole bunch of agency budgets. And I was very comfortable spending that money because I knew, based on the data that we were gathering from running these tests, that we were not losing money, and we were constantly updating our site and keeping it fresh and adapting to user behavior. But more often than not, we were also squeezing some extra money out of our site. But in our $50 million e-commerce P&L at the time, like, part of our P&L was not really brand marketing. It was Reebok, right? We didn't have product development. We didn't have all these other things, which the brands that we work with today, we might have a $50 million pure play e-com client, and those are all considerations all within their P&L. It seems to be, they're obviously not going to hire the Accentures of the world to help them facilitate A/B testing, and they are sinking their money into the things that they need to do just to keep the lights on, just to keep the site running. They need a merchandiser or some kind of merchandiser or a product person or whatever. It's very, very unlikely that they're going to have in-house analytics resources and strategists and designers and developers and all of the above. So what are their options? They could go, I think, unfortunately, brands are kind of forced to overinvest in design and development, some of that stuff that is just like necessary to keep the lights on, and that comes at the expense of optimization, because like, you know, they need to be doing that, right? But so this is a very common journey for brands that we see today. I don't know if you guys kind of tiny, but basically, so you know, we'll work with a lot of brands, or we'll see a lot of brands out there that maybe this might be familiar to some of you guys, but maybe you start your brand, you buy a Shopify theme from the theme store for $200, $300 or whatever. Maybe you hire a freelancer from Upwork and customize it. You scale your business to around $1 million. It's not a rule, but it seems to be a little bit like kind of where the wheels start to fall off of a store-bought theme. You then have a couple options, but it usually goes one of two ways. You contract an agency to build this bespoke, custom Shopify theme. Usually you're looking at least around $120,000. That agency probably spends 7 months working on the project. Inevitably, there's this big upfront discovery phase and design and development. And they launch this really cool, really unique, really beautiful site, but conversion dips. Or they go a different direction and they contract an agency to build a custom Shopify theme, and they're probably spending at least 120 grand. And that agency takes about 7 months, and inevitably there's this big upfront discovery phase and then design and development. And then they launch the site, and maybe conversion holds steady, but it looks like every other site on the internet. And either way, they're still usually on the hook to pay most likely that agency, you know, X thousands of dollars a month, 3 to 5,000, whatever it is, it might even be low, just to like be around to be like, hey, we have an About Us page. Can you guys build this for us? That's a crappy model, and it's really, I think, prohibitive for brands. Again, if you're I think, sub $50 million, it's like a particularly bad use of resources, because even if you did have the budget or the wherewithal or like the desire to insource a lot of the stuff, the optimization resources, let's say you do have an analyst, let's say you do have a strategist or whatever, you still have to now invest in some of the platforms that we were just talking about in the last talk. It's expensive. And this divide's getting bigger every day because that clear head that I mentioned earlier, the Accentures, there's no incentive for them to play down market. They don't really want to get into it because like they're making their money from the Adidases of the world. And there are some Shopify CRO firms out there, or A/B testing firms, and those are mostly just guys like me who are trying to figure out how to scale a services company. So they're not particularly interested in taking on some of those like day-to-day needs and things of that nature. So you end up sort of just stacking. Like there are definitely some good ones out there that are very good at what they do, but it's typically like you have to budget for it, right? And you're stacking another vendor fee on top of that. If you're accounting for it and you're able to, great. But and then yeah, the software is expensive. Unless you have a really great in-house ninja, it becomes very cost prohibitive for folks. I think an effective optimization program should allow you to squeeze the most money out of your visitors without adding code load. This is the other issue with Shopify. Shopify is an amazing platform, but it's kind of the Wild West as it relates to code. We have brands that we work with that are doing $250 million, and then brands that are doing $2 million, and we do the same work for them pretty much. If it's a theme, it's kind of all the same stuff that's necessary. It's awesome to start a brand, but there's complexities when it comes to scaling from a technical foundation. And that's another area where it starts to hinder CRO. So let's say you are all on board and you really want to get into it and you want to start to run a whole bunch of A/B tests, but you're on that theme that you bought a couple years ago. You might end up sinking a whole bunch of money into this and only to go and have to blow up your theme again. So yeah, brands may hit a point, I said may, they will hit a point of diminishing returns by implementing an optimization program on a weak technical foundation. That's another mistake that some folks might make. I'm like that too. I'm a huge proponent of A/B testing. I'm always very eager to do that, but just kind of stacking additional tests and additional whatever, new features and everything, you start to rack, if you're not on a foundation that's built for scale, you're gonna start to rack up all this additional tech debt. And then a bunch of brands will go and invest a ton of money in a brand new site, expecting that to fix all their conversion woes. And that's not really how that works either, and they'll use up all their budget on that. So I think there's two key questions to figure out kind of where you're at from a A/B testing readiness standpoint. It's is your code base equipped to handle small incremental changes, or is it this big tangled ball of yarn? And the answer in the Shopify world is you could be in one of these or anywhere else in the spectrum, but there's a whole lot of room in between. But there's not a whole lot of standardization as it relates to like quality of code that's out there. So does it make sense for you to invest in like a months-long project and just scrap the entire site before trying to layer in these incremental gains. I think there's like we're these kind of 4 levels of A/B testing readiness. So that bottom axis here, it's a little bit tiny, is kind of like organizational readiness. So that's the other thing. You might have a really great e-com operator on your team that is all hyped about A/B testing, but can't really get buy-in from the other folks. Just because they don't really know what it is. I've heard a lot of people say A/B testing is fake news. And then on the other side, it's like kind of technical readiness and technical foundation. So I think if you're in that top left, I'm calling that the data diplomat. You have a good foundation, a good code base. You're ready to go from an e-com standpoint, but you might need a little bit of buy-in and some politicking to kind of get a full-blown optimization program up and running. The top right is full site stud. Just go ham. Just do it. In that bottom right corner, this is kind of the people that are like ready to test, but this is the most slippery slope of all, I think. If you're like really eager and really hot to get on board, get a testing program up and running, but your foundation is not great, it's a little bit slippery, I think you can really quickly fall into this trap where you're sinking a ton of money into stuff that you're gonna just have to change or redo or totally scrap because you might end up slowing your site down or whatever. And then in the lower left, you just seek help. But so basically the spectrum is on that bottom axis. On the left is like, organizations that are, I think, like kind of brand team led, maybe a little bit more intuitive, not necessarily data driven. Side note, when I worked at Alex and Ani, they had a corporate intuitive on the board of directors. They also went bankrupt. And over on the right is like people, a more savvy, data driven organization. So, and all of these, I have landing page warriors because there's no reason really with, if you're on Shopify with the apps that are out there, you should always be testing and doing a whole bunch of landing page stuff. Running a lot of landing page tests for the traffic that you're driving because that's kind of independent of like quality of theme code. If you're not sure where you fit in terms of those levels, we have a little checklist that will help you get there. You can go to sparky.us/Elevar. We were going to print it out, but Brad said this is the way we're going to get your emails. So I'm totally kidding. We were going to get your emails either way. So you can check that out. You can also visit us downstairs. Also on this page, just below that, we're going to give out for anybody that's here three CRO quick wins that you can maybe implement in time for holiday or whatever. Just send us where your site is, and we'll give you a few ideas. Anybody here. It's like 2 separate forms on that page. It's a pretty kludgy experience because the only thing I like more than conversion rate optimization is irony. I thought that joke would land. No, not at all. No, I was workshopping in the hallway. We've got better reactions out there, but what I'm saying is the form kind of stinks. But hey, well, that's it. Peace and love. Thanks, guys.
So as we transition over to Nik, I hope you all caught the end of that, where no matter where you are in that quadrant, in that 2x2 quadrant, landing page testing is always something that you should be doing. Nik is going to beat that home, but I think that's something where all of the different pieces of the pie that we're talking through, I think landing page testing, heat map, event tracking, dumping that data in your data warehouse, using creative, zero-party data from your post-purchase surveys, using that to tie back to landing pages. Landing pages allows you to do that so much faster. So Nik, drop some knowledge on us.
Awesome. First off, big shout out to everybody in a purple t-shirt for helping out and put this together. If you see anybody in a purple t-shirt, give them a high five or a fist bump. As well as the guys from Encore who are helping everything with the lights and the sound and everything.
And Rochelle. Where's
Rochelle?
Rochelle. Although we're going to go over time, Rochelle, FYI. A few minutes.
Sorry. They don't want lunch. Yeah. Actually, who's hungry? Raise your hand. All right, cool. This is perfect because today, my slides got cut.
No. Can you go to the break and I'm going to flip over to the...
This was supposed to be a very smooth. Who's hungry?
Yeah.
Didn't work. Also, shout out to last night, Ron and Ash and Josh for putting on a nice event for us.
Shout out rickshaws.
Yeah, shout out rickshaws. It's Ron Shaw on a rickshaw. Who saw that?
All right, try that. That's your deck.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm hungry. Yeah. Is this gonna work? Oh, there we go. Is there a way to zoom out a little bit?
Yeah.
This is why we need an Indian on staff. Okay.
That good?
Yeah, perfect.
All right.
All right. So today we're going to talk about building landing pages. But first, just I think before I thought we had time, we don't really have time. So you can stretch after this. A good landing page is basically comprised of a bunch of different ingredients: a good angle, some good copy, some good social proof. And so today we're going to go over the ingredient list for a good landing page, and I'm going to break down the ingredients and what they all mean. So, first off, why should you use landing pages? Well, typically somebody clicks an ad, they get to your homepage, they scroll through your homepage. It talks about your brand in one particular way, right? Usually it's something that one person came up with, maybe in a conference room, maybe a branding agency came up with it in Brooklyn. They have no real connection to your customers. And then they go to your collections page, and then they go to your product page, and then they probably leave because they don't have enough information, and then they come back, and then maybe they purchase. With a landing page, the idea is you roll out this red carpet as if your customer is Kim Kardashian, entering a movie premiere, and you are her assistant. So every question that Kim has as she's walking this red carpet is getting answered as she's walking, the red carpet. And I'll get to what those questions are so you can make sure you have them all answered. So let's start with the ingredients. The first ingredient is a good angle. Now, a good angle is something Dylan talked about as well. It's basically, how are you talking about your product? How are you introducing people to the product itself? For example, Elevar can be a tag manager for Shopify sites, which sounds boring, but it could also be Skims or shapewear for your website, which now is a better angle. You're going to get a lot more people who are more interested in wanting to figure out what it is. Cadence is a great example. Has anybody heard of Cadence, these travel capsules? A couple people. So Cadence sells these plastic travel capsules made with recycled plastic. And if they were to just go on Facebook and advertise, travel capsules, their TAM would be a lot lower. But if they shift that messaging to, take your personal care routine when you travel, or leak-proof personal care that's TSA approved, or, go sleep at your boyfriend's house and don't miss your cleanser. These are things that are angles that get more people interested, and therefore, basically you create a TAM out of that. You want to basically understand who you're going after with your angle, what they care about, why they would need your product, or what they would benefit from it. And also you want to understand how they consume information. If you're going after somebody who's 65, they're going to consume something much differently than Ian might at 16.
Ooh, well played. Well played.
Like that?
That's good.
The next thing you need is some stellar copywriting. So, when I worked at a company called Hintwater, we had ads that were running when I got there. It said 0 calories, zero sugar, 0 sweetener, flavored water, try it now. And I thought, this is a terrible representation of why I like the product. I like the product because it tastes like dessert, or, it tastes like a nice drink, but really it's just water. And so you need to personify what you're actually selling, because otherwise no one really cares, right? And you want to basically go from value prop through a conveyor belt. Value prop, and I'm trying to skip through this a little quickly, but you go value prop, filter it through your customer. Why should they give F as to why they would consume your product or what they'll get out of it, and then flip it to benefits. When you're speaking to customers, unless you're talking about the ingredients or how something works or what comes inside your box, everything should be very benefits driven, not value props driven. It's hard to read this, so
I'll zoom in a little
that's
bit.
okay. That's okay.
Whoa! Don't kill me, AV guy.
I'm gonna have this deck for everybody to download after. Oh, that's better actually. Yeah, still can't read it, but it's okay. Basically, yeah, it's what I said. Benefits, not value props. The next thing you want to make sure you absolutely have is social proof. There's 3 main types of social proof you can have. Obviously, there's more, but these are the 3 that I always look toward. The first is customer reviews. This is what are your customers saying, and what can you extract from what customers are saying. The best place to do this is, you set up your reviews page, go through and make a list of all the benefits people talk about. So if you talk about Caraway cookware, they might mention easy to clean, non-toxic cookware, looks beautiful, nice colors. And every time you see it, just put a little tally next to it. The more tallies you have, or you take the top 5 most tallied benefits, there's your listicle, there's your angle for a landing page, that's your ad copy. It just helps you understand what are people actually getting value from in your product. The second one is established sources. And then the third one is user-generated content. So customer reviews I went over, but the main key here is you want to make sure when you showcase reviews, you're actually pulling reviews that speak to the benefits of the product. So you don't want to just have, it's easy, it arrived in a nice box and it was easy to set up. That gives no context to the actual function of the product, right? Next one is the established sources. So the established sources, depending on what side of the political spectrum you're on, can be different publications. They could also be content creators. They could be influencers. It's essentially anybody who has a voice or a platform. And depending on the audience you're going after, you might change that. So for example, with Feastables, when we launched that site, we focused on social proof that was more other YouTubers because the 12-year-olds that were buying resonated with that, not the New York Times. If you're going to sell to a 60-year-old, you might focus on Town and Country or Reader's Digest. And if you're focusing on a 30-year-old, you might focus on Refinery 29 or Vogue, right? You want to find social proof that aligns with the customer you're going after. And then the third one is user-generated content. So this is content that is created by your customers out of their own goodwill because they truly love the product. Now, who's heard of 73 questions with Vogue? All right, on landing pages, you can take 68 away. You just need 5. And it's basically, what is the product? Why does it exist? How does it benefit my life? Why is this the best option in the market for the product out of all its competitors? And how soon do I order it? Or how soon will I get it if I order it today? These are the 5 questions that every landing page should answer over and over and over again. Until your landing page is complete, everything on your landing page needs to be answering these 5 questions. The next part is the shop section. So the shop section is where, this is like, you've done all your work, you're about to shake hands with this person, you're about to make the deal. You've got to just make sure you reinforce them a little bit. So I like to have photography that, basically showcases what is somebody getting. They've already seen the product in action above. They've seen user social proof. Now it's like, what am I getting when I place add to cart or place this order? So you show that. And then you even take the headline. So in this case, we call it the starter kit versus just the flosser. And then you have a little bit of description, some bullet points as to what comes inside or what to expect, and then your buy button. You want to essentially answer the who, what, when, where, why, and then also have some sort of reassurance. So Magic Spoon, for example, says 100% happiness guaranteed. That is some sort of a reassurance that, okay, if I'm going to place this order and I'm going to spend this money, I can always go back and get a refund, or I can be made right. The other thing I didn't mention here is in this section, especially if you're selling to males, you want to make sure that you have an answer for when somebody's wife says, "Why the fuck did you buy this?" You want to make sure you have that copy clearly written so that as they buy it, they feel confident in the purchase that they're making. The how it works and what's inside questions. So this is essentially just very basically explaining what is it that's coming in the box or how does something work. So whether it's a beverage, whether it's a hearing aid, whether it's a protein powder, you want to very quickly show people, this is our protein powder. Look, this is a GIF of how easily it mixes. Or this is our beverage, this is our hearing aid, this is what happens. You unbox it, you set it up with your phone, and it's good to go. The next piece is the brand story. Not everybody has a great brand story, and that's okay. But having a good brand story just allows you to make a personal connection, right? It's like going to Chipotle and asking the guy before you get guacamole how their day is going. It just gives a little bit of personal connection. And it allows you to build that relationship. Not much to it, though. The next one is pixels and scripts. So these are a few scripts and pixels that I like to make sure are on the page. One is your smooth scroll, meaning when somebody clicks a button and it drops them down, show them that animation of nicely scrolling down versus just getting immediately taken there, so they can see that there's more on the page. Next one is floating CTA. So right at the top is somebody scrolling, or on mobile, at the bottom near the thumb. Next one is Microsoft Clarity, but I should have swapped that out for heat map, because heat map is, Dylan's not even here, but heat map is now what we use, because you can literally see for every button that's clicked on a page, what is the revenue generated for that button. The next one is your UTM pass-through. So if you're running ads to a landing page, you want to make sure that your UTM parameters stay consistent as they go to the shop or to checkout. Your ad pixels, your Facebook, Twitter, whatever it may be. And then your attribution software. So whatever attribution software you use or media mix modeling tools you use, you want to make sure that those are on the page and those are feeding data to your software. So now if we look at some examples here, these are some of the pages that we've built. You'll notice that all of these pages are, they're vastly different from the website. And why is that? The websites, again, are built by hipsters in Brooklyn. Not these guys.
None taken.
Not these guys. But they're built by hipsters in Brooklyn who sit in a conference room drinking cold brew, right? They speak one way to a customer. And you can't expect every customer to resonate with the way that you're speaking about your product on your homepage or even your product page. And so with the landing pages, we have the angle at the top. We have some supporting value props that, again, ladder back to your angle. Your angle should be your North Star. Every piece of copy on the page needs to ladder back up to that angle. And then you very clearly show the product in action, a call to action. You put some social proof in there, and you've got yourself a nice hero section. If you guys want this presentation, you can download it here, hooks.co/Elevar. And lastly, this entire presentation was taken from one email I sent out. I send out free emails every Sunday, and you can subscribe. And you can email me, follow me on Twitter, find me at lunch, come harass me. And that is my time.
Awesome. All right, this clock only says we're 47 seconds over. So we're going to do 2 questions. Who's got any questions for Ian or Nick? Hold on, AJ or Paul.
Do you have any recommendation creating landing pages for mobile experience?
For mobile?
Yeah.
That's the end of the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything you design should be designed in mobile first. Like we saw with Dylan's presentation, 68% of your traffic is coming in through mobile. And so, everything should be designed in mobile. And then if you have the resources, design it in desktop. If you don't have the resources, design it in mobile and let it fit to desktop. Everything should be very clear. Again, answering those 5 questions as soon as you can. And, the other thing I think about too is the first probably 2 or 3 swipes with your thumb, I consider that oceanfront real estate. That's cream of the crop real estate. And so you want to be able to condense that, pack as much in, make it fun, make it exciting for somebody. And again, find that angle, right? If you don't have the angle, the rest of the page doesn't work. Like Dylan said, find those images or that copy that resonates back with the customer and the problem they're facing. And the last piece is probably make it very fast. Don't let it load slow. You have to pretend that, you're loading this on a third world country's cell network.
Victor, were you asking about software as well? So what do you guys use for your landing page?
So we use either Unbounce. Unbounce is easy because I'm the one Indian who can't code, and it's very easy to drag and drop everything. Second easiest is Replo. That's within the Shopify app. You just download the app and install it. And then we have a lot of clients who just build natively on Shopify, so we just develop it there.
Builds landing pages too, as companies. So if anyone's
that's what I do.
Looking for landers for Q4, talk to these guys, talk to Nick. One more question. Paul or AJ, yeah, you pick. If there's only 2, we can do both.
What would be the top 3 things you would test when launching a new landing page, A/B test-wise for the customer?
Good question. So top 3 things to test on a lander, probably the angle. So, why are people coming to the site? What are the problems that you're going to solve for them? I would probably test that. Going back to the shoes example, 5 reasons why Strava runners can't get enough of these shoes, right? And it's 5. Those 5 things are then derived from the top 5 benefits that you pick up from your reviews that your customers leave. The third one would probably be the merchandising. So what is the offer and the discount and the positioning of that? Is it, are you just getting a pair of shoes? Are you getting a pair of shoes with an extra set of laces, extra set of insoles? What's the discount that's there? Are you getting free shipping? Like basically the merchandising is essentially the shop section. And that would probably be the other thing I would test. Yeah.
We had one more. AJ, Paul, you guys will have to pick.
How many landing pages should you be running at a time? Or landing pages, excuse me.
Not that many. So, I think it really depends on your spend and how big of your e-commerce store it is. If you're just getting started with landers, I would say run one and just, use heatmap.com, watch the heat maps, watch the user session recordings, understand, spend hours just watching these recordings and look at what is it that's grabbing people's attention, where are people stopping their scroll, what are they hovering over the most, and then make those optimizations. Most of what makes a landing page successful or not successful comes down to the angle and the offer. And so, and the copywriting, I would say. But if you don't have, those 3 figured out, the next landing page is not gonna, magically solve that. The only other thing I would test, if you have a higher considered purchase, you might try different types. You might try a landing page that's entirely full of social proof, or a listicle, or an advertorial. But generally, those are the few things I would focus on.
Awesome. Well, if it's not obvious, we got 2 brilliant minds up here. Are you guys open for people to hawk you over lunch and nerd out on CRO and everything else? By the way, I've been reading your email every Sunday for at least 2 years.
Same.
So yes, subscribe. All right, I'm sure everyone's ready for lunch and a break. We'll be back up in about an hour and 15 minutes, and we got 2 hours of sessions this afternoon, and then we'll have a happy hour here, and then the boat cruise. Who's gotten value out of this morning? Awesome. All right, this afternoon is going to be amazing, so make sure we'll see you back up here in an hour. if you're going back to your hotel or whatever, just make sure you're at that marina at 5 o'clock. If you need help with directions, it's on the, if you got our email, or it's on the landing page on our site, or just go see anyone in a purple shirt. So with that, there are, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have three, lucky or unlucky, depending on the way you look at it, because he's doing it, it's very lucky. 3 brands, so we seeded 3 brands that were coming to do some optimization, but I gotta let you go.
Okay.
Just go for it.
All right.
All right, you don't need this.
Just to reference
okay.
a little bit.
All right.
Okay, all right, guys. My name is Jovanes. I do site optimization work for various brands. The workshop thing that we're going to do is on page 14. I'll reference it throughout the whole presentation. We'll do some checklist stuff for the CRO work that I do. So mainly I'm going to focus on the types of optimizations I do for brands. I'm going to break it down into 4 quadrants or 4 types of optimizations. Then, like Brad said, I have a few before and afters that I do. I do this series on LinkedIn called Let's Optimize, where I take a minute where I do a before and after, take a maybe homepage, product page, some key page of a brand, and I do a before and after. I redesign it with the things that I would test if I were working with that brand. So the Growth Chef, that's my wife, Trankau. She started the consultancy a couple of years ago. She was working at Skims before. She was VP of marketing there. And I joined her 6 months ago. So husband and wife crew, the Growth Chef is just us. So we work directly with brands. She does the marketing side of it, and I do the web design, development, and CRO work. We also have a big boss. His name is Andy. He's our chief baby officer. So he's 8 months old now. So that's kind of our life. We do e-commerce work, and then when we're not doing it, we are hanging out with our baby. Some background on me. I started with a lead generation company called Centerfield. This is where I started by doing the A/B tests that got into A/B testing world. So here are some of the brands that we worked with. ADT, SunPower, Match Group, that does all the like dating websites. So the work that I did was, if you guys have ever searched top, let's say, home security systems, if you've gotten a landing page where you have maybe the top 5, you click through, you become a lead. That's the funnel basically that we optimized, and I stayed there for a year and a half doing landing page optimization, mainly for leads. So we would either get emails or phone numbers. I got into the e-commerce space with 310 Nutrition, which is a supplement company. We do mostly meal replacement shakes. So my background, web design development. I got into kind of leading the development crew there, getting A/B testing program set up for 310 Nutrition. I ended up, being VP of e-commerce there, just managing everything on the front end, excluding finance and operations of the company. But 6 months ago, like I said, I joined my wife doing consultancy, and here are some of the brands that I work with currently. Some of them have full-blown optimization programs. Some of them I do some ad hoc projects, and for Fabletics, I do some consultant hours of optimizing their lead flows. So overall, in the last 8 years or so, I've done around 1,500 tests. Most of them have been at 310 Nutrition, which was the shake company. And then at the lead generation company, 8 years ago, I was doing maybe 1 to 2 designs a day. It was kind of like a sweatshop of landing page designs, but I learned a lot. We did a lot of tests at that company. So optimization programs, I would say, are kind of a late game tactic in terms of for brands. I highlighted programs because optimization, I think, is for everybody. Even if you have very few visitors on your site or don't have that much traffic, you should still go with your best foot forward. You should do some optimization work. But in terms of a program where you're testing a bunch of things weekly or monthly, however the cadence might be, it's not really for everybody. I do have a couple of examples of brands that just do fine without any CRO work. They're on Shopify themes, haven't done anything. And I don't think they're planning to, and they probably shouldn't be doing CRO in the next year or so. Like, it depends on their growth path. But the first one is Dad Gang, if you guys have heard of it. When I became a dad, this was kind of like my niche brand that I got introduced on Twitter/X. And so they're running on Shopify Dawn or Debut, one of those free themes. They haven't touched anything from it, but I converted on their site, I think, maybe within a few seconds of seeing a hat that was spoke to me as a dad. And they didn't do any optimizations. I don't think they do any tests. What they're focused on, which is, I think, wise in their kind of trajectory of growth, is new products, new hats, coming up with new products, because they have a niche kind of customer base like me. I would buy any hat that they create that I like. It doesn't matter if they have timers or if they have some, the color of their add to cart button or whatnot. Those things are not for them yet, okay? Another one is even more niche for me specifically, because I have a baby. I studied computer engineering in college, and I'm a dad. These guys, they make a book for computer engineering for babies. It's kind of a gag gift because babies can't really do engineering, but they have I think 4 or 5 main logic kind of things that somebody would learn when they're starting out computer engineering, like and, or, nor, if you're familiar with that. But again, with these guys, I think they have a $200, I checked in their theme, that they bought. They haven't done any optimization, it doesn't look like, but I converted anyway within a few seconds, just because I was so primed for the product. So this is a CRO talk, but I'm saying it's not for everybody. Like, they'll probably end up doing it in the future, but for both of these brands, like the Dad Gang one, it's better for them to create new products or new hats, right? New designs. And then for the babies one, I think they did one for computer engineering for bigger babies, like a little bit more complex engineering stuff. For them, their focus and their energy is better spent on just creating more products and expanding that SKU list. So the main talk, so from the 4 that we have here, we'll go through it where you guys will have kind of a checklist of things to do. So the 4 things that we're going to talk about, the optimization types that I do, or the tests that we do. Conversion rate is one of them. Usually this whole thing gets bucketed out as CRO, but CRO, as in making people purchase more, is not the main optimization or the main tests. So it's just one of the 4 that I work on. So conversion rate. Second one is average order value, just increasing the value of somebody's purchase. Landing page dedicated funnels, these are tied to conversion rate and average order value, but they're a different type of focus of work that I do with brands. And lastly, this is the least, I guess, measurable one, but it's an important one. Some brands care about it, some brands don't. It's just the brand and overall user experience of it. Whether you're very DR, where you don't really care about the colors or the experience of the user, you just want the conversion. Some brands don't really care about that. And then there's one brand that I work with, Monos Luggage, if you guys have heard of them. One of their co-founders is a designer himself, so they have the most extensive UX template that I've ever seen on Figma. They must have hundreds of pages where each gray color, they have 10 or 15 grays basically to use as a visual hierarchy. But some brands don't need it, but for the ones that do, we do those tests. So first one, if you guys reference the bottom left box, the ease of purchase, this is the ease of purchase. It's just a checklist. If you guys go through it, I'm going to go through a few kind of important things to look out for types of tests to do, or things that will affect conversion rate. You guys could go through and just checklist the ones that you think your brand kind of has. So the first one is clear brand and product positioning. Usually this is homepage, but any landing page there someone is on. Within a few seconds, somebody should understand what your brand is about, what your product is about, and feel at home, right? This might not be the first interaction with your brand. They're probably either through marketing or referral from a friend, but they should feel at home. So for this one, Everyday Dose, they do mushroom coffee. So their headline is straight to the point, say hello to Smarter Coffee, and then the paragraph there talks about kind of what they have done with mushrooms and how they integrate it with the coffee, and then some of the ingredients. So if your brand, you feel like your homepage, we can focus on the homepage. If you feel like in a few seconds a user will understand what you're about, then you can do a checkbox on that number. The second one is speed and ease of use. Now, speed is kind of a big topic of, there's this number that's been thrown around, like for every second, you increase your speed of the site, X number of conversion rate. Like, I haven't really seen that as in practice, and there is, I think, a diminishing kind of return of how much speed there is. If it's really terrible, it's probably going to hurt conversion, but within a couple of seconds, if your site loads and it's interactive, I think overall you're fine. The main thing that people look at when they're looking at speed, they look at headless as an option, right? Shopify has a headless option with hydrogen and oxygen as their technologies. There's a bunch of different vendors that offer headless, but I have a strong opinion against headless. I won't go too much into detail about why, but if you want to get the speed kind of bump without going headless, these are 2 companies that do a very good job. EdgeMesh I've directly worked with, a True Classic. Nostra I've evaluated but haven't worked with, but It's a simple script that you add onto your site. They do edge caching, which is just caching at the browser level. They do two forms. It depends on the company, but they do some form of pre-caching as well, or pre-fetching. So that means there's different variations of it, but generally it's if you go on the home page and you're most likely to go to the collection page, you might either pre-fetch before you even go to that page, either the CSS, the JavaScript, or even the entire page itself. It depends on how the company has kind of structured their prefetching, but these are two great options without going into headless, because every brand that I've talked to that has gone to headless has regretted it. I've evaluated multiple times with multiple vendors at 310 Nutrition over the 6 years that I was at, and I've chosen to stick with just Shopify theme. We had a custom Shopify theme, but the main reason being it makes your company into a technology and dev focused company if you go headless versus a marketing one, which I think most brands really need to focus on marketing and not so much on the tech and being very tech savvy. And I won't go through too much of a kind of tangent on that, but these are two great solutions for non-headless. The third one, if you want to check off, so solid product carousel photography. I've done this test with Raycon recently. You can't see it very well, but the thumbnails on the bottom right, that's the after or the test variant. And so most companies, when they have their carousel, they'll have different angles of the same product. So there's not much that the user gets other than a different angle of the same product. So like doing this, doing that, zoom in. The test that we did was adding text or infographics. Obvi does this really well, where it kind of feels like an Amazon page where you have your white world, probably the first image, but then the carousel, it almost should mimic somebody scrolling vertically through your website. So take the content that you would have on your vertical scroll and kind of put it on a horizontal scroll where you have testimonials, we have infographics, you have reviews, make it a little bit more engaging. So that's a great one. If you guys have that in your brand, check that off. If not, that's a good one to test. Fourth one, abundant social proof. So what I would call abundance is having scattered kind of everywhere on your website, but also having different formats. On the left, there's Kachava that does video reviews. Great brands to work with are VideoWise, Tolstoy that do UGC videos. You can put them on your site, but have 3 different formats. So if you have imagery, you have videos, and you have text, you can check that off. And you want to sprinkle it across your site from product page to cart to checkout. This one should be number 5, but it's still 4. But 5 is brand and operation promises. So this is 30-day risk-free trials. If you have return policies, if you have warranties, put those on the site. Bottom right, good for some brands, having some sort of promise of the shipping delivery or delivery estimated time. So if you have all those 3, put them somewhere not too prominent. You don't want to take away from other parts of the page, but have it where somebody can see it and feel at ease with their purchase. So check that off if you have those. Okay, for first episode of the Let's Optimize, or the first one. I don't think Nectar Eyewear is here.
Is Sean here?
No. Okay. Well, Nectar, wherever you are, the product page. So I focused on the product page. This is one of their best-selling sunglasses. A few problems. Strong contrast in header. So if you guys have a header that has this almost black and then yellow, there's a lot of contrast. Your eyes gravitate towards that. Lots of CTAs. There's the try them on. There's a view in 3D. There's another try them on. There's the add to cart, and then there's the add RX. I think at the bottom. So I redid it with a few changes. So the top one, top navigation, muting some of the colors there. That way your eyes can kind of glance over it and you don't have to go back to it. The try them on for sunglasses, that's the first thing that in a retail shop that you do. You have the spinning glass mirror things. So getting somebody to try them on, they have a great thing that is not really visually shown here. So that's my face on the bottom right. I just took a screenshot of the experience that you would get if you hit try them on. So having a preview of that experience is great because you're going to get higher click-through rates. So these are the assumptions. I'm not saying this is exactly going to increase everything, but just test ideas or what I'm thinking about. So I reduced the CTAs there. So the try them on was in 2 places. I just had them in the one place with my face on it there. Kept the add to cart, and then the add RX thing kind of didn't really work because add RX, you would think it adds a prescription model, but it actually just goes to a product page that is the prescription model. So I just made it into, I think, view prescription models or something like that. And then I grabbed my wife and said, can we do a little video? It'll be cool. So that might be something that they test, whether it's a still photo of somebody with the AR experience, or they do like a montage of the different glasses or things that you can try on. So the main objective here is get more people to try them on.
What would be the metrics that you'd measure? So how would you evaluate that?
I would definitely look at conversion rate and all that. Like that's the one thing. But if it's flat, even if the conversion rate is flat and revenue is flat there, the secondary metric I would put as a custom goal is clicking on the try them on. So if they go into the AR experience, assuming that if people, the more people look at the AR experience, the more likely they will purchase. If that not in that session, in the other session, yeah, revenue per session is definitely the one key metrics, but then I would do a secondary one for clicking on that try them on. Okay, back to optimization stuff. So that one on your sheet is bottom right. So maximizing revenue. This is an easier thing in my experience to do than the conversion rate. Like making somebody purchase or more likely to purchase is a lot harder, in my opinion, than just having more in their cart. So if they've decided that they need to purchase, they want to purchase, having cross sells. I'll go through the different types of things that you can do for average order value, but just check off if your website has these. The first one is cross sells. On the left, you have True Classic with the underwear for the shirts, good complementary product. Cross sells are complementary. Upsells are, I'll talk about in a second, but they're just complementary products. So Raycon does headphones. They have a headphone and a headphone bag. So having that either on the product page, cart. I've seen it on checkouts as well. Some apps coming up with like checkout upsells. I've seen the least amount of usage on checkout. Most of it is either on product or cart pages. So just focus on those two areas. Second one is actual upsells, like traditional upsells, which is somebody came in for the 310 nutrition. They came in for shakes. You're just selling them more shakes. So the same product is just the upsell. On the right, this is a recent test from Raycon that won pretty significantly. We started selling more fitness earbuds. The conversion rate was pretty flat, but we ended up selling more of the higher value item, and that's how the test won. And the left one, I'll talk about a little bit more, 310 nutrition. This was our main funnel, but I'll talk about it in a future slide. The third one, cart milestones. Right one's Obvi. We kind of took an inspiration from you guys actually for the 3. We had 2, and then we saw you guys do 3. We started doing 3, testing it out. Different thresholds that might depend on the brand or the average order value that you guys have. Where do you want to put that number for the threshold? For 310, I don't want to show their AOV yet, but like 75, 99, 125. That's the sweet spot that we got. Obvi has 65, 100, 125, pretty similar. And you can test out putting free shipping either middle, left, or I haven't seen it all the way to the right. It's either been the first or the second, tier. So if you have cart milestones, through the experience, check that off. And the last one, this is pretty much the easiest one, I think, that would increase revenue per session because it's post-transactional, doesn't affect transactions at all in the session. Arguably, maybe not the best experience, but I've seen that from new visitors that go through your site, they're probably going to churn. I worked in a pretty high churn, brand for CPG. That's usually the case. But you only have kind of like one shot to get the most revenue from that one session. So post-transactional upsells, if you're on Shopify, they're pretty much standardized. There's a few brands that do it, or for a few companies, but since Shopify went to the Shopify checkout, they kind of standardized all the upsells, but this is just showing an offer after somebody's purchased. You can either do new customers or a cart amount, but I've seen this have like $2 to $3 effect on AOV without any loss, obviously, to conversion rate because it's post-conversion. Okay, audience hearing. Are you guys in the audience? Yes? Okay, all right, so you guys are next for the before and after.
I didn't warn you guys, sorry.
Okay. So you got audience hearing. They sell, I guess headphones, but for people who have impairment of hearing, they have these 2 different models of earbuds that improve that hearing. And so this is the page that people see after the homepage. When they say purchase the product, there's 2 main ones, and it's a table showing the 2 different models. Now there's a couple of the issues that we have. So on mobile, on desktop, it's fine, and kind of I think it's on the side, and it's large enough footprint. But given the audience, I'm assuming it's an older audience. Even for a younger audience, it's kind of hard to read that table, and it takes a lot of mental load to compare and contrast. So it's crunched on mobile, lots of info up front, and the last one is kind of subjective, but like I did this a lot when I was at the lead generation company comparing brands. If we didn't want somebody to buy the other brand, we would put that X, the red X, in there. So doing that to yourself I think it's short selling your cheaper product. The left one is a $99 product, the right one's $250. So I would only talk about your models in a positive manner. So if, I can't read what the first ones are, but you have an X, meaning it's a negative for the cheaper model. So I'm assuming most of your conversions are on the $99 model, probably 60-40, 70-30. Is that kind of in the right ballpark? On the higher one? Okay, well, okay, I'm wrong. That's crazy. I would assume it's a cheaper one for a mass market. But in either case, the X is kind of a negative on the lower one. So the stuff that I did, there's still a little text heavy. I would probably put check marks on the where the paragraph is. But making the font size a lot bigger, I can send it to you. I'll find you guys and I can work with you. But just having everything kind of larger font size wise, having fewer information, like information points. So just having the price there in green, having the models in there, and having some sort of blurb. Again, like that paragraph might be still too wordy, might be some check marks in there. And on the bottom, you still have the compare details. So if for people who want to get the chart and go a little bit more on the comparison, they could go into that bottom CTA and compare the details. But yeah, for this audience, mostly it's just increase everything font size wise and make it a little bit more step-by-step, handhold a little bit more. Again, this is not an obvious win or like guaranteed win. I'm just saying this is from my experience. Okay, third type of optimization, dedicated landing pages and funnels. So 310 Nutrition, for the 6 years I was at, I think I did maybe 600, 700 A/B tests on this page. It ended up, when I was talking about the brand and non-brand thing, this is more on the non-brand side where we have a bunch of DR, colors, and text. But it's what won in A/B testing. So it's really up to the owner or the key stakeholders of the brand to say how far they want to go on the visuals and the UX. But one thing to test is offers. And so this product that we had wasn't on site. It was a very low offer in terms of price. It was $9, but through cross-sells, upsells, you see the $39 upsell on the right side. We increased the AOV much higher than $9. That's how we were able to do business. So it's an exclusive offer, deep discounts, and then lots of cross-sells, upsells sprinkled across. We had the post-transactional upsell as well. And so it ended up being an AOV where our cost per acquisition made sense for the business. The next one is it's going to be kind of a workshop one. Listicles are the easiest ones that you can make landing page wise. These are two that I designed. I built the right one on the Replo. Left one was in Shopify. But 5 reasons why X, for your product it's a pretty common landing page or listicle. So we can go through. You could go through now or kind of later if you have more time. But 2 things. So generic audience and niche audience. 2 different pages. So how to fill out this 5 reasons why, basically. The first one is the generic audience. I'll take the true classic one, for example. So generally all men. We can do a landing page that, the way I like to frame it is, if you want to create a listicle, is how would you tell your friend about your product or brand? Don't think too much about marketing, just your friend. If you're going to have a conversation in a sentence, in hierarchy, because that's how we talk in hierarchy, is the most important, is the first one. Could you put some commas and list out 5 things why your product brand is the best one? So with True Classic, it might be number 1, the best, most comfortable. It's great in the shoulders, doesn't ride up. So those are some reasons. And then the niche audience is more of a kind of a segment of the all men. So True Classic has tall t-shirts for people who are either big or tall or both. But that would be mostly the same numbers. It's usually, comfort will still be number 1 in the case of True Classic, but you have a niche audience where what would you tell this person or this cohort of your customer base? Would just tell them something different. So in the True Classic sense, if it's a tall, big guy, it would be maybe the length of the shirt that it doesn't ride up, and you focus on that. So think about it as telling your friend about your brand, and that'll be a good start as a draft. It won't be the final product of the listicle. You could do some copywriting work to get that ready. Okay, last one, White Leaf. I don't think they're in the audience either. They do baby food.
Anyone here from White Leaf? No.
Okay, so they do baby food in these convenient to-go packs. On their homepage, they're focusing on a new arrival, which I can't tell for sure if this is going to work or not. I'm currently testing that with True Classic of new arrivals versus evergreen messaging on your homepage. What do you want to do? And so some problems here, lots of text, focus on new arrivals. There's no babies mentioned. I think the paragraph says, regenerate your pantry with 4 new blends, grown in harmony with nature. It's a very vague title, long-winded. It doesn't talk about babies, and I think that the text there does not either. So they're focusing on the new arrivals, assuming everybody that's visiting their site knows what they do, and then here are some new products. So the redesign that I did, I have a baby in there, I have a mom in there, everybody that's involved in the transaction, either financially or food-wise, I guess, consumption. And then the title will be Healthy Organic Baby Food in Convenient To-Go Packets. You have a little social proof. I think Nick had, your landing pages kind of looks similar to this, where you have a headline, great imagery, big button, shop now, and then some of the USDA organic and some of the calls from that side. You couldn't see like the new on the bottom below that. Some options there. You could either test having the new at the top, new at the bottom, so it's a section below. I wouldn't put the exact same section because it'll look a little redundant, it'll look off. But if you want to have the new arrivals, you can either put it after this or have a carousel where the evergreen thing that everybody cares about is first, and then maybe you have a new arrivals for returning. Or do, customization where you look at the returning visitor first, but then you get into like cookies and if you can actually identify if somebody's new or not. But yeah, so that was one of the before and afters. All right, last one is the brand and UX. Again, this is not for everybody. It'll depend on the brand you have. So one question is, I think the two questions are in the worksheet. Does your brand have a guideline? And then two, does your site adhere to that brand guideline? Again, not for everybody. And then UX, this affects everything in terms of revenue, conversion rate, and all that, but is your site pleasant to use? It is harder to test UX here if it has an effect or not, because you have these segments of users that might be frustrated with your experience, but they'll still convert anyway because they need the product. And then they'll people, so like you might not see it in an A/B test, so because people might actually convert, but they'll have a bad experience. You might see that down the line for retention. So that's a little bit more subjective, more artsy, but it's more of a design work. So these are two things. Again, it'll depend on your brand if you guys care about the design and kind of experience or not. Okay, so categorized and prioritized in order of ease/ROI to do. Average order value, like I said, from those subset, I think the post-transactional upsell is probably the easiest one to do. It's definitely not going to hurt conversion rate. It'll increase your average order value, and then doing all the other cross-sell, upsell stuff. LP's dedicated funnels, I would put maybe a few years ago at the bottom in terms of ease, but with Replo, Unbounce, those kind of tools, I really love Replo. My workflow is from Figma to Replo. Within Replo, I can probably get a full landing page like in an hour or so built out because it's very similar to Figma and the way you design it. So that's kind of an easier one now. Conversion rate is harder. Like I said, convincing somebody to buy. All the other stuff is a little bit easier to do. Less measurable, subjective. Some brands want to do it in tandem with their optimization program, but brand and UX. All right, lastly, validate your A/B testing program. I think some people talked about it. Run an AA test. This is that wins the test should go live. There's some moral decisions that are really up to the brand owner kind of to do. One of them is shipping insurance. We actually went through this. I'm glad True Classic didn't pre-check the insurance for shipping. That's going to increase revenue, but like at what cost? There's some brand costs in there, fake timers, urgency, and all that. And lastly, don't forget to have fun. This stuff is very left brain stuff. It's not very creative. I mean, the work is creative, but the actual testing, you could get lost into the weeds of it. And most people have not started their brands with A/B testing. They started with either intuition, creative work, not left brain stuff. So try to balance those two. Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Or we're over time, right?
over time, and I don't want to cut in. Oh, Rochelle was like, no questions. All right.
Yeah, I'm already.
See Hob after. Yes, if they're all mic'd up. So while they're coming up, if anybody wants who wants like the Let's Optimize comparison for their own site? You do for free, not charging. Go see the Absolute Web team right here. They're giving away some free CRO audits or UX audits, and obviously Sparky. All right, Alex,
Brad,
Ash, over to you guys. Let me make sure to get everything set up for you.
Yep.
All right, I'm not going to waste any time. Can you reset this to 30 minutes? We'll just cut the break by 5 minutes. The timer, please. Thank you. I think you are good. So we're going to do another tag team. Ash, go for it.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. Well, first off, Brad, Elevar team, thank you for putting this together. It's been amazing. Thank you for the guys that came out to the Chew On This event last night. Hopefully it was pretty solid. You got to meet some people there. So
before we get into it,
yeah, of course.
We need intros first for both of you, Alex and you.
Okay, I'll go first. My name is Ash Melwani, co-founder and CMO of a health and wellness brand called Obvi. I've been running for 4 years now with my co-founder Ron over there. And I'm going to talk today about some of the mistakes we made over the last year or so that we can level the playing field and show you kind of how we fix these things and move onward. So.
Thanks, Ash. I'm Alex Stark. I'm one of the co-founders and CMO at OG, which is a certified organic skincare and color cosmetic brand. We started out D2C on our website and a little on Amazon, and now we're omni-channel and kind of grown a lot in the past few years. And yeah, I'm gonna kind of go off what Ash says here about our programs that have helped us grow.
Amazing. Cool. Awesome. All right, who am I? Why should you care? Brief introduction. Started my career in marketing at a startup called Shreds. Back in the day, you know, this company kind of ramped up from 0 to 100 million in revenue very quickly. So that's where I learned marketing. Facebook ads was becoming a thing. And so basically after that, took my talents to another startup called Mohawk Group, which basically focused on Amazon. So learned a lot about sponsored ads. So my whole career, I was just an ad guy, media buyer. Afterwards, myself and my two founders, Ron and Ankit, we started a boutique agency called Ghost 3 Media, where we worked on several brands, primarily focusing on like health and wellness. So we were pretty much gearing up for what was inevitably our launch of Obvi, where we went into the health and beauty space and took the collagen industry by storm. So here's what we're chewing on today. Understanding your numbers to craft the perfect offer, diversifying your creative advertising and things like that, and then how do you implement the correct account structure within Facebook. There's a lot of arguments between manual bidding, automatic bidding, and I'm going to tell you that there's a use case for everything. So hopefully one may resonate with your business and you can take it from there. So first things first, you can't do anything without understanding your numbers, right? So last year, all right, let me ask you guys a question, right? When you guys are analyzing your marketing performance, right? Who's looking at your CPA most of the time? None of you guys are looking at your CPAs?
Really got to work them to get them to raise their hand.
Okay. So that was the first thing we were always looking at. We said, hey, finance team, what's the number that we have to hit to acquire a customer? They gave us this like kind of standard number, said, hey, $50, you're good to go, right? But it doesn't account for your AOV and things like that, right? So the next number that we moved to was new customer ROAS, right? Does anybody use new customer ROAS here? You know, no? Okay, cool. So then the biggest thing with that is that, again, it doesn't account for how much profit you're making per order, or if you're losing money, if you're making money, because we all want to be profitable on the first order to kind of solidify the business, right? So I want to talk to you about contribution margin. Who here knows what contribution margin is? Fantastic, great. A few of you here. So Nice. We'll teach you something here, right? So contribution margin is basically either a positive number or a negative number, right? Positive number meaning it's adding to the business, or if it's negative, it's taking away from the business. Simple as that, right? So how do you calculate your contribution margin, right? So you take your MSRP, take out your cost of goods, you take out your discounts, you take out your shipping costs, take out your processing fees, you take out your CAC. You're taking out every single variable cost that's associated with your business, and you're left with either a positive number or a negative number, right? If you're in the negative, you're losing money per order, right? If you're in the positive, you're contributing to the business, okay? Now, one step closer is when you are running your marketing, you want to understand, am I breaking even, profitable, or negative, right? And so the best way to do this is you take your MSRP and divide it by the net profit before CAC, and you get a break-even ROAS, right? So these were the things that we weren't necessarily looking at for the longest time, and we were losing money on the first order, right? We were a consumable company, so we had a lot of retention revenue. We did 26 product launches in 2021, so there was a lot of recurring revenue that came in, and nobody was really looking at like, hey, is acquisition hurting us, or is it contributing to the business? It wasn't until we kind of stopped doing these product launches and like artificially inflating returning revenue did we realize that we might have a problem, right? So again, I was so focused on improving our conversion rate on our landing pages, trying to bump up that AOV, chasing revenue, and I didn't really account for our variable costs, right? And we ran bad offers, we were losing money on the first order, put ourselves into a pretty shitty position, right? So I'll give you an example of an offer we were running here, right? This, just looking at it, is a great looking offer, right? If you buy a 6-month supply, you get a 40% discount, you get free samples, you get a free gummies, you get a free shaker cup. If you buy a 3-month supply, you get a free product, whatever it is. Like, it would be a no-brainer for you to buy the products, right? You're getting so much value out of it, right? But the thing is that there's a thing as offering way too much or having too much value, right? That the fact that it hurts the business, right? So this is an example of what seemingly is, for me, like, oh, I'm gonna make the best offer possible. I'm gonna run ads. It's gonna have a high conversion rate, high AOV. People are gonna love the product, and let's just run it, right? Wrong. The problem here is that I've added so much to my cost of goods, right? Samples, the gummies, the shaker cup, the discounts, that I actually have to be so efficient on my ads to even break even on this, right? So in the attempts of increasing our conversion rate, kind of fucked ourselves, right? So give you an example of what we're running today. A lot less flashy, a lot less, very offery type of positioning. But one thing that we did was we removed the free gifts, okay? And we did this by A/B testing the offer. So showed this versus the old one, and we just removed the free gifts, okay? Now, anticipating a conversion rate drop, but was it just enough where we could be a little bit closer to break even than if we were to like, if for example, actually let's move to the next slide real quick, where to be completely transparent, the break even return, I had to be at a 2x return on the first offer, and I had to be at a 1.44x on this offer, right? So if you're running ads on Facebook, what do you think is what is easier to obtain at scale, right? Either a 2x return or a 1.4 return, right? Obviously, I'm gonna go for the 1.4. I can use CRO tips and do a bunch of A/B testing on this landing page to bring up the conversion rate. But if you told me, hey, you gotta spend 20K a day and try to achieve a 2x consistently, you're out of your mind, right? So here's an example where, one, we also increased the price, right? So one of the takeaways here is don't be afraid to increase your price, right? If you can showcase the value in your landing pages, where if you see the 1-month supply, before it was $29.99. Now it's $39.99, right? So I'm making a little bit more margin. So you're saying, oh, well, if you increase your price, are you gonna decrease your conversion rate? Yes, you will. But the way to bring that back up is through CRO, A/B testing on your landing page, the social proof. Everything that Sharma was saying is how do you showcase the value out of your product and make sure that that increase in price is showing value to the consumer, right? So like I said, we switched to this offer right off the bat. Conversion rate dropped a little bit, but I knew that I could obtain a 1.4x return on my ad spend a lot easier than a 2x, okay? So here's some offers to test out in your business. Bundling, like we had over here, right? We We sell a 1-month supply of a product, a 30-day supply. By bundling the same product, you're able to offer a little bit of a discount, and you're basically increasing your AOV, right? If I was to only sell the 1-month supply, my AOV would have $40, which is tough to get a decent enough CAC on Facebook. So by doing this, you're basically increasing your AOV where you can afford a higher CAC, right? And the brands that can afford a higher CAC are going to be the most successful in the long run, right? So bundling is one way. BOGO offers, one of the offers that we're running right now is buy two, get one free, right? So you're not necessarily associating a discount with your brand, but you're giving value in other ways. Cashback offers, we're using a platform called Fondue. Have you guys heard of Fondue recently? Yeah, Postgroup just acquired these guys. If you're running discounts, you're basically taking money off the top line and that's gone. With cashback, you're basically giving customers the option to redeem a cashback in a form of a gift card after they purchase, right? So they're paying full price up front and then you're giving them a gift card in the back end. But what ends up happening is that only 50% of the people don't even touch the gift card, right? 30% of the people actually take this gift card in the form of a store credit, so back to Obvi, and then 20% taking a Visa gift card, right? So that's one way to change the strategy between discount and cashback, and then gift with purchase, right? So those are a couple things that you can test out on your landing pages offer. So one, always consider price testing. Like I said, we increased our price by $10, which is almost 33%. Not much of a huge change in conversion rate. Always consider price anchoring. So the way that I do it over here is I show the 6-month first, the 3-month, and then the 1-month. So you're basically price anchoring. It's a very interesting way of increasing your AOV without affecting your conversion rate. And then just clear communication around your offer. Don't be slick with it. Just, hey, you're getting this discount, good, okay? Offer mistakes to avoid. Don't be adding too many free gifts like I did. We were losing money on it. The higher break-even target, right? The harder it will be to scale. And if you have a product with different AOV and margins, you need to calculate different break-even points for those different products, right? And then that is how you also set up your different account structures in your Facebook account. So let's talk about creatives quickly. We had a major creative diversity problem. Luckily, we had a rep at Meta that basically put this together for us, right? So what I would do here is maybe take a picture of this, right? It's basically this 4-quadrant chart, and you want to be able to fill up each quadrant with your styles of creatives, right? You don't want to rely on one type of creative in your ad account. You want to have different ones, right? Different people react to different types of creative. So between static and video, you're going to have your lo-fi type of content, which is content from your customers. Your polished content, which is whether you have lifestyle, photography, professional photo shoots. You want to make sure you have a mix of everything, right? And you can see like the bottom right corner is where we were heavily indexed on, but like the top right, bottom left, like we didn't really have that much. So there was an opportunity to fill those gaps and improve our efficiency just by having more diversity, right? And then another way to really split this up is static video and having emotional benefits where, if you have, a personal problem, you kind of want to, tap on that a little bit versus product benefits. So those are different ways to split up the creative. Types of video ads to consider running. I know we're going to get into this a little bit more, but creator-generated content, right? I think everybody is using UGC, but I think it's great for certain purposes. Customer-generated content, this is what's working really well for us. We literally ask our consumers, hey, can you take 10 minutes of your time, hop on a Zoom call with one of us, record the Zoom call, ask them about their experience with the product, and then we literally chop that 10-minute video up into these 30, 60-second segments, and those crush in our ad account. And then taking those and creating different mashups, reply videos. I'm sure you guys have seen these on TikTok and Instagram where you're replying to a comment. It looks super native to the platform, so definitely test those out. Founder videos, if you are not camera shy, definitely get in front of a camera and talk about why you started the business. People love the stories behind the brand. Bonus points if you can whitelist your own account, meaning set up a profile for yourself and run the ads behind that so it looks even more native. 3D render animations, basically taking your product, making it wiggle around, have some call outs, this and that. And then podcast style, which I think is going to be the next biggest type of creative. Where people are, talking about your product on a podcast, whether it's scripted or not, it looks, super native.
Type of static ads, these are crushing our ad account. Sometimes videos don't even perform anymore, which is why we'll rely on the static ads. But we do lifestyle banner ads, UGC banner ads, and product render banner ads. So when I say banner ads, I'm talking about taking your product, sticking a massive headline on it, like the angles that even Sharma was talking about, literally calling out the user, calling out the audience that you really want to your product is the key here, right? And the way to really come up with these headlines is look through your reviews, look through your comments, and see what people are talking about, and see how you can resonate on your ads, right? Then you got review ads, community ads. These are really simple, taking one of the best reviews and literally copying them onto a nice presented ad. Those do really well. And if you're in a category that's competitive, doing an us versus them, right? So having your points about why you're better than, say for example, Obvi versus a Vital Proteins, right? What are the differences between why we're better and showcasing that? And then news and media, right? If you guys follow some of these accounts like a Fuck Jerry or whatever it is, like they have these very noticeable media type of posts and they look native, everybody's using them. So if you have any articles or PR, you can pretty much turn those into ads. And then the last thing I want to talk about is ideal meta account structures. A little bit of a debate on Twitter, if you guys are on there, cost caps versus highest value. I think the best way to come about this is if you're looking for volume, right? And you're trying to grow the business and you have to hit revenue targets, I think highest volume is the best way to go, right? The way that I set up our ad account or have done it in the past is basically if you're testing, I test in a ABO format, meaning I'm testing each angle, right? Whether it's creative, like static ads, video ads, I'm testing them in their own ad sets, right? I'm not using CBO. Going broad, excluding customers. Each ad set, like I said, it's its own angle, and I'm using DCT to set up the ads, right? So I got about 4 different ads, 3 different, copies, 1 headline, and just letting it run, right? Basically pulling out these winners and tossing them into an ASC campaign, which is, Facebook's new style or way of running campaigns. Basically taking all of the winners and sticking them in there, right? Some nuances there is that I take static ads and I make their own ASC campaign. I take videos and I make them their own campaign. So definitely take a picture of this. I know we're pushing up on time, so I want to run through this real quick. Cost caps, right? So if you ever run cost caps, basically this is when your goal is efficiency, right? Not a lot of brands can pull this off because 1, it requires a ton of creative output. 2, you need to have some type of organic presence, right? For Obvi, we're nationwide in Walmart. We have a Facebook community of over 70,000 people. So if we're not really running ads, you still have the distribution between these 2 massive assets, right? Our creative team is pretty big, so we're pumping out anywhere from 50 to 100 ads a week. So we can satisfy this type of structure. But cost caps is basically, you're telling Facebook, hey, this is my CPA. I don't want to spend more than this. And if you get this, spend all you can, right? So on the days like, for example, today, it's Prime Day, right? Everybody's shopping on Amazon. I'm sure, at least I was just looking at our ad account. It sucks today, right? Because everybody's probably seeing an ad and seeing if we're running a Prime Day deal. So on website, conversion rate's going to drop. But those are the days where I want Facebook to kind of restrain the spend, and it has, right? So the way that I do this is I have a campaign for each type of angle / product, right? So if I'm talking about our collagen protein and I want to talk about the hair benefits, that's going to be its own campaign, right? Again, we're always going broad, basically, setting the demographic, age, excluding customers, and I'm running 4 to 6 different ads, right? And these ads are coming from our creative team. I tell them, hey, I want 4 ads around hair, I want 4 ads around skincare, I want 4 ads around weight loss, and those become 3 different campaigns, right? So the way that we kind of adjust our bidding is we set it to the break-even CAC, which the formula was on the first slide, setting it to that break-even CAC, and then adjusting from there, right? If the business has a positive contribution margin on a new customer, I'm jumping that bid up. If I'm in negatives or break even, I'm kind of pulling back just so that we can get back into that positive. And yeah, I know we have a little bit of time left, but follow me on social. I'm on Twitter at Ashra Melwani. We do a little bit of consulting on MentorPass. And Ron and I have a podcast called Chew On This. We have a newsletter as well. 15,000 subscribers there. We're sending out a newsletter twice a week, something to chew on your lunch break on a Wednesday, and something to kind of really digest on your Sunday. So thank you for your time.
So just a little backstory. Alex and Ash have known them both for a long time. As we were prepping for the summit that we decided we were going to do about 3 weeks ago, that's the running joke on our team is we decided to do this about 3 weeks ago. But anyways, so a couple of months ago, I was talking to Alex and Ash about what's some, trying to pull content out, like what would be interesting for the group here. And Alex, I heard the story from you. And Ash, we were talking, and I was like, it may not be the same presentation, but there's so much overlap. So Alex, I'm gonna kick it over to you for a minute. Let's start at the end where you are right now. So just give everyone some context. How big is your influencer campaign strategy? That's number of adding, like total number you're adding per month, how much creative you're getting from that. And I'm gonna walk that back to 3-4 years ago, which is gonna overlap some of what Ash was going through.
Okay, sure, yeah. So I was talking to Brad a couple months ago about, we've grown a lot in the last couple of years. And I think one of the biggest things that has helped us grow for organic growth and paid growth is our influencer program. And at OG, like we always found that, like to Ash's point about the creatives, like one of the creatives that performed the best was our UGC, but it was just hard to get it. And we were like, it was kind of like a side focus of one of our employees to like try to reach out to influencers and get creatives. And at one point I decided like we need to just hire someone just solely focused on this and get like 50 creatives per month or whatever. And so we did that. We hired someone to just, their only job was to reach out to influencers or creators, get content that we can use in ads and also that they post organically. And it was so successful, hard to measure in some ways, but just the unlimited creative stream we had for paid social that now we have 4 in-house people that all they do all the time is just reach out to influencers to get new content and then have like exciting things to keep the influencers that are already in the program to post more. So now we're at a point where we send out between 750 and 1,000 products a month to 750 or 1,000 different people every month. And a big portion of that is new people that haven't been in our program. And then a certain amount is people that have already posted about us once that did a good job and want to retain in there. And then we just take that, like up until recently, like the 4 quadrant you showed, like we don't have enough hi-fi content and some of the other ones because we just have literally like an endless amount of influencer creatives. And with Facebook, like creatives win, like now, like creative do the targeting, like you need creatives. And a lot of them, like instead of looking for a unicorn audience to target, like we just try to find a unicorn ad that you can spend millions of dollars on sometimes with one ad. And that influencer pipeline we have is what does it, in addition to the organic growth it's given us.
You use a lot of that UGC content on your site as well, right? It's a direct correlation to your CRO program.
Yeah, we use it everywhere. And like one of the people that spoke earlier about CRO, like the social proof, I think Nik Sharma mentioned it, and like using social proof and like influencers, like that is like a great social proof to have, and using that on product pages, on landing pages. Like we use it in so many places now that it's like, it's not just ads, it's like all across the brand. And it's a big cost and, amount of employees we have in the program. But like if we were to like shoot that content, for one thing, it wouldn't be as authentic.
Yeah.
And for 2, like the cost to shoot that amount of content, like we couldn't do it, Yeah.
So Ash, with your quadrant, maybe this question for both of you, did you look at that quadrant? Maybe you had the quadrant or you didn't, but just in your head, like, I know we need all these different variations. Do we do it in-house or do we go the influencer route? Is that a conversation that you guys had on your teams?
Well, we didn't have that. We were trying to get successful with Facebook ads. In the beginning, we were trying to shoot all this hi-fi content. We had very little money to do it, and we'd get grandiose about it. And what would happen was nothing would happen. We'd like talk about, we got to do this video shoot and get all crazy. We got to get these models. We're in Vermont. There's like no models. There's no, people to shoot it. Like, oh, we got to go to California. We got to do this, and nothing would happen. Then one of my friends like, just film this lady that works for you and have her like say why she likes OG on your iPhone. And that worked better than anything we'd ever used. And so then we started filming everyone at OG, and then we're like, man, we got to stop filming these same people at OG. And that's when like we're like, this is what works, and we just went like 100% into it, and that's like we're too far in that one spot in the quadrant chart there now.
Yeah, I think if you got an opportunity to take a picture of that quadrant, I think working backwards, right, is if you're kind of starting out or you're kind of midway there, work backwards and figure out what pieces of content need to go in there and how do you actually acquire that, right? So for example, the hi-fi, the polished, I consider those like influencer. I guess the way that I look at it is I consider it influencer because those are the people that have the right equipment to film properly, right? The lo-fi being your consumers who are just filming off, you know, whether we're recording them on Zoom or whatever it is, right? And then static, right? Lo-fi meaning, hey, like a customer took a picture with the bottle. Polish being, we have the lifestyle photo shoots. You know, we use this service called Suna, basically book out models and you know, they're holding the bottle. So going like setting up, hey, I need this type of creative and working backwards, I think it's probably the easiest way that we just started doing that. And then I'll go and pretty much allocate those creatives to the team, the right people on the team, and say, hey, go and get this and let's make this. And here, I need 5 of these, 5 of these, 5 of these, 5 of these. And then, like you said, lead into what's working. But I still think it's very important to have that diversity because every single person is looking at an ad differently. And you're never gonna know what actually hits them as relevant. So being able to fill up that gap is crucial.
Let's say there's a few people in the crowd, they're thinking, how do I, they might be running a few influencers and starting the early stages. What would you, based on your years of experience and all learning lessons, both good and bad, what would you say to those people here that are like, how do I get started? So what are learning lessons, any tips that you can share that someone could walk away and implement?
I would say for us, like do what I did or what we did at the time and just film like some of your employees or the founders talking about the product, and then like friends and family, you know, like most of our influencer content that works isn't because anyone knows who that influencer is. It's just because they made like a good piece of content that was convincing and they like our brand and talked about it well. So it's easy to like get overcomplicated and think you need these huge famous influencers, but for us, that's not what's done it. It's like, so just start like, don't overcomplicate it. Just get like someone who works for you, get yourself, get your friends, family to make videos and experiment with those and see what works and what type of person and how they talk about it. And then lean more into those. You can get a lot for like a really low amount of money, just like free product a lot of times. And you can scale a long ways. You can go a long ways with just the easiest stuff like that.
One thing that I would say is, especially if you're looking for like UGC style, right, creator generated content, if you can't really get a hold of your consumers, I think there's certain brands that do really well for this, right? So for Obvi, creator generated content doesn't necessarily always work because it's like, it doesn't really come across as authentic as literally a customer telling you exactly what they were going through and then what the solution was, right? But then we have a brand, right? We just acquired a coffee brand. You can use a creator for that. So the way that we started doing this is instead of using these UGCs, forgive me if anybody in here is a UGC creator, but like the self-proclaimed UGC creator, right? Unless you have a following, I don't believe that your content does well, right? I want to go and find those people that are 50 to 100,000 followers. There's a reason you have a following. It's because your content is good. And I want to work with you because you can produce good content. And typically they're okay with producing content at $50 to $100 if they're not required to post on their socials. So go and find those people. And then for the seeding, right? We do anyone that's over 100,000 followers, right? So the goal there is to get that organic reach, right? Sending them a care package, something that's beautiful, a handwritten note, incentivizing them to post something on their social that gives you the organic reach, which in turn helps your efficiency on paid, right? And then you can later down, one, use their content, two, put them into affiliate program where you can offer them 30 to 50% commission and have them posting regularly, right? So again, furthering that organic reach. So I think there's a difference between maybe the different creators, but that's the approach for what we're doing.
Can I touch on that a little bit more too? Yeah. So, when we started seeding creators or influencers, we were going after people in the beauty space when we started sending out, and we found those people get a lot of offers, they all have agents, they want a ton of money, they want a really complicated contract. And then I was like, well, actually, the main thing we want is like creatives to run for ads, because we're spending millions of dollars a month on ads. And so like, let's just look for people that have followers that are like in an adjacent interest, like, you know, we're organic, so like yoga or outdoor living or healthy foods, and go after those people. And the only criteria is they have like a following that might be interested in OG, and they make good content. And we don't really care if they have 1,000 followers or 1 million. Like if they meet those 2 criteria, then we send them free product. And most of the time, like our product's like fairly high value. We can get all the content for free product alone. And so we like, I'd say like, just make a criteria that works for you, and don't like target the people that are getting hit with every other brand in your space, because they're gonna be all harder to work with.
Yeah, it's a really, I was gonna tee that up for you because it's a really good tip, because we were talking about it. It's like, yeah, the 1,000 to 750 to 1,000 new ones you're reaching out to, a lot of them are 1,000 followers, 5,000 followers. It's not the big ones that you might think when you hear the word influencer. It is the people, they have influence over their small micro networks of 1,000 per month. And if there's 500 new influencers you're adding per month, if you're doing that over multiple years, that's a big number. That compounds over time.
Yeah, and it's like the spider web effect. Like I used to always think this, you think like, oh, it's Oprah that made this brand or this celebrity, but like the reason it got to Oprah or that celebrity is because of this like spider web of like this person with 1,000 followers, this with 50, this like your friend over here, your family member, and they all like talk about it. And then it reaches up to like Halle Berry earlier this year posted about OG and said, this is my favorite makeup ever. And like, it looked like we paid her. It looked like we sponsored her. Like we didn't do anything. She just did that on her own. And I'm sure it's because like we have thousands of creators, like small, medium, large, talking about us, creating the spider web that like helps build the brand to then get the big people to like want to talk to you. Or even when we reach out to bigger influencers now, they're like, oh my God, I've seen you guys everywhere. They're like willing to speak to us without their agent, which they didn't used to. So
let's
the agents suck.
Yeah. That's a wrap. If it's not obvious, 2 extremely talented, smart, very grateful for you guys making a trip here and sharing your wisdom, putting time in the presentation and deck. Hopefully everyone got value. They're around. Are you both going on the boat? Of course. All right, so hit them up, talk influencer UGC, get Ash into your Facebook account. We'll start making some tunes and tweaking. We are going to go into a 10-minute break, and then we got 2 sessions left. Oh, okay. How about like a 3-minute break? Just everyone can stand up and like loosen up. But anyways, let's give these 2 guys, Alex and Ash, a round of applause.
Nice job.
Alex, we got, oh, I'm not on mic. We're recruiting him. He's moving to Charleston. So any Charleston locals?
Set me up with a nice place.
Yeah.
Are there a lot of locals
There's no need to fight the feeling. We swing like a pendulum, and back and forth, throwing them we won again. There's no need to fight the feeling. We swing like a pendulum, back and forth, throwing them we won again. There's no need to fight the feeling. We swing like a pendulum, back and forth and to and fro, and then we won again. And there's no need to fight the feeling.
All right, we're gonna get started. If everybody can grab their seats. There is a cowbell. It's not obvious. There is a cowbell. Yeah. 1 second. All right, if everyone can grab their seats. All right, AJ, round everyone up back there. All righty, so we got an amazing session. We're about to get started right now. We're going to 2 more sessions today with a very special guest who's hidden behind. Some might be able to see him, and then we will wrap up with a session that'll get us start dabbling into the world of AI and automation. So to wrap up that Genius Quadrant in the beginning. So we are on page, what page is this in the book? It's the Analytics Stack Ladder. It doesn't have a page on it, but it's towards the back of the book. With that, I'm going to welcome our special guest, Jeremy from OpenStore. Please give Jeremy a round of applause. Good meet. Yeah. All right. So, while I stumble over myself, Jeremy, quick intro for everybody, then we'll jump into our second ladder of the day.
Awesome. Thanks for the intro. So I helped co-found OpenStore, and we are largely an e-commerce merchant, but we have a different side to the business as well, where we actually acquire merchants. So we do 3 different things. We buy businesses. We also will run businesses. We have a program called Drive that lets us run your business for a year, and we pay you for that the entire time. Then we have a third program that we just started up called Boost, where it's kind of like a mini Drive, where we run and operate merchants' businesses for about a 10-week period with the potential for an acquisition offer at the end of that. So that's a lot of what we do. And then on the other side, we actually have to operate and run those merchants. So we've picked up a bunch of learnings in the time that we've been alive on how to do that effectively and at scale across all of the different merchants that we operate.
Awesome. A ton of knowledge. John has been up here already once. Jerica, quick intro.
Hi guys, I'm Jerica. I'm the product manager at Elevar.
So doing all the things in GTM, server-side tracking, and everything in between.
So John, Darren, and I, we had the pleasure of going down to Open Store about a year and a half ago. And I think you're underselling like the sophistication that you guys operate under. How many brands in total do you have now?
So we're about 50-ish brands at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, like wild, like how deep you're getting into analytics, automation. We talk data stacks. I think even when we talk about it at Elevar, the level that you guys are moving to, and even a year and a half ago was pretty wild. I know John, you walked away, your eyes were exploding a little bit of like, wow, these guys got some really smart talent down there.
Yeah, you guys use hedge fund analysts. There's hedge fund analysts inside the company. It's basically like a very different approach from what we typically see. So I was shocked when I saw that, and I thought one of the most interesting parts of the business is that you guys bring, like you said, every time I say the number of brands in the stable, it's more, but you bring all those brands together, and you can't really do it in one GA4 property, right? You have a very unique way of bringing all the data together. So I thought maybe we would start by talking about how OpenStore thinks about aggregating all that data. Like, what's the approach?
And maybe also a little bit of the why even. So look, going back to the hedge fund piece, we tried to just find a bunch of smart people and hire them. That's generally been my MO in life. And you get to work with smart people, you get excited by a bunch of smart people, and the energy just builds on itself. A bunch of smart people operating e-commerce businesses are generally asking the question, how do we do better constantly? And as I'm sure many people have experienced, GA4 is just not a great way to answer that question. It's hard to use. It doesn't give you the analytics that you want. It's really hard to customize without a lot of effort being put into it. So we immediately moved over to, okay, what other things can we build to make this possible? And that's how we ended up with the stack that we ended up with, which is itself complex. So I can touch on pieces of it without breaking down the full thing. But we're also having to pull in the data as we want to give people prices, just so we can give them a really fast price. So we actually, again, have kind of two sides of the house here. We're able to do this short, fast. How do we just use it to price a merchant and give them best price, and then not really do anything else with it? And then how do we also operate our own stores? And those are two very different data analytics stacks. The first one we had to get good at really fast because merchants wanted a really high degree of transparency on what they were passing over to us and what we would actually do with the data. So we were trying to make sure that we followed through on that promise. And then on the just operating these merchants side, honestly, our first stack, we just moved off of GA4 and started using a combination of segment, Fivetran, and amplitude. And then once we got past that, we started coming to you guys. You guys helped a lot with that top level data ingestion piece. And then beneath that, it was just a bunch of awesome, crazy engineering work to output it in a form where, honestly, if there's one piece of advice I give to people when they're asking, how do I get closer to data? How do I make better decisions? It's pick up SQL. Learn SQL. If you know SQL, the data is in your hands. You can do literally whatever you want with it. And it's just about working with partners who are able to get the right data to you.
Heard that a few times today, picking up SQL as a skill set. Before we get into a little bit more of what you guys are doing and the how, I thought it'd be helpful. So it wasn't a ladder, it was our tracking knowledge inventory. I thought it'd be good just for everyone, we'll take a step back and do your own analysis. Where are you 1 to 5? 1 as in, a cookie is what you're hoping to get in about 30 minutes, 45 minutes downstairs during happy hour, to 5, all the ins and outs of first versus third-party cookies, server side versus client side. So just do a quick inventory. Where do you think you are? We'll talk through a little bit of this and then come back to some future of tracking where you guys see it, potentially where we might be 3 years from now. So 20 seconds, where does everyone feel? And then John and Jerica, I'm going to let you jump in with just giving a quick definition on cookies in a sec. All right, that was 10. We don't need 20 seconds. All right, so cookies, first versus third-party cookies. 5th grade level, what is it? What does that mean?
So cookies are like a database in the browser, is how I usually say it. it's basically a place where you store information. So if you come in off of a Facebook ad click, let's say, you'll have a parameter in the URL that needs to be saved and sent off to Facebook to make sure that the ad's tracked. That information needs to be saved somewhere before it's sent, and typically it's sent or it's stored in a cookie.
It's a barcode, right?
It's a barcode, yeah.
So third party, what's the difference between first and third?
So
because we hear, by the way, the context is if you hear any of the fear mongering that might exist, like cookies are dying, ads are going to be dead, you can't track anything. Part of this is doing a reset on, no, that's not actually the truth. So yeah. First.
So third-party cookies is where the war is, but first-party cookies, I mean, there's still issues. They're starting to expire faster and faster, but third-party cookies are the cookies that enabled companies to follow you around and track you on the web. First-party cookies don't have that ability. My mic okay?
Yeah, good. Just a little louder.
The first-party cookie can only be set by the site itself.
Jerica, anything to add?
Yeah, I would just add that the third-party cookies have a little bit more control of the data. And John, you put it before that I really loved. It's really where an ad vendor is aware of what you're doing on two different websites. That's what third-party cookies allow you to do, which is a little kind of crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, you go to OG.com, and then you go to Weather Channel, and you see a bunch of ads for OG. Weatherchannel.com. That's third party. That's what third party cookies are enabling.
But just to add to first-party cookies, we wouldn't be able to function without those. Without a first-party cookie, it would be like you walk into a store, you say hello to the store attendant, and then you walk out the door and come back in, and they have no idea who you are. You can't run a store that way. And that's where there's, to your point, that's not where the battlefield is right now at all. It's purely on these third-party cookies that let someone else be in that store and recognize you, and then also recognize you in a different store.
Yeah. What about in data storage? Just thinking about business intelligence, is there value to storing cookies, leveraging that? We were talking about data blending, and is there any?
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, on the surface, it seems like it for sure, because if you have these cookies for a longer period of time, you're able to connect over a longer period of time. If the cookie expires after a day, there's a major problem, because if somebody comes in off of a TikTok ad and then the cookie's saved and they make a purchase tomorrow, in the worst case scenario, that purchase may never be attributed to TikTok. So if you can extend it, of course, there's going to be benefits. However, for example, with TikTok, if we send them an email address.
TikTok's here, by the way.
Yeah, TikTok's here, by the way. If we send TikTok an email address, they can do pretty much what they can do with only the click ID. So it's debatable, and these are arguments that we have with our VP of Technology, Thomas, every Friday. But yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah. All right, the next one down, so server side versus client side. Again, we've been beating the drum of server side for such a long time. You want to take this quick explanation, or you want to phone a friend?
Yeah, I'm happy to take this one. So server side versus client side. Client side means it's just happening in the browser on the person's laptop, which means you're operating within the walled environment provided to you by the browser versus, sorry, did I say server side for that? I'm talking about client side. That client side is happening on the client in the browser inside that walled garden, whereas server side is happening on your server. So it's your own, so to speak, garden that you get to control, which means there are very few limitations placed on it. So if you can get data over to server side, it's just a lot more reliable. On top of that, when it's client side, it's really controlled by the user behavior. So if this is something that takes a couple of seconds to run to track data, if the user navigates away, the browser is going to cut off whatever you're doing. And so you might never even get that data. So there's also a move just to server side so that you can make sure that data is actually tracked. It's not getting blocked by blockers of scripts on the client side, and things that might otherwise get canceled and not sent over to you really do get sent over.
So Ash and Ron, that they just mentioned, they've acquired a couple brands, I think, on top of Obvi. So they have a few brands, and we're obviously, you guys are doing this at major scale, but we see more brands doing this, whether it's just holding small holdcos. But are there any, for Ash and Ron, like what advice would you give them if they have 3 distinct companies? Like what could they do if they have a hold of their data where it's living in their data warehouse? Are there any things that they could do across those brands?
Lots. I mean, for one, you're just going to have better data, period. But if you're able to move it all server side, you can actually start putting it in one place. So you can start drawing lessons from all three of those brands as opposed to just one brand at a time. I'm sure everyone here who runs A/B tests understands the pain of just waiting for data to build up to a point where it's actually useful. And you can start doing that faster if you start running tests across wider surfaces and then are able to aggregating them in the back end on through basically server-side tracking that does the aggregation for you. Just also generally, any improvement you make is going to be able to be applied to all three of those, which is our entire MO as we've scaled out across a bunch of different brands.
Yeah. John and Jerica, what about identity resolution? So we've talked a lot today about session IDs, client IDs. So with Faye and John this morning, we're talking about how to stitch purchase back to a page view or add to cart from maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago. Explain a little bit about what this is.
I would say user identity resolution is the solution to the browser restrictions with cookies. So we just talked about how cookies are a barcode. They're like a unique ID for that shopper on the website. And they tell TikTok, hey, this person adding to cart, her name's Jerica. And that's how it knows. But with browser restrictions, we're playing in Safari's rules. We have to abide by their rules. That cookie, if we lose that, then TikTok doesn't know that that person is Jerica. So how can we get around this? We send TikTok the next best thing, the thing that the cookie is trying to tell TikTok. It's who is the person. So how do we send TikTok, maybe not that cookie ID, but can we tell them the first name and last name? Can we tell them the email address, the phone number? If we give that core user identifying information to TikTok, it doesn't matter if the label's there or not. TikTok knows who that person is, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and there's another easy reference here. If you go to Facebook or Meta's docs, and they have their ranking of what's the most important user matching parameters. So one of the big concerns with iOS 17 was link tracking protection, which is removing FB click ID and G click ID. Let's just assume that you can no longer in Safari track, Facebook is no longer getting a Facebook click ID, which is a query parameter, which actually sets another FBC cookie, which then you'd want to send that to Facebook to help Facebook match activity on the site to views or clicks of an ad. If that's gone, in Facebook's top 10, it's email, phone number, name, address, et cetera. That's what they have listed in their docs that they're looking for to help them match, again, activity from your site to activity within their platforms. So that's where the user identity resolution, yes, it touches cookies and users logged in, stitching across sessions, et cetera. It is becoming a really a critical piece of, I think, tracking today, and it likely will continue to as the walled gardens continue. All right, data warehousing. Who wants to take this one? I feel like there's someone that should take this, and we're all looking at it.
Yeah, I'm happy to tackle this one. Honestly, we went for the heavy-duty solution early on, so we immediately signed up for Snowflake. Snowflake has been great for us. It's all about ways of accessing Snowflake, so got a couple of different analytics platforms just integrated directly with that. So honestly, between dumping everything you can imagine in Snowflake and then plugging it into, we use Mode Analytics a lot, has been really, really good to us and worked out really well. But the point of data warehousing is historically you used to import data into a couple different essentially warehouses or databases, and it would be a lot of trouble to stitch them together. You'd have to build your own data pipelines in order to connect different data sources together. We've really gone heavily into solutions like Snowflake that allow you just to put it all in one place and figure out how you want to connect it together later on your own.
Yeah. What is Snowflake? Some people might be wondering what is Snowflake?
Snowflake is a data warehouse. So that is all they do. They store data and they make it easy to query it. And they're very, very good at what they do. They are expensive. They're definitely not the solution for everyone. For us, they were the solution because we knew we wanted to be really close to the data and able to query it ourselves. Again, back to if you can pick up SQL, it's a great place to go. Otherwise, it's probably a little bit of a heavyweight solution, but has given us a ton of flexibility over time.
Yeah. John, anything to add?
Actually, a question. If you guys had one brand of the same size as all the brands put together, would you be as into this crazy data stack as you are?
Absolutely. Would it look slightly different? Also, absolutely. But I think we would have just moved further and faster. A lot of what we do is actually trying to get to that point. I would love to be at that point. It would make everything so simple.
Just in case I didn't come through the speaker, question, sorry, not you, just if all the open store brands, if it was just one brand, won't get on revenue size or anything like that, but just instead of having the 50, 60 brands with just one, would you guys have or use the same data stack or thought process or philosophy? And that was your answer to that, correct?
Yeah, I think the answer depends on how close you feel comfortable getting to the data. So if you're going to be in the weeds, getting technical with it, it pays to have something like Snowflake that really gives you that flexibility. If you don't need that, you shouldn't be paying for it. And just, I think, be upfront about that and be upfront about what you're going to need over the next couple of years. I think one of the other reasons we put it all in Snowflake, we knew it was going to be best in class. There are a couple other ones out there like that as well. So Databricks is a common one. And so we knew that we'd want that over time, even if we didn't need it day one, day two. And data is really hard and annoying and expensive to migrate out of one warehouse over to another. And so I think picking that is a critical decision, but one that should be made based on where you see yourself going if you're successful over the next couple of years.
Yeah. So last one here, machine learning and AI. I'm going to shift the question on this one a little bit. What would if someone circled a 5, they're a 5 and they're tracking inventory knowledge or even their implementation. Does anyone have any opinions on what would make someone a 5? What are they doing today that, yes, you are a 5 in the machine learning and actually putting AI to use outside of copy, et cetera?
I'm gonna let you guys go first, then I'll give you an answer.
Not an area of expertise for me. You take it if you.
I have one thought. It's not truly AI, but it is definitely automation. So we talked a lot about how in GA4, there is a framework and a context which you need to understand. And sometimes the answer is outside of that framework. So John, you gave that great example on a previous panel where you talked about how traffic comes to your website anonymous. You don't know who the person is, but you need to start building a user profile, a user ID. When that order happens, we suddenly have this beautiful Shopify customer ID, which is the same across any device. It's the same for it's unique to that email address. Versus that anonymous data, how do you continuously connect that? And you had shared how, I think it was with Source Medium, they can actually backfill the historical data for that user to that unique, now known for sure customer ID. So while they might have 2 different user IDs because they have 2 different devices, Source Medium allowed you to backfill that into one unique session and one unique user. That is highly powerful. I talked with a merchant before who was piping all their data into some sort of data warehouse. I don't know if it was Snowflake or not, but that was how they would power their email marketing. They would then pump that data and use that cleaner, nicer cross-device data to then target their emails or target their SMSs. And starting at that foundation, I thought that was powerful.
The dynamic segmentation, which I don't know if Jimmy's going to get into any of that in a minute with SendLane, but yeah, John, did you have any thoughts, or Jeremy?
From the perspective of machine learning and AI, no, but I do have a big question for you that I really wanted to get to about just you have so many brands in the stable. What do you see when you take over a brand that's often not being done that should be being done? And I have a follow-up for that one too.
Okay, amazing. I'm going to try and tackle all of these things at once. So first, on I promise this feeds into that. The machine learning and AI side specifically, I think as it relates to just understanding your customer, I think dynamic segment creation is a massive one. So diving into that a little bit, it's just how do you actually use the small individual pieces of information that you have both pre-purchase and post-purchase, like when it's still anonymized and post de-anonymization, to actually infer more information about them. That's all it is at the end of the day. So some of the most basic stuff you can be doing there is trying to extract a gender demographic from a name so that you can figure out a little bit more about how you might potentially target a customer in the future. And then you can just take that and expand it and expand it and expand it and expand it as a concept. I think honestly, one of the reasons we started Open Store was not because we thought that we would be better at running these individual merchants that we're buying than the person who starts it. Because usually, individual merchant is really passionate about what they're doing. They know it better than almost anyone else. So they're going to be absolute masters of what they are selling. So what we have to be masters at is everything else. We have to be really good at building out that machine learning, AI, data stack behind it so that we can make better decisions without having that firsthand knowledge, at least at first. And again, we want to build that up over time of these brands that we're working with. And so that's been a massive area of focus for us. How do we get more from what data you get? And like back to just anonymization in general, there are fewer and fewer crumbs of information that you have that you're able to stick together. And so you're both trying to extract as much from those and then build up, and this is kind of where everything is going, build up rough contours of customers. You want these segments. And so Google is moving that direction with topics, and that's going to be a big, big, big area over the next couple of years. And then for us as well, it's about, okay, we don't really know, I guess as an example, we don't really know exactly what their age is. We know what age band they're in, and then we can make a like statistical inference about that to try and get some source of truth over time that we're going to be able to update as we get better and better, and then test out with that customer and actually see if it works. So pulling that back to what do I see merchants not doing essentially that they should be doing early on? I think it is a topic for all of this. If you can learn one thing, it's invest in your data stack. If you want to make better decisions, find a way to figure out if you're doing better and apply that framework to anything you're doing. And if you don't know the answer, go find someone else who does. I think these conferences are actually amazing for meeting experts or people who are not experts, but have like built up their own level of knowledge in a domain, but are otherwise very similar to you. Hit them up at the cocktail hour and just chat with them about what their level of knowledge is, write down their phone number. And if you ever are trying to figure out how to understand whether you can be better at something, just reach out to those contacts. I think there's so much knowledge that is fragmented out in the ecosystem right now. Which again, part of why we started Open Store, we thought we could just pull that all together into one place and do a really, really good job. So honestly, as a result of that, I think we frequently talk with merchants who are coming to us almost too late. And so they're coming in, their brand has been declining now for a year and a half, and they just haven't been proactive about reaching out to others or even reaching out to us and trying to see, do we have advice? Do we want to work with them? What would they even be worth at that point? And so they're doing it so late that they don't really have as many options anymore. And we still oftentimes work with those merchants, but I think I'd love to see those merchants just be a little bit more proactive, reaching out to others, reaching out to us, really just to get a better understanding of their options. And then at the same time, really investing in their data stacks and understanding that. And if you have to take like 2 weeks off just to do that and let your store run itself, that's going to be an investment that really pays off down the line.
Very good. Cool.
I want to double tap on the year and a half example. So they've been declining for a year and a half. Let's say there's somebody in this room that's them. If you're in this room, that's not you, but let's just pretend that someone might be there or watching. What could they do now? So what are their options to fix, pivot, tweak, tune? Because obviously the macroeconomic conditions that's affecting people on a wide scale, breadth and depth. But what are things that they can do now?
I mean, I think the challenge is there's no one size fits all solution.
Yeah.
There's no magic bullet that I can pitch on this. I think unfortunately, I wish there were. That would be great. If I could tell you, go do X, you're going to be successful and make $1 million. I totally would. I would love to. But I think in general, it is a better understanding of what's not working and why, and just chasing down those threads to figure out how you can fix it. But I think most people in the room are already doing a lot of pieces of that.
Yeah. And you're couple of new programs. So you've went through the total acquisition side of things, but then you have new programs that you're coming in as a partner to be that operations arm, the data arm, the marketing arm, which I'm sure to many that's enticing. It's like, I don't have to worry about any of that. It's great. I can just hand it off to you guys. Maybe talk a little about how that works and some of the wins that you've seen with brands that they weren't ready to sell yet, but they wanted some help scaling, but didn't want to go through potentially the operation, hiring, training, et cetera.
Yeah, totally. I think it's a scary thing to sell away your brand that you've been building for a long time. It's a very, you make that decision, you can't go back exactly. Yeah. So this was our attempt to fix that. So just for context, we have this program I mentioned at the start. It's called Drive, where we will take on and run brands for a merchant for a year. And we essentially pay them what we're predicting they would be making over that year if nothing else changed in their business. And obviously, we go through that number with them. It's an offer. People don't have to accept it. So it's useful just to come and get it at any point. And then by working with them through that year, we get a better understanding of their business and how well we could run it. Meanwhile, it's giving them an opportunity to kind of step back, see what we would do with it, and also just focus time elsewhere.
But they're plugging into a lot of the sophistication that you've talked through. They're plugging into that system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know there are a couple other questions. Maybe John, anything else on? So I think we're done with the tracking inventory, the machine learning AI, the result. Hopefully everyone's 25. But anything else future of tracking that maybe we should touch on, because we are a tracking company after all, and you guys are a big data company ultimately. What's the future look like?
Yeah, we talked about headwinds in the tracking world, and I don't know, Jerica, if you want to talk a little bit about it.
I'm always thinking, I'm part of these conversations so early on. I'm thinking like years out about what tracking is going to look like. And ultimately, I think my little tidbit of what I think it's going to look like in the future is I think tracking is eventually going to become so tightly intertwined with the loading of the website. I think the future of tracking, we're having this like pivot, this push and pull between more and more privacy restrictions. When I upgraded to iOS 17, Safari started promoting to me that, hey, we blocked 17 trackers in the last 7 days. Like, privacy is becoming a value proposition for browsers. So the future is, how do we make tracking so intertwined with the loading of your website that you cannot load the website without it being tracked?
We looked at the impact of iOS 17 over the last week or so. And we saw in our research, which was small, about 15% of people in Safari are in private browsing mode as of today. It's lower in Chrome. It's like 10%. At least that's what I've seen. So 15% of people basically can't accept those URL parameters that we were talking about earlier. They just won't get through. So in some circumstances, like with TikTok and Facebook and Snapchat, if they have your email before you click, then you can link it all up with an email. But for other channels, like an affiliate channel, where they don't have your email, if users are in Safari private browsing mode, the credit will never be assigned, essentially. So I think there's a bunch of stuff around that we're going to be working on. And then the other piece is, integrating fingerprinting into your user ID stuff. And Elevar doesn't do that directly. We make it really easy to plug a fingerprint system in and provide your own user ID. But this is getting more into what Jeremy was saying with probabilistic tracking instead of deterministic. So you make a guess. You roughly know, you're 95% sure that person who clicked on an ad made the purchase, but you don't know for sure like you would with the Click ID.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think those are like the hot areas, at least right now. Yeah.
I think more and more things are going to have to move to first party. So it's going to be about how much can you gather from with your own interactions with the customer, and less about relying on platforms like Facebook, which then also leads down this whole other direction of, okay, you have only a fuzzy image of what your customers look like. Well, you need to find ways to get closer to that fuzzy image. So I think influencers are a big one that we've invested in as well. I know that last panel talked a lot about that, because you can find influencers that are interested in your products. And then if they're interested in your products, hopefully their customers or their followers are interested in those same products. And that's a way to kind of meet customers halfway in the middle without having to rely on really Facebook tracking is like the biggest thing that's going to get hit here at the end of the day. Like the age of just relying on Facebook, it's going to come to an end, or at least it's going to decrease in size and scale.
Well, this is awesome. Jeremy, thank you so much for coming up and sharing your wisdom. Everyone, let's give Jeremy a round of applause. And Jerica, John.
Also, I want to thank my awesome team that's standing over there in the fireplace. If you have any questions about us, feel free to go chat with them at some point. They've made a lot of this possible.
Thanks, guys. Great job. Thank you. Watch out for the death trap. You're good. Yeah, we're good. All right, we're on to the last session. And then we'll roll into happy hour and the boat cruise. So I think, yeah, Ron, Jimmy, you guys good? Oh, that would be important, yes. All righty. Who took something away? So who's going to start dabbling in SQL, since that's come up a lot today? Look at all those hands. All right, we got a couple hands. Cool. All right, so last session today, we're going to get into the future of AI in funnels and customer communication. Who has seen either Ron or Jimmy speak at previous events or conferences? All right, we see some hands. Ash, you've seen them? All right. Well, I'm excited for them to get up here. I know, so SendLane had their event, their summit a week ago, I think. Was that right, Ash, 2 weeks ago? And I think Ron brought the house down. So who's ready for happy hour after? Everyone ready? All right. Any questions while they get mic'd up? Any questions? One in the back.
I had a quick question about going back to first and third-party data. So the analogy was made that you go into one store, you greet that customer, you know their information. Now they go into another store from another company, suddenly that company has your information. Now, so here's my question, correct me if I'm wrong, or give me your thoughts on this if I'm right. You can technically do that with first-party data if you own both stores. And they are, so if I'm a multi-brand company, how do I use information I've collected from one store at the other store?
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if everyone heard that, but in general, yeah, if you're a multi-brand, so if you own the properties, then you are by your first party, essentially, so you'd have more flexibility control. Where the third party, that's going to be the classic, you have your Google tag or any other DSP that's on your main site, they're dropping a pixel, and they're reading your activity across, again, going to the Post and Courier or Weather Channel, whatever it might be, where they're hosting and loading ads, and then they're going to do that matching dynamically. But yeah, if you own all domains, then that's all, you have that control. All right, with that, I'm going to give the clicker to Jimmy and Ron and let you guys introduce yourself and rock the house. Get ready to learn.
Awesome. Yeah? I'm going to go down? Hey guys, we're gonna just ask you guys to all stand up real quick. Sorry to get you out of your comfy seat. A lot of slouching. And let's give the first standing ovation to Elevar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's extreme. Test. Does that work? Hello? I don't think. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Extremely cool to be here. First time in South Carolina. Really awesome place. Yeah.
Should we have them stand the whole time?
No. They should probably sit down.
Jumping jacks.
All right. Jumping jacks. No, you guys know how to sit down. Thank you guys. Just get your energy out. And when Brad came up to us and said, "Hey, you guys are speaking, and we wanted to put something together for it," which was 4 days ago. So we've got a really cool presentation here together. We put something together. We put our minds together this weekend. We're going to go through a lot of fun stuff. So let's go ahead and kick it off real quick, and we'll start with introductions. For those that don't know either of us, we want to do a quick introduction, give you guys caught up to speed, and let you know why we're here and what we're here to do and talk to you guys about here today. So first things first, this is me. I'm Jimmy. My name is Jimmy Kim. I'm from San Diego, California. I'll be in Austin, Texas here soon. And I made the trip out here. Very excited to be here. First things first, I'm a digital marketer. I always think of myself as a digital marketer all the way back to 2009 when I started really learning what this whole online thing was. And I really got myself specialized in email marketing, retention marketing. In fact, I owned a brand as well, too. I used to own a men's clothing brand. The story is one of those fun ones where a buddy of mine called me up and said, "Hey, I need 50 grand for a Pacific Sunwear invoice." And I said, "Sure, here's some money," because he was a buddy of mine. And then a couple months later, I walked in there and I said, "All right, well, we got to talk about this money thing. I got to get back now." And I said, "Hey, man, tell me about your brand." And he goes, "This is 2013. I was like, "Oh, this is cool." And then I said, "So what are you doing online?" And he looked at me and said, "Online?" And I was like, "Let's be partners." And so we scaled that thing over the next 4 years. We're one of the first Shopify Plus stores when we were doing it. And we scaled that thing to close to a little bit over $10 million. So that's me. And then today, right now, I am the founder and CEO of a unified email, SMS, and reviews platform for e-commerce merchants just like yourself.
Hey guys, my name's Ron Shah. I was actually, my dad had told me my whole life I had to be an accountant. So I started off being an accountant. I worked at Deloitte, got the opportunity to work at a supplement startup as a controller. And from there, my whole life changed. I went into the world of startups, supplements, etc., and got to meet Ash there. And we went and started our own marketing agency, worked with some incredible clients, one being Hooked on Phonics, where we worked on bringing the product that is fully analog into a digital world. I also got to work on a brand called Aloha, which was a vegan protein supplement company, which has done pretty well so far. And from there, I always wanted to have my own brand, and having the right partners was really, really key for us. So Ushering, Ankit, and I, we actually went and started Obvi back in 2019. Where we are today, we're still operating Obvi. We just recently bought a company called Coffee Over Cardio, and we're starting a pet line called Paw Rangers. On our free time, we run a podcast called Chew On This, so check that out. But that's a little bit about me, and I'm from Jersey, so nothing to call home about.
All right. All right, so what are we here to talk about here today? What's the agenda here? We've kind of narrowed it down to a couple points that we want to make sure we're discussing. First, we're going to start off with Ron. He's going to talk about the current state of D2C. I'll support him, talk about things that we're seeing on our side, on the data side, where Ron sees on a different side as he's talking to merchants. We'll talk about funnel optimization and going beyond the flows, right? Thinking about what we can do today. Ron will share some of his flow segments and things that he's doing today, and then I'll talk about how you can take those flows and take them to the next step and start optimizing and leveraging the power that's in front of you that you may not be doing today. Then we're going to get a little more strategic with segmentation, and Ron's going to expose his Obvi playbook and talk about the different types of strategic emails and the different things, so strategic segmentation he does in order to make sure that, well, you guys can kind of start thinking about it and start elevating based on data and optimization. Then we're going to talk about the future of email. I think this has been a really big topic as we're seeing a lot of new evolutions and change happen. We talk about two very specific things that are changing, and I think we can start wrapping up around it. And a lot of this is going to be a little bit of a back and forth kind of thing. I think I'll add to his, you'll add to mine, and we'll kind of talk through it. And then, of course, we got a little QA, we got a little gift, so keep you guys included and excited about the things we're talking about. So let's go ahead and kick it off, Ron. So let's talk about the hardest time to build a D2C brand.
Yeah, I think it's important to set the stage, right? Quite literally speaking, in the sense of like when we are looking at whether you're an agency or you're a brand founder or on the SaaS side, whatever it is, if you look at the time we're in right now, which is post-pandemic, post-iOS 14, pre-inflation, probably one of the largest economic downturns, right? If you're struggling, I think there is tons of other people in the room that are in the same exact boat. And so I think one piece is it is one of the hardest times to build a D2C brand, a SaaS business for D2C, an agency for D2C. And so if you are above water or close to there, I think you're already winning, and be proud of that. But if you're not, then just know there's a lot of us, and that includes brands that like us as well.
Yeah, no, we see it on the data side. I think as we serve a lot of our merchants, we were served like a middle market enterprise merchant often in our book of business. And, we see everybody. It's not that they're just down in trends. It's almost like you can see the same trend line, but like 10 to 20% lower. I mean, that's really what we're seeing. And it's a lot to do with just the headwinds, and it's kind of getting normalized and caught up. But I think it's interesting just to know that, hey, if you are having some challenges and struggles right now, you're not alone. It's what we're seeing in the market, but it's just normalizing. And as entrepreneurs, marketers, and operators, you have to always continue to adapt and work through there. So I think it's good to know and let you guys know that is what's happening in the market, and it's just good to kind of set that pace. So, with that, we think about funnels, right? One of the things that we're up here to talk about is optimization and thinking about all the different things you can do in an automated nature, letting the machine take over, make those decisions, and put the right things together. And look, everybody here does the basic ones. And if you're not doing the basic ones, you probably need to start here. But things like a welcome email, an abandoned cart, a post-purchase, those are obviously things that we've all learned. It's the same 20-year-old playbook that we've been using, and it's something that we're doing. But then we start looking at something like Ron does, and the next slide will be a big thing about how he prioritizes his automations and flows.
Yeah, so we'll go deep into this in a second.
but this is actually something that Ash got to put together when we actually started to realize our biggest struggle was retention. Ash was able to acquire tens of thousands of dollars of revenue every day on an acquisition sense, but basically at break even. But he's like, hey, if we need to become profitable, our retention just needs to be there, right? So we kind of took retention and said, well, right now everyone just kind of buckets it and says, hey, well, I sent out an email, or I sent out a blast. And I think where we went deeper was starting to segment people very differently. We have probably call it 10 or 12 different SKUs. And I think what we were doing before was we treated everyone like they bought everything, right? So it's like, hey, welcome to Obvi, and I hope you love this suite of products. But most of the people were actually just buying 80%. 80% of people were buying just one SKU. Another 20% was a good product mix across the other 8 to 10 products. And we never segmented before. We never treated the person who bought our best seller completely different from the people who were buying all of our other products. So whether you look at our abandoned cart, that's actually split out based on what you're buying versus what other people are buying. Even if you look at our welcome series, we have a welcome series for our best-selling product, and then a welcome series that's different for another segment, so on and so forth, even post-purchase. And the whole thing is people want to be talked to with some sort of personalization in mind. I think we've all gotten into a pretty lazy habit with email, at least speaking from our end. We were pretty lazy for at least the last 18 months, which was, let's just send out this email, should work, and then you have the same cohort of people that keep buying, and you keep thinking that it's gonna keep working like that. But until we segmented like this, we didn't get to really understand, well, who's actually coming back and what type of messaging is actually working for them. So again, feel free to take a screenshot or a photo, but the point here is actually sending out different segments based on what people bought within your company. It's a completely tedious process, but it's extremely worth it.
Ron, when you're going through some of these thought processes and optimization, I think one thing you and I talked about that was really interesting is like a lot of the things we build often with the flows and things, when you start the business, you build this little foundation and you start doing it. But Ron, like obviously one of the things that came when you came over SendLane was one of the things you said, like, hey, it's time that we understand our customers now. It's now time to rebuild the experience based around what we're doing in our business today versus what I was doing in the business 4 years ago. And I think that was a really loud resonating thing because you understand more, but often flows aren't touched as much as they should be.
No, not at all. Just one point on that too. It's like we made the move. Obviously, I mean, you look at a move from like a Klaviyo to SendLane. There's obviously you can save money, great support, etc. I think the biggest piece though, like Jimmy mentioned, we got to just completely reset. And there were stuff that we found in our flows that were like not touched, broken links for 2-3 years, etc. So for us to be able to reset was a huge piece of the migration they handled.
Yeah. So, and one of the things that we worked with the Obvi team and we're working through it is like taking that next step, right? We all get the flows. You see some other ideas, and these are all great ideas. But, one of the things that come with email and SMS, I think what really important is there's actually a really powerful intent signals that we're not leveraging in most brands today. And I think that's what it comes down to. And it's the click, right? We all know what the click is, right? They're telling you what they're interested in, right? They're telling you what they want to know. But oftentimes, as Ron just mentioned in his playbook over the last 18 months, you weren't listening. They were clicking and you weren't listening. What would you do? You send a click and then they click and then you'd send them another campaign. And this is where you start thinking about that optimization, where you're going to take your retention and start expanding on it. So let's go into it. Let's dig a little bit deeper right here. Take a look at this one example here, right? You tag on the left side is a typical email that you might send out into the market. And it's got, hey, I'm having a sale, men's, kids, women's, whatever it might be. They're clicking and showing you intent behind what that is. Now, in this example, if you start thinking about what you could do, is very simple. You take that person, they make a click, and then 3 hours later, you're following them up with an SMS. That's a natural flow and natural behavior, right? I know we send them browse abandoned and abandoned carts, whatever that message is, but making sure you can do that. Or you can even think about the other way with SMS, right? What's interesting about SMS is that SMS is now a batch and blast channel. We've already learned this lesson already over the years with email. Where SMS comes into place more, it's now an action channel. It's one that creates something to happen now, and most purchases happen within the first 2 hours after you send it. There's a reason for that because people are walking down the street, they're clicking on their SMS, they're looking at it. But now what happens when they click on it, which they usually have really high click rates, but not a lot of purchases are happening? Well, oftentimes, you can start thinking about it a little bit differently and start tagging those users and sending them a follow-up message through email, using the two channels together, right, without spending the expensive cost of SMS while still delivering that effective message into the system. And so, this is a perfect example. I click, 3 hours later, I get followed up because I didn't make a purchase, right? So this is where you start thinking about optimization when you're thinking about it. And one's targeted, one's typical, right? One's like, hey, I'm just broadly messaging you, I'm just mass batching you. And at the consumer level, you generally feel the difference, right? In fact, I even brought out a bigger one if you want to think about flow optimization and how you could take somebody and take them down a journey. Well, you can think about it even in a bigger way. And this is a pure example. Every business will be different. But just to give you an idea, a user clicks, and then I add a tag about what they might be interested in this case, men's shoes. I put a marker on the customer to say, hey, they're already in an automation funnel. Let's go ahead and exclude them from different things. And I'll start following them up with messaging. So I'll send them men's shoes. I'll wait another day. I'll follow them up with more. And I'll just continue following them up in a very targeted manner. And I'm not going to go through all of these because the clock keeps running down and I feel like I'm getting pressured here. But we're gonna continue thinking about this, and you start thinking about this. So when you see this flow, and when you see what you're seeing here is you're taking a customer who's shown you an action and behavior, an intent, an interest in what you're doing, and you're funneling down a very specific flow, right? That's what you're doing. And obviously, why does it work? Very simple. One, it's focus, one category. Two, time. Buying cycles are a thing. Payday is a thing. These are things that people need to be thinking about. And last, the nurture, right? When a brand tells you about the same thing over and over again, 100 different ways on the specific product you're going to be interested, you're going to get sold to. That's your job in retention, is to sell the person and keep them interested in the thing that you're selling ultimately. So, when I break this down, I look at it very simple. We all understand acquisition, targeting, prospecting, retargeting. In my opinion, when it looks at retention and you look at the way that you think about it, segmentation is your awareness play. You've got your campaigns that build awareness, right? The consideration starts really in your automation funnels. And then, of course, what I call automated life cycles, which is where you're targeting the click and following them up, aka retargeting, to go ahead and close the sale, right? That's what you think about. So now let's dive right into this, right? Now that you've kind of set your mind thinking about it a little bit different, let's go into strategy a little bit. Obviously, Ron, you've got some great slides here around things that you will be talking about around the strategic side of things that you do, Obvi, around segmentation and being able to go through messaging. So let's go through them.
Yeah, I'll jump into some really tactical examples. Again, may not be applicable to everyone, but just kind of trying to train you guys to think a little bit differently. I can't see that, so let me go here. Alrighty, cool. So when it comes to a email where we just send it to whether it's our abandoned cart or our welcome series, what we like to do is actually take a survey why someone bought. So this is a post-purchase follow-up, and we'll understand from that survey, oh, someone bought because they've lost a lot of hair during COVID. Okay, this is one of the reasons you take collagen, is a hair benefit. And then we'll actually dynamically add something custom like that into that first email they get. So 90% of the email is a template, but that 10% segment, the 10% of the segment of that email is fully personalized, tying it back to why they actually bought. And it's, again, a personal thank you / welcome email. So that's an example there. On the abandoned cart, right? We've been talking a lot about the click. Abandoned cart, the most important piece is the click, right? I think a lot of us have become, again, very template driven of, yeah, show them what's in the cart and then just let them go back to the website and hopefully they convert. We do test a few different things. One of the cool things we do is we'll add a mystery element where we'll tell people hey, we added a mystery gift. And what we'll take is whatever we have a high stock of, we'll just add it in on a low COGS level, and we'll add it into their abandoned cart. So first of all, people who are clicking to find out what that mystery gift is, you understand their intent. They just want a little bit more. Even our discount code that we give, right? We'll say something like, hey, use mystery code XYZ, and you can reveal it at checkout. Again, this is your highest intent customers. Think of different ways to go beyond the click. One thing we do with Black Friday, which I know is probably on a lot of people's mind, is everything for us is access-based. you can't get access to anything on our website unless you give us something. It's a very give and take relationship we have with our customers. So whether we ask them to opt into Messenger, which I know a lot of people are like, who uses Messenger? For our demographic, a lot of people use Messenger. We sometimes ask for SMS opt-in, join our community, go follow our TikTok, like the most recent video, download our app from Tapcart. Like, we'll literally ask them to do even the smallest favor to get access to something. Nothing is free. Nothing is just come and visit our sale and get something. We make them earn it. And I think that's one layer you can create with a good mix of FOMO.
And I like how you're building a habit, essentially. You're building a give-take habit. They understand that they need to do something in order to receive, and getting that action ultimately leads to one thing that matters most, which is a click. You're getting to track their ID and who they are, and be able to utilize that for things like Elevar and different things where you're being able to start tracking some of those things that come down the line.
Yeah, so even here, what we do is a lot of surprise and delight. And we'll just be like, hey, you're one of 20 customers that just got access to this, right? You figure out your numbers, you guys figure out whatever works for you. But for us, our customers like to feel special, and we do it in batches so that it doesn't get played out either. And then they'll take something like this, go into the community and be like, I was selected. Now the people who weren't are like, well, how do I, right? And it creates this constant funnel. And if you don't have a community, you can still utilize the other platforms you do to communicate with your customers to showcase what you're doing to create a little bit of FOMO. And then the click to reveal piece. I think that's one of our favorite things to do. I gave an example earlier, but even our subject lines, if you look at our subject line here, it's just 7 hours and 4 minutes, ... It's extremely obscure, right? It does kind of get our open rate to go higher, but that's not always right? If the intent isn't there, you don't want the open rate to be just high for no reason. But because we make the open rate pretty high, and now you have to click to reveal, you're adding layers of intent there. So again, just adding some good examples of getting people to go beyond just the click and what they expect.
Yeah, and it's cool. We worked with your VP of marketing on this and doing this with them, and I was like, what? Why would you do that? Yeah. But I looked at the data, and the click-through rates, triple probably what you see normally? Yeah. And it's really just that FOMO piece. It's like, well, I don't know what's on the other side, so I've got to click, right? You've got the most engaged people who are really actually interested making that move, and I think that's really shown in some of these things.
And one other layer, like what Jimmy kind of touched on with segmenting and tagging and stuff, with SendLane, you're able to really understand all the steps someone is taking within the platform itself. So we're able to see, oh, well, this person came here, opened this, clicked here. Now do we just need to sweeten the offer? Or now do we just need to make where we send them be a little bit more optimized, et cetera? So we're able to go down the funnel a little bit better.
Yep, absolutely.
These are just more examples of just strategic emails. Like the one in the middle is a good example of something that works really well for us, where we break down the costs to be so digestible that people are like, huh, I didn't think about it that way. This isn't anything new out of the playbook, but it's just another way to think about how you're price positioning, especially in today's market.
Yeah, I think they call it reduce to the minimum. I think they call this. Yeah. It's a cool strategy. Cool. Well, let's dive into kind of the future as we think about some of the future. And I think it's interesting, Ron, like, you see everyone talking about AI. Actually, the hype's kind of died off a little bit. I feel like the noise was big and then whatever. And I think what the future of AI really is enablement, right? I always say that it's going to 10x the marketer. It's going to make us 10x faster, better, more accurate things that come into place. And as we look into the future of email, I have two different things that I think about, but I'll kind of start with mine. And then Ron has a couple ideas for me, right? So I talk about things like this, right? So this is something that you can do today in Gmail. If you don't know what it is, it's called annotations in promotional Gmail. What this is you've ever seen that before, where you see like pictures of shoes or whatever, and you can shop right there. It might have stars. It might have a purchase thing. That's called annotations that you can do inside of Gmail. Here's the problem. It's really hard if you don't know what you're doing. And it's not something you can just go plug in. However, as I look into the future of things and the way that companies are thinking about this is where things get really exciting, right? Where you can automatically, based around their segment and based around their data and information that you might have, be able to take that information and bring it over into an annotation so that when the customer is browsing, not only are they seeing your, for example, here shoes right in their face standing out in a different way, but the second thing is you can actually show that displayed based on their behaviors and their data and their intent. And that's what makes it really intense. In fact, you can even put a little coupon there to stand out and say, this email's got a $10 coupon attached to it, right? These are really cool things. You can do it today. Everybody on whatever platform mostly can do some version of this. Unfortunately, it's really not an easy thing to do, which is the challenge that comes in. And this is where I see the future of AI starting to change for email. Now, Ron's got a different thought process. I'll let you kick it off there.
Yeah, I think on our end, we're pretty bullish on interactive emails becoming something that kind of takes leap. And I think this is a good example where the actual email itself is built to take in user data right on the email itself. So this is an email where when you click the poll or answer or pick one of the options, it actually collects the data right there. It doesn't make someone go and fill out a survey somewhere else. The technology that's being used here is Litmus. But what's really cool here is I think we're all, as on a founder level, or if you're an agency, again, you're trying to figure out and solve for what the customer wants. And it's whether it's price, product, who, what, why, when, how, all those questions, right? I think email is going to start becoming a tool where you actually collect data that goes deeper than just their email or their preferences on what they bought. I think we're going to be able to figure out a lot more. What do they want next? What do they want right now, right? I think interactive content is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, you know what's funny is interactive content, it's called AMP, right? I'm sure some of you guys may have heard this word AMP, A-M-P. It's actually part of something that Google created and is spread over to Yahoo now. What's interesting with AMP and why I like where Ron's thinking about, but remember this only actually works for 20, 30, 40% of your audience if they're on the right device and the right product. It does not work for everybody. So that does not mean that this replaces what you do. This is almost an addition. And I think what's important when you understand something like this is that if you don't have your basic optimization done, don't go into advancing into this because this is more work to what you're doing today, not a replacement of work. And I think that's a really different thought process.
Yeah, 100%. Another great example is Feastables. What they do is they'll have somebody, they'll send an email where all you need to do is just click as many times as you can to possibly win a coupon, right? They only give the coupon to like 5 people. But the point is they're training the customer. Again, their demo is much younger, so it makes a little bit more sense. But I think sometimes the shocking your customer too gives you the ability to understand intent, understand are they there, right? And right now, I think again we look at just the stale open versus click ratios. I think we need to understand interaction to go deeper.
And then you get like 2 million clicks on this thing, right?
Yeah,
Something like that is crazy. And Feastable is much a Gen Z brand. And often people are like, Gen Z doesn't care about email.
Yeah.
They got 2 million clicks to prove that it doesn't. So like they're still paying attention and it's all about driving that community and bringing those people to the right place. I'm sure, obviously Feastable's Mr. Beast. I'm sure he made a post on YouTube and said, check your email. It's probably his first time half of them check the email, but they did engage with that. And I think that's important to know that that's actually occurring as well. All right.
Yeah, we can speed through this. Again, these are just more examples of really interactive emails. There are people who make you do a word search or a crossword to go and basically solve for what the discount code should be or could be. Again, if someone's using that, figures out that discount code, right? You should be able to bucket that group as like a highly interactive group of customers, right? So it's not just the people who buy, but even the people who go and do the work to get access, right? I think you can start segmenting those people a lot differently. So just some more examples up here.
Yeah, it's kind of pointing out your most loyal customers, the ones that are highest intent, that are going to always interact with you. And I think it's pretty cool when you start layering on a layer of interactive. So as we look at this, this is kind of the future. And as we wrap up here, I've got 2 things. I've got one, a free gift. This may not go to you. It might be for someone like your marketer, a friend, an agency, whatever it might be, to help them out. I've got a 12-hour course that I'm giving away just as a thing. Thank you for letting us share our knowledge here on here. So you can take that QR code, and the code is Elevar. So you get that for 100% off. You go to e-commerce academy, pick bundle 4, send it to your favorite marketer. If you've got a retention marketer, you can send it to them. We use this as an internal playbook to teach people how to go from 0 to 100 in what we do in email and SMS marketing and reviews now. So please go there. It's 12 hours of me, so hopefully they like me and what I have to say. But it's very much a simple basics to what is an open rate, all the way to strategic around how to take your most valuable customers, segmentation, strategic playbooks around event marketing, the things that I've done over the history of the last 15 years on email and really seen evolve as well.
Yeah, and then on our end, we have a podcast like we mentioned. We drop an episode every 2 weeks. We're also branching out and creating new series, one being Chew on CRO pretty soon, and then Chew on Finance as well. So we're super excited. We put out a ton of content. Follow us on Twitter, and check out our podcast and newsletter.
Cool. And I think that's it.
Yeah, and then you guys have our contacts. So,
yeah. So there's our contact information, and
as long as you're not a stalker, you can text us.
Awesome.
Cool.
Awesome job.
Cool.
All right. Thanks, guys. That's it. Thank you, everyone. This is not the end, just the end of the sessions. There is downstairs happy hour. Go mingle, drink, whatever. And then we got the boat cruise. Buses leave at 4:30. And then when it leaves, it'll come back and pick everyone else up at 4:50. That's it. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And while everyone's leaving, just real quick, again, all the sponsors will be down there. We got free CRO audits. We have Adrian's giving away a bunch of free gifts. So go downstairs.
Driving